Good evening. Episode 208 of the longest running episodic whatever this is. And I am finding that there's a big time delay in YouTube's actually going live. Because I'm taking a look at it right now and I just want to see how long it takes for this thing to go and appear live. So, as far as I can tell, we're live. Yeah, there we go. Now it works. That's weird. It's usually delayed by a couple seconds.
Starting to record, I guess maybe there's about 15 seconds left on the countdown coming in.
Was it the recording's been off? No, the recordings were there. This time around, I had a couple extra minutes.
Recording started. I don't know, like
the recording's off.
Seconds. No,
the recording was
that's what it does state there. So you should be sort of live at that point, or coming up to that point. But
I don't know. It's a little. I'll be honest. There's always StreamYard always has a little delay between the time it goes live and then the time, because I have it on the other screen, and then usually it'll pop on. But it feels like it's gotten longer the last couple of weeks. So it's kind of weird. But anyway, whatever. We're live now, so I can definitely see the chat. So we're good.
Howdy.
Good evening, Dufex. Friday Night Live. That's right. Good evening, Dufex. Good evening, Ham.
Yeah.
So yes, longest running episodic whatever this is, and we are now in the month of October. We approach the spooky season, and in the spirit of spookiness, here's Eric. How's it going, Eric?
Ta-da.
It's going pretty good.
Yes, we're dealing with any more horrifying things. Any you've been starting to be chased down the street by any large mayo cans?
Hasn't been any large mayo cans at all. So,
that could be a thing. Like, by the end of October. So, do you give trick or treats? And if somebody comes as a gigantic jar of mayo, do you like flee from them?
I won't open my door. I'll look through the keyhole and then I'll go. And then
what if it's like a Michael Myers thing? You're like trying to avoid the treats, and they're like, "Give us candy,
give us mayo packs."
Mm-hmm. That's right.
That's just disgusting.
Just saying, it's a little frightening.
One thing that's and I see names question over there.
Good evening, name.
I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I'll be working tomorrow all day, and we are going to have Stanley Cup champion and Conn Smythe trophy winner Tim Thomas in the shop tomorrow. So I've never met Tim. I'm looking forward to meeting him and spending some time with him, and I'll let you guys know what he's like and what the experience was.
We have to know who he is, so we know what to ask him, what he's like. And I can't remember Tim Thomas.
Yeah, he was the goaltender for, I think, the last Stanley Cup team.
Gotcha. Okay.
2011.
Yeah.
All right. When I wasn't following
the league. And statistically and opinion-wise, had one of the greatest Stanley Cup runs in history as a goaltender. It was absolutely phenomenal.
How do these guys with no names do that? It's unbelievable.
Well, I keep thinking to myself, like, I'm hearing what Eric's saying, but it was the Boston Bruins, so it's like winning the Calder Cup. Does it even count? Does it even count, bro? Anyway, so Matt here. Good evening. Good evening, too. Good evening, gentlemen. Astros season over, so back to watching live again. Fair enough. I respect it. Appreciate it. Have a good. Hopefully your evening's going well. Average Joe Card Collector. Hey, Dr. Bobby, Dr. Carlos, and Nurse Eric. Facts, Joe. Facts. Paul here. Good evening. The shop will also have a like button champion, Eric, in it. That's right. Good evening, Paul. So actually kind of funny. I'll touch on a couple of different things. And by the way, chat, we'll go right into it tonight. If you guys, I have got a couple of things. I've got a few agenda things that I'll touch on for sure. But if there's anything particular you guys want to touch on. Right now, it's kind of funny, though. I'm watching. And I was thinking about, I didn't have time today. I was going to record a video. I wanted to do a little bit of state of the channel and kind of talk through a couple of things. And I'm still going to get into it this weekend probably and do it. But I'll give you a little heads up on kind of what am I thinking. I've been enjoying watching a lot of the channels, checking out what's going on in my YouTube recommendeds and everything. And I laugh because I'm looking at it and I was saying to Bobby and Eric, it's like, I feel like collectively we're a little bored. Now, in fairness, I've kind of been enjoying kind of coasting because a lot of the news stories, like, all right, between the podcast and the live stream, we'll get to it. Like, I haven't really felt compelled to make a standalone video in a while on a lot of this stuff. Although I did get close because we had the most recent Geoff Wilson show. And he finally admitted that the 24/7 live selling thing isn't going to happen yet. And I was like, yes, Jeff, I already knew. And I was like, let me go queue up I literally went to go find the video where I basically said it ain't going to happen for a while. And by the way, I didn't say forever. I said, you're being overly ambitious. The world doesn't really need this right this second. It's not a thing that necessarily needs to be done. And finally, and it takes Jeff a long time to fess up to reality. He goes, yeah, that was probably not That was probably too aggressive for the beginning. It's like, no kidding. Shocker. You didn't have enough inventory. You didn't have enough people to pull it off. If only someone could have known. If someone could have foreseen and recorded a video about it 10 months ago saying the exact thing. But hey, whatever you say, man, you're revolutionizing retail. Keep working on it. But in the meantime, he did finally acknowledge it.
It's the future of sports cards.
I legitimately thought about Bobby about doing a video to take a victory lap because I finally got him to admit it. I was like, Eric, get the mission accomplished banner.
Yeah,
we got him. We got him.
If not for a few dozen clicks, it's probably worth it.
Yeah, like but it's just I was like, all right, I do know the video in question, so I could, but I may still do it at some point if I'm just feeling a little extra petty. It'll be a short video. It'll just be like, here's what he said, and then here's what I said, and then here's the $1 Million Man cackling, and that end scene.
Yeah, that would be good.
It's like done, easy.
He just has to do another video where he kind of pisses you off, and you go, okay, I'm doing it. Done.
Well, the thing is, and I think what's going to hold it back is that like, there's nothing Geoff can say that's going to piss me off. I don't worry about what he says. I'll listen to the thing because it amuses me, but it's kind of like, yeah, he says dumb things all the time.
But his level of stupidity is better some days than others, for sure.
Yeah. The problem is that I spent too many years in a call center. I have heard so many dumb things that like his dumbest statements are like a 3 out of 10. I've heard 9 and 10 out of 10s. And I'm sitting there like, yeah, this isn't going to phase me, bro. Like, there's a lot of really dumb shit you could say, and it's not going to phase me. I'm sorry. Like, it's not even going to register. But keep trying. Keep trying.
Yeah.
Good luck.
We won't be watching. Might be.
I'll usually skim. The podcast, I think, is more interesting because he'll actually talk about the shop a little bit. And he'll come up with whatever, and he'll usually get the other guys in there, and they'll talk about whatever. So I like listening to his version of how they're doing. So for me, that's interesting, and I can listen to it at 2x speed anyway, so I can kind of zip through it. And if anything interesting comes of it, hey, great. Most of the time, it's whatever, but occasionally he'll say something that makes me chuckle, and that's usually good enough. So real quick, I wanted to mention something. This was sent to me by Instagram, so I'll touch on it now. This weekend there is the Expo in Montreal. There's the Montreal version of the Expo. Yeah, this is this weekend. And apparently, in the spirit, maybe this will play a little bit into. And Orlando, I did have it on here for a bit, so sorry. So good evening, Orlando. I did want to mention it since someone directly forwarded it to me, and it kind of fits our recent theme. Apparently, there was a theft of cards and a vehicle. Somebody actually stole a vehicle. So we're taking it. We're taking it up a notch. This is for the Montreal show. So let me give you some details here, and I'll. And that's what I'm getting at. So all right. So yeah, I was gonna say. All right. So here, let me share. I'll read it to you because it's a little bit small, but I'll try to give you some info here. So apparently here, the morning in Laval, Terry's truck. So Terry is the person here who apparently had their stuff stolen. Was stolen with 3/4 of his inventory for the weekend sports card show. Anyone here in large volume of cards, including sets, binders, individual boxes, box of PSA 9s, mostly hockey showcases, signs, please let Terry or Laval Quebec Police know. Truck missing is a Toyota Tundra, a 2024 Toyota Tundra, so new one.
Oh, wow.
LE 1794.
That's the truck.
Yep. And he managed to, and he did still have half of his inventory, so he is still set up at the show in 2 booths. So booth 1013 and 1014. So maybe buy something if you're feeling bad for the guy. And apparently he's a person who sets up in the Maritimes. So here is the individual and some of his info there. eBay power seller from Fredericton, New Brunswick. So yeah, apparently, it's a running theme, right? People stealing stuff from UPS, from FedEx trucks, and then stealing stuff from shows. But stealing the truck, have you no decency, sir? Leave the truck alone.
Yeah, that's not fair.
Yeah, and 99 of the 100 dealers there sell the same stuff that he's missing. So it's like, good luck. Sets, hockey, PSA 9s, okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for a lot of these expo shows, yeah. A lot of that inventory is going to be fairly similar. It's going to be really
on the lookout.
Yeah, I was going to say like,
okay.
Eric will be on the lookout at the shop tomorrow. He'll probably see a couple of those.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Dan?
Pull up in the back. Phil will be going beep beep. Come on.
He goes, "Where'd you get this from?" Definitely didn't get from Quebec. Is that poutine? I knew it.
Is that
nice truck? I see you got Quebec license plates. What's going on?
Yeah. So Dan here. Good evening, Dan. I knew the Montreal Expo was going to be back. Hey, listen, people have been working on it.
You
Been a
knew.
lot of excitement. I did want to make sure I mentioned that since it was forwarded to me to at least make reference to it. So I thought I would mention it. We do have a largely Canadian viewership. So hopefully, if you are checking out the Montreal show, hopefully you enjoy yourselves and try not to get your stuff stolen. Try not to get your truck stolen and the rest of your stuff. That'd be good.
Mm-hmm.
And,
But I thought I would at least bring it up since it was forwarded to me. I thought I would at least bring it up.
Did he leave the keys in the car? Like, honestly, it's hard to.
I
check.
genuinely have no idea. I have no more information than that.
So
We'll
this
just
is,
run.
this
you
is
know,
through loading time, obviously.
we talked about this scenario after the Dallas theft, that you have people that running back and forth, either unloading at the beginning of the show or loading up at the end of the show, and they're leaving,
Yeah.
their cars open, the merchandise in there. Well, they run back in and get another pallet full of stuff and bring it back out. Anybody who's a thief with half a brain just needs to wait in the parking lot and bide their time to grab something at some of these shows. And so it wouldn't surprise me that this guy's car was running with the keys in the ignition as he's running back and forth, either loading or unloading. Because I've seen it a million times since I've been involved in this hobby since 1988, and you guys have seen it too. So it would not shock me to hear that the truck was wide open, keys in the ignition, and this guy was in between trips. Wouldn't shock me at all.
A lot of guys, even at the expo, they leave their back of the trucks open, and you can see all the product in there.
Yep.
And I walk by, and I go, "Hey, you're gonna leave your truck?" And they go, "I said I'll watch it. Don't worry." As I walk through the door.
Yeah, it's people are lackadaisical. People are very lackadaisical about watching their stuff, and it's probably a good reminder. From time to time, it's a good reminder, especially now since there's been a rush. So I'll read a couple of comments here, and Dan's got another one there, and I remember that one as well. But that's why I say, like, for me, and we've talked about this before, I can't remember a show going back 30 years that there hasn't been stuff stolen, that the police haven't walked by.
Major, though. I have never heard of anything major, to be honest.
Yeah, it's rare, but I'm saying, like, you'll usually see, like, the police will come by and go, "Hey, somebody had whatever." Yeah, all we did was we raised the stakes. The items are just more expensive. We're adding a zero, like you're adding a 0 or 2 to a lot of these things.
Stealing at the tables to stealing at the vehicles, because really stealing from the vehicles I never really heard. Stealing from obviously from the tables, yes,
yeah, pretty common.
But nothing big I've ever heard.
Yeah, for the most part, it had been small stuff. It was kind of petty theft. And you just kind of got used to that being a thing. And
right?
Yeah, we're just kind of like, people just taking it up a notch. That's really what it comes down to. But just to make a point, and like I said, I'll read a couple of these comments here. Just to make a point, though, all that's really happened is anytime Eric, I'm almost tempted to include this as one of the rules. And really, and I just have to think of the right way of phrasing it. Maybe I will. But the point is, anytime there is sufficient financial incentive, there's plenty of incentive for people to cheat, and there's plenty of incentive for people to steal. And why are so many people? Why did this concern come of all the alterations? The Kurt's card care and all that. It's like, well, alterations have been going on forever. Yeah, all that happens is this is now in your face. All we're doing is just showing you what was already there, and this guy made it into a bigger thing. But the reality is, what would prompt more people to do that? More money. If the difference in a grade or two, bumping it up a grade or two makes it worth that much more, well, it just gives them more incentive to do it. But there was always incentive. Going back in the day, people did things to the cards to make them look nicer because you paid more for the nicer looking card. Before grading, that was still a thing. After grading, well, that's still a thing. All you did was just change the way you did it or what you did it for, but the idea was still the same. You're trying to add value, quote unquote.
Yeah, I don't think it's really increased anymore. I think a lot of people now are, especially when I see at the Pokemon shows, when you have Rattle doing a video, that people have their camera set up for live action so that they can see anybody doing anything. But obviously they miss it, but they go back and they can see it. And these people even know that they're being videotaped because the guy's showing, hey, PSA 9 sold for $18, whatever, and they're showing them, and they're still standing there. And are they that stupid to get caught? Is the dumb thing. But if you're a thief, you're not the brightest, obviously. So Oh, those are
Well, unless, like, this is actually going to play into this comment. So I want to read Sadler fan's comment here because I think this is a valid point. Eric, are we going to get a prediction on when the guys get caught? So, Eric, do they get caught before? I want a short answer from you because there's more comments. Before or after the Dallas, masterminds?
Short answer, go screw. I was wrong. I was completely 100% crazy ass wrong. They haven't caught the bastards. I was wrong. Keep rubbing it in my face. I was wrong.
Bobby, I'm tempted. So forget it. So remember
this, please.
So a moment ago, when I said I haven't been motivated to do like a lot of standalone video, maybe I'll do like an anniversary video every year that goes by after the Dallas theft where nothing happens. Hey guys, it's been a year.
And we'll keep his apology there. And
yep, we'll just hang on to it.
And Eric said they'd be caught within 3 days.
And
it is now 5 years.
Okay, I was wrong. It still blows my mind because I think I should have been right. But I was
Everybody
wrong.
who's wrong is think they were right at one point. So
there you go.
I think it's disgusting that they have not caught those sons of bitches.
All they have to do is just lay low. It's really not that hard to evade detection. There is no nationwide manhunt. It's what I said earlier. Nobody is looking for them. I'm sorry.
If it got on the international news or something, yes, maybe someone would recognize. But even at this point, do people even want to get involved?
I doubt it. I think most people, like truly, I genuinely think most people don't care. Like they're not paying attention to it. The guy could literally be standing beside them while it's on TV, and half the people in the hobby wouldn't be able to figure out 2 and 2.
I just
and then
thought
the guy would say, "Shame,
pictures.
Damn shame."
So damn shame. It's terrible.
I just
so Dan was saying here, there was a 20K Babe Ruth card stolen at the Philly show. I do remember hearing about that. Yes, so that's the same kind of thing. Philly show again, big show, big item. So that's another one there. T206 Kid says it's like stealing candy from a baby. Yeah, in terms of leaving the car unattended and all that, absolutely. Yep. And good evening to you. Paul saying at the 23 National saw the cops arrest at least 2 people, took them down the concrete floors and everything. ECW, love the reference at the end. EC Dub, little EC Dub in there. Dufek says people don't want to see how the sausage is made. It is true. It is true. Zach here has a good comment, though. I enjoyed this one. Bobby's off his game. You set him up to roast Atlanta with your Geoff comments and you didn't even take the bait. It's true. You didn't even hammer good old Atlanta with it. Nothing.
It's gotten old. It's really gotten old.
even some of the classics.
Why beat him down?
Eric, this is where we got it on our hobby malaise. It's like even some of the classic ones. It's like nope, nothing. Yep.
You want to? Hey, listen. You want to talk Beckett? I'll go bananas. I'm not lazy like Bobby. I'm sticking to my guns.
Yeah. All right. Billy Joe here says, "Good evening, Carlos and gang. Please put Eric and Bobby the correct normal faces." Man, they got preferences here. Hold on. Just for you. There you go. Boom.
Eric, much better.
There you go. Feel better, Philly Joe. Good evening.
Okay. Someone's got OCD.
Yeah. Listen, it was bothering him. I don't know what to tell you.
I think
he's got OCD. All right.
You're right. He does.
Orlando's here says, I agree with Eric. I thought they would be caught.
Just to piss him off.
Hey, listen, that's always in play. We're trying to be nice. We're still in the first hour. We're trying to be a little nice. We're going to be nice for the first hour. And then 1 hour and 1 minute, all bets are off. Stolen cards are probably overseas. Orlando, like, I'm being completely serious. It wouldn't shock me if those cards aren't more than like 50 feet away from where they started. They've probably been sitting there they literally can just sit on them. They don't have to do anything. Like, it's not required, not necessary.
No.
I think people give them too much credit for having to put in too much #effort. Why? Again, there's no nationwide manhunt unless you do something to betray yourself and make it really easy to be found. You could the Keystone cops are after you. You'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's going to be a real long time before someone catches them unless they go out of their way to be caught. In which case, that's fine.
I think eventually they will be caught. I think one will be caught and then the rest will fall.
I thought they'd be caught 3 days after it happened.
Wrong.
Jackass.
If they were in the hobby, I would think so, but I don't think they're directly related to that.
I thought once the videos came out and the pictures and the still frames and the tattoos and the whole, like, boom, these people are screwed within 3 days. I give up on society. I have no more faith. I have no more faith left in society.
So, there you go.
All I'll say is, like, part of the reason playing against Eric's point, though, is like, look, we all looked at those videos. We talked about it. We did the whole thing. I bet if I asked right now, I could put some of those people in Eric's shop tomorrow and he wouldn't be able to ID them. They could ask him for mayonnaise and he still wouldn't remember them. Still wouldn't be able to put two and two together.
And then when they walk out, those were great guys.
Yeah. It's
like buddies.
So, no worries, Philly Joe. So Sadler fan says, now Philly Joe mentioned it does look right now. There you go. Some people have OCD. And, hey, they just need it a certain way. I understand. I get it. Zach says, this feels so much better. Eric's in the right corner. There you go, man. That's 3.
People are sick. You people are sick. I knew we had some weird cats watching this stupid ass show, but you people are sick.
You people.
Wow. Again with the you people.
You people.
So Carlisle here. Let's see. Just trying to click. Let's see here. Can I actually get some of these? All right. Apparently the comments isn't letting me click on it. I might have to refresh here. We'll see. Actually, it might give me an excuse to use Carlisle's suggestion. I might have to refresh this browser. We'll see what happens. Oh, there you go. Now it's working. Okay. Carlisle was saying, good evening. If you really want to screw with people, then move where Carlos appears. Maybe. Maybe we will. All right. Good. Paul here says, crack them and send about 1 to 36 months to another grading company. Yep, that would. Yeah, you could pretty much do it. It'd be easy. DB Cooper will be caught before they find those jabronis. Listen, if they went to the golf course, because OJ was onto something. If you go to the golf course, you'll not only find the real killer, you might be able to find the Dallas Bandits. Go to the golf course. Yeah. It's obvious to me.
Everything happens on a golf course. When you got money, you go to the golf course.
Go to the golf course, man. Zach says the question is, Dallas guys retire and get greedy or go to more shows. That's the only way they get caught. Yeah, that's really what it comes down to.
I don't think they're going to go to more shows.
Yeah, I don't think they have to. I think they have to. They got pretty good sizable inventory. They just have to. If honestly, if they just space it out, they pretty much get away with it. Well, that's my opinion.
It's very much like The Usual Suspects, the movie. Where they just, hey, we've done enough jobs, but there's always that one big one that you got to kind of do again. And are we looking at a bigger job happening later down the road? Because people, as much as they tend to learn, they tend to forget as well. So all it takes is 2 seconds, turn your head, and bada bing. And we've been.
I guarantee at a lot of these shows, I guarantee at a lot of these card shows, doesn't matter how many times a big theft happens, lessons are never learned. Never. The hobby is built on no chance. It's like it could literally happen in front of you, and you will forget about it in a week or a month, and then you'll be lackadaisical again. Mm-hmm. The action is the juice. There you go. Yeah, Dallas guys on the show. We're working for someone bigger. We got theories. Mm-hmm. With the stolen cars flagged by PSA, will PSA flag them as stolen? Do any of the graders do that? They do flag some of them as stolen if the serial numbers are available. And in this case, they have pictures of some of them. So PSA can flag them, but that's basically where you crack them out.
Good luck.
Yeah. What are you going to do if I crack them out? That's why. They're too smart for that. Listen, I understand why we can't do this. Okay.
This is that.
I wish that we could do some kind of invisible ink thing when like PSA grades a card, and in the bottom left,
you're reading
of every
the
single
70s comics again, aren't you?
is a serial number that you can't see unless it's ultraviolet light, and we in the hobby okayed that. And so when you crack them out and send them in, PSA goes, oh, look, we already had this one, or oh, this is the stolen
You're
one.
PSA a little too much credit on that one, but anyway.
No,
it's not even about credit. I know Nat Turner, I think, talked about this at one point. The sticking point really comes down to the people submitting wouldn't agree to it because they're like, no, you're not putting anything on my. No, I got your caveat. You said the caveat. I know, but all I'm saying is that whenever he's addressed it, he goes, it really comes down to what the people submitting will accept. Because most people don't want the company adding anything, even if in this case it's to try to prevent, repeated submissions, theft, whatever. Yep. They just don't want it. So it's one of those things where, like, as long as people don't want it, like, you're not going to be able to sell people on that idea. And that's kind of the problem. People are willing to accept
ink. You'll never know.
Well, that's the thing. The problem is as soon as they start doing it, people realize it. And the first time people catch it, it's like, you're not doing that to my cards. Basically, there you go. It kind of undoes the. Now, but at least, look, I know for a fact.
To my cards.
I know for a fact that if Eric checks, probably a lot of the 70s booby ors, they're marked with invisible ink. You should put the black light on it. Find out. What'd you discover?
I'm
May
afraid
surprise
what
you.
if I might find. It was the
Yeah, I was gonna
70s,
say,
I'm
like, if you
afraid.
put some black light on it, you'll be like, so, do you know where that's been since the 70s? I bet you haven't.
It doesn't come up under black light. You have to CT scan it.
Okay. Well,
Zach
like
says,
I said, we purchased one for the shop. We have it in the back room. I have access to it whenever I want. So
Eric runs his head through it a couple of times, like, yep, still empty. Still empty. But one of these days, Zach says here, it might be weird, but I appreciate Eric for sponsoring the like button. We all appreciate Eric sponsoring the like button.
Mm-hmm.
Average Joe says, I think the Dallas card show job was Ocean's 11. That's what's actually happening right now. We got to wait for Ocean's 12 to find the resolution. Philly Joe says, that's why I only try to grade.
Is it 13?
I think that went the other way because it kept going higher numbers because you kept adding. Yeah, exactly. Because they had less cast members. So you went the other way. Yeah.
Okay.
So 12 and 13 were still like the Bernie Mac ones, and they just added another person, but it was still the original grouping, but with another person added.
I love Bernie Mac. He was a great actor.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Philly Joe says,
what a shame.
well, that's the reason they didn't do any more sequels. People like those movies. I like those movies. They're fun. But yeah, when Bernie Mac passed away, they didn't want to do anymore. They wanted to leave it be. So the original three will stand on their own. If they want to spin it off or something else, you can. But the original grouping, they're not going to do it without Bernie Mac in there.
What was that show? Was it called the Bernie Mac Show?
Yeah, the Bernie Mac show. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was actually pretty funny. It was actually pretty good.
I watched it. I was really
even though the movie was trash, I actually like Mr. 3000.
Yeah.
It wasn't a great movie, but I enjoyed it for what it was.
That is a fine, like Sunday afternoon, wintertime comfort, funny, shitty movie. Yeah, I like.
It's a simple premise. It's a simple, and what's funny is he's basically like a jerk version of Tony Gwynn. Is what he's going with. He's like because Tony Gwynn was basically the guy who was all the batting titles, 3,000 hits and everything, but Tony Gwynn by all accounts was a nice guy. And Bernie Mac's kind of like playing the opposite of that. He's like the other side of the coin. So Philly Joe says that's why I only try to grade cards that are serial number for the PC. That's fair. Zach says PSA will grade a card 10 times we pay them, as they should. It's business, man. You grade it 100 times we pay you.
Yeah. That's like the government taxing you.
You know,
you can sell a
and
card. You can sell a dollar card 50 times and pay tax at 13% 50 times. You're going to be out of business.
Well, look, the funner part. Sorry, Eric, real quick before you chime in on this one, I just want to say my favorite part about the whole thing is what happens when we go to you. Since you brought up taxes, when we go to tax time, if you use one of those automated ones, you can pull all the information. This is how much you generate. If you're working a regular job and you submit like RSPs and whatever, all that information is tallied. It's all been calculated. It's all there. Mm-hmm. So realistically, you shouldn't have to fill in any paperwork because technically all the information is there. Unless you're doing like special investments or something different, that's different. But if you just work a regular job and you submit to these registered accounts, all the dollars and cents are tallied to the penny. Like all of it's accounted for. Mm-hmm. There are countries out in Europe where they basically do your tax refund like automatically. You don't have to do anything like, yeah, this is how much you made, this is how much whatever, and here's your return or whatever. This is how much you owe or how much you return. But in this case, you got to do the whole thing. But if you underdo it, they'll go after you and go like, hey, you owe us another $50. What are you doing?
They won't even say that. They'll send you a letter. We took this out of your bank.
but if you undercut it, like if your tax refund should be $1,000, but you put $900 instead because you miscalculated something, no one's gonna say shit. Nope. Never.
There's a credit and they know $100 in your account, but you had to call in to activate it. Yeah,
it's like not a peep. There will not be. It's like, oh, but you made a mistake there in it. No, not silence. Crickets. Absolute crickets. So Dan's saying Sir Brad Pitt was involved. Absolutely, without question. Yeah. Paul says, I'm in that movie. They filmed scenes right after a night game in Miller Park. Excellent. Nice. You got to timestamp it, Paul. You got to timestamp it. If you're in the movie, we demand timestamps.
Absolutely.
Carl says, if he had played Tony Gwynn, the movie would have been a lot shorter. Yes. But that's what I'm saying. Like he's like a bizarro Tony Gwynn. I'm not saying he played Tony Gwynn. I'm saying he's like a bizarro Tony Gwynn.
It was just a fun movie to watch. Yeah,
it was silly.
There's so many movies like that are just entertaining to watch. You sit back, you relax, you enjoy it. It was fun. It was funny, and Bernie Mac is funny too.
I love Bernie Mac.
He was so good. His humor was so dry. It was wonderful. I love it. Loved it.
Yeah, I think it worked. His humor definitely worked for that type of situation as well. Mm-hmm. So Dufex here says Roberto Clemente, all around saint, is the real Mr. 3000 who makes the movie character all the weirder. Yes. Well, I don't think he was playing. Even as a bizarre version of it, it doesn't quite fit. But I get what you're saying. He actually finished with 3,000 hits, so that is more precise. I agree with that. Big Scott here. Good evening. Hey, Carlos and Bobby. I think it's a valid comment by Scott.
Big Scott.
Oh, screw you, Scott.
He couldn't see in the top right corner.
I'm never coming on your stupid ass show again.
Well, so Eric, I was about to say that. Not only, and Scott had better hit the like button or else. But all I'm saying is now, Eric, you know that you are not appreciated when it comes time to bring in your hockey expertise.
No, you can go pound sand.
Yep.
You
got to tell him to go screw.
All this on the Big
Lord.
Scott show. All right? Nope.
I need something for my eyes. My eyes. Why?
Nice.
You don't get.
Yeah.
You don't get all that. All right? I'm not bringing that
Sure
to the Big
don't.
Scott show.
We're gonna have his mom, his kid, and his wife all gonna be like, "Well, we have that, and we don't want it. Send it back."
Mm-hmm.
Carlo here says, even though he's deceased, Gwen would probably bat 280 today. Give him some credit. I'd say 290. Give him some credit. Eric owes me money, man.
Oh, that's
People are getting rough.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I told you the check's in the mail.
Bitch, where's my money?
Been a little tight lately.
Yep. Paul says, that's a threat. I'm never coming on your show again. That's a benefit. It's a plus.
Yeah.
Screen barely fits me. There you go, Scott. Oh, I almost forgot. I'll give him a quick shout out. So congrats to the IRP to 200 live episodes. They got to their 200th. We did that a couple months ago now. But they got their 200th episode, so they got there. And bonus, they got Scotty Tradition from YouTube to make an appearance there, to hang out for a little bit. So
Cool.
Good quick shout out for those boys. But real quick, let me see here. Did the shoplifting, cover that. Eric has permanently burned our retinas. We got that covered. I didn't have that on my agenda, but nonetheless, we still got it covered, regardless. I did get endless text messages of Eric from the MLB playoffs. Eric, we'll save that for later on in the show. Okay. But I understand it's what you wanted to talk about, but we're going to save it for a little bit. How do you feel? Now, here's something for you. How do you feel about the fact we technically have had regular season hockey games? I actually didn't realize the international game had already happened. That was, I think it was the London game. So there's technically been one official NHL game. And I think the New Jersey Devils are 1-0.
I have purposefully
I'll pull it up in the schedule.
not paid any attention to preseason and all of that. I haven't.
It's not preseason. It's global series. That is not preseason.
I guess I was not aware. Maybe I would have watched it.
I agree. Eric doesn't like the hockeys. I know. He's like everyone else in America. Anyway, so here it is. It was Buffalo and New Jersey Devils. It was part of the global series, and the Devils won 4-1.
Wow.
And right here, check out the standings. Boom.
Who's
All
leading?
zeros across the board. One loss for the Sabres, and one win for the New Jersey Devils, who are leading the Metropolitan with 2 points.
Who's leading in the scoring?
Fair question. Let me see if they've actually got it on there. A lot here. We got Paul Cotter. We got goals against Jacob Markstrom with a 1.01 goals against.
Wow.
Fire. And leading rookies, Seamus Casey with 0 points.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow. Well, that
amazing.
would be all rookies, wouldn't it?
And that is your NHL 2024-2025 season update. You're welcome, Eric.
Yeah, I didn't even know they played, so that was a pretty good update.
Listen, I gave you the full sweat. I gave you the full league picture. I gave you the whole thing. Don't expect that every week. But this week I gave it to you
because I know you don't really follow hockey. I mean, you don't hate it, but it's you don't.
I'll check box scores for the most part. Regular season on box. Although I will watch the Amazon Prime Game of the Week. Whoa!
Oh boy!
Because it's free.
Oh, Bobby, you're a chaser.
Well, I pay for Prime, but so I've got it anyways. So I'll just put it on.
It's there.
Look, I want to get value out of my Prime, Bobby. I'm paying for it anyway. I may as well get value out of it. They're going to give me something.
I am going to follow the Capitals this year.
That's true. Yeah, there's a storyline there. Yeah, there's a storyline there.
Yeah. Every game.
All
right.
Morning highlights. That's it.
All right, so real quick. So T206 has got a topic here. We can touch on that, yeah. So let me quickly read these two and we'll come back to it. David Putty would be thrilled. There you go. Markstrom had probably the save of the year. Good to know. Good stuff. All right, T206 has got to talk Pete Rose. Thinks he gets in the Hall now? No. Now, we can debate about whether he should or shouldn't, but I actually think I think Major League. So just so we're clear, and I was actually double checking this. I wanted to make sure I had the facts right. An important distinction here, and this is critical because I watched a bunch of the discourse of people complaining about and doing all these things, whatever. And obviously, if you're a big fan of Pete Rose, you know you're complaining about a situation. So let me give two thoughts, and then I'll open it up to everybody else. Number one, I'm a big fan of stupidity being punished, and Pete Rose's greatest crime was that he was an idiot. He did the one thing you couldn't do while he was still indirectly involved in the game. Literally, he could have retired, walked away from his managing job, just hung out, done autograph signings, and bet on whatever the hell he wants. It would have been fine. He'd be in the Hall of Fame already 25 years ago. That's one. Number two, he had his own things where he's not a swell fella.
Oh yeah.
And this is critical. The Hall of Fame, just so we're all on the same page, the Hall of Fame technically could have put him on the eligibility list. He was banned from being involved in Major League Baseball. He couldn't be a manager. He couldn't play, obviously. He couldn't participate in the game itself directly. But the Hall of Fame, it doesn't have to follow what Major League Baseball says because they're a separate entity. They can actually put him on the ballot if they had wanted to at any time. They kind of tend to follow what Major League Baseball does, but it is not the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. It is the Baseball Hall of Fame. They are well within the rights to induct whoever the hell they want or to put somebody on the ballot if they wish. That's their call.
There's women in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, because there was a ladies' professional league. That's part of the history of the game. You're allowed under the history of the game. You can totally have them be part of it. It's perfectly fine.
Which is
so
why
the point is they've always had the option. They've always had the option.
Your point, it's not the Major League Hall of Fame because there's women.
Yeah, they're not required. So the bottom line is, could they put them on the ballot? Totally, 100%. So kind of to Ham's point here. Thought it was a lifetime ban. It is, and the lifetime is over, so that's true. My thing has always come down to this, Pete Rose. In terms of his qualifications on the field, no question. He is the all-time hit king, like 100%. Like in terms of qualifications, this is an easy one. Not a controversial take to say he deserves, I'm putting that in quotation marks, baseball-wise in the Hall of Fame. Sure.
No problem.
No controversy there.
None.
For me, punishing for stupidity is completely justified. And I'll be honest, if it was me, if I was making the call, I'd be like, okay, look, sure, you can be in the Hall of Fame. Really? Yeah. No ceremony, no pomp and circumstance.
Yep.
We'll make a plaque. We'll put you over in the corner there. You're over in that dark corner over there. We're not even going to replace the light bulb, but you can be over there. But you can be over there, and to the Rose family, fuck you. Sorry. Sorry.
And that would
made me laugh.
Fair because what he did to get it to a Hall of Fame status has really nothing to do with what he did as within baseball after the fact.
But that's the reason why. That's the reason why I'm saying you want to make him a plaque, do it. His on-field qualifications warrant inclusion. I have to, but you don't have to give him any pomp. You don't have to give him any circumstance. He did not. He lost the privilege of that by doing the one thing they told him he couldn't do.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to reward you while you're alive. And in this case, now he's passed away. Well, I'm not going to reward the family either. Sorry, you guys lost all privileges. You get nothing. And if you like, you can go to the dimly lit corner with the broken bulb, and you can go take a picture beside the plaque. Go make him a plaque, shove it in the corner, and you guys can take a picture with it if you like. But that's it. No ceremony for you. No soup for you.
No soup for you.
But outside of that, sure. Yeah, whatever. Do I think they're going to do it? Honestly, there's really no pressure for them to. They don't really care.
No, there hasn't been any call for it. And, realistically, record-wise, they actually should.
Because that's why I said I have no moral opposition. I'm making a distinction. I have zero moral opposition to doing it. I kind of like my idea, though, just shoving him in the corner with the dimly lit light bulb over in the... Be like, yeah, sure.
The no ceremony and stuff like that. That is the payback for that.
And that's fine. And that's exactly it. Yeah.
Well beyond there. And he should be.
But we will still, for the record, we will still qualify for your on-field performance. You will still qualify. We'll put the little thing on Baseball Reference. There you go. We'll update that. And there you go. That's all you get. Enjoy.
Yep.
So I think that's fine. I think it's completely valid. Sure.
I think it would be.
Yeah. So that's why I'm like, I'm of two minds. I am completely 100% okay with them putting him in now after the fact, because now he can no longer benefit from it. But I also don't feel bad for the family because, frankly, it was his decision to do something really dumb.
Was OJ taken out?
No.
No, but he didn't do it.
I think so.
Yeah, exactly. He was trying to find the killer on the golf course, man.
Worked his
It
ass
was a noble
off.
cause. It was a noble cause.
And the
He
hotel
ended up
room.
getting these
and the-
calluses. He ended up getting these calluses like right in here on his thumbs
Mhm.
because he
Those
I mean,
gloves.
he
the gloves
really-
are tight.
Listen, when you're swinging hard, you got to do what you got to do, man. How else are you going to find the killer if you don't act like you belong there so he doesn't know you're coming?
That's right.
You have to blend in with the locals. Carlisle here says, if they add him into the ballot posthumously, if he's elected, would he be a first ballot Hall of Famer? So I'm glad you asked, Carlisle. I think this is a valid take. And if they voted for him, I would say yes, which is why I wouldn't even do the vote. If I was the commissioner, I would be like, congratulations, you're in the Hall of Fame. Really? Yeah, not even a vote. No. Again, to the corner with the dimly lit bulb.
Yep.
To the corner.
Yeah, you're in. There's no question. Have a nice
I'm good
day.
with it. I'm good with it, man. It's fine. We're good.
Yeah.
Paul here says, in general, I'm not a fan of rewriting history. It's the top of his time putting him in. Think he's an asshole. That's fine. But that's what I'm saying. My scenario is we acknowledge his career as a player, and in the plaque, you can put the whole thing. X number of time All-Star, batting title, MVP, blah blah blah, all-time hit king. You can put all that information, and at the very bottom, you can put in banned from baseball in 1989 for gambling.
Sex with underage girls.
Unfortunately, that will not be included in there because it's not pertaining to baseball, Eric.
Oh,
we don't get the full rap sheet.
I thought
you can tape it onto the bottom. You can tape it onto the bottom if you want, but that's not actually going to fit on the plaque.
During games.
That did not occur during a game, Eric. That did not occur during a game. Okay. We're only talking about his game stuff.
That we know of.
Yeah, that we know of. Yes, that we know of. But that's what I say. Like, I think you can acknowledge. I think you can give his bio and acknowledge, and also say he was banned, in 1989. Blah blah blah. And I think that's valid because that's all part of the history of what he did within the context of the game.
So is Diddy going to be taken out of the Rock and Roll Hall? Okay. we can only wonder. We can only wonder. A lot of things that's going to happen down the road where people will be possibly taken out. I don't know.
Well, most of the Hall of Fame, Bobby, the precedent so far has been most of the Hall of Fames don't care. OJ's still in the Football Hall of Fame. Like, it doesn't really, whatever.
It doesn't pertain to it. Sure.
Yeah. So Paul here says Washington took George Preston Marshall out of their team Ring of Honor, but the Pro Football Hall of Fame has no process to remove members, so they won't. Yeah, and I'm actually glad Paul brought this up, and this actually leads me to a quick thought since he mentioned it. So I actually listened to it was actually this week. I actually got a book on the early days of the NFL, and I also was listening to an audiobook on the early days of the NFL, and I think it was just called The League. I'll double check, but I think it was called The League. I'll get you guys the exact. But it was on the early history of the NFL and all the founding members, the early owners, and kind of explained what they were doing and what happened with it. And George Preston Marshall was part of that, obviously. And he's the one who founded the Washington Redskins. And then on top of the issues that came about that later, he 100% was one of the guys that was pushing for keeping segregation and keeping black players out of the NFL. And he was one of the last ones to... Basically, he was forced, a gun to his head, basically, because the only reason he finally put black players on his team was because he wanted to use one of the Washington stadiums, and it was on a publicly owned thing. And they said, yeah, if you segregate, you cannot use the stadium because it goes against the Civil Rights Act and the whole thing. Like, you cannot intentionally withhold players and then expect to use a publicly funded stadium. And so finally, that basically forced his hand and actually made him do it, even though he didn't want to. But to his point, the issue that came about as a result of this whole thing was that the Pro Football Hall of Fame kind of had to walk around the fact that he was problematic for that. His history with that was very problematic. But on the other hand, he also did contribute to things that actually helped build up the NFL and make it into a thing, because he brought in certain entertainment elements that actually benefited the sport. So on the one hand, you helped here, and on the other hand, you created problems over here. So we're like trying to balance out your legacy.
They don't have a builder category for anything.
Well, that was effectively what his induction was for. It was basically as a build, because he founded that team. They didn't exist.
Baseball doesn't have the builder, so football does.
They don't call it builder, but they inducted him on that premise. Like the early induction
Okay,
class,
gotcha.
a lot of the early owners got included as part of it because they were like they were part of the founding
Of course.
several members.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So that without that,
I wonder
the
why we
Washington
have-
Commanders today do not exist because he basically helped found them.
So why did we segregate our builder category?
For hockey? That I have no idea. Yeah, but I think it's just to make them feel like they had another category to vote for. Like, because to me, a Hall of Fame, when you're doing the history of the league, builders are part of that.
Yep.
I think it's a valid thing. Maybe I'll throw this at you. Maybe it was to ensure that they didn't forget to at least consider some of the builders. Like it actually put it in the front of their minds as opposed to automatically going to players. It's worthy, like I said, complicated history or not. These guys, that's why I said this particular audiobook is very good because it actually gave a profile on all the initial early owners. So George Halas and then Lambeau, and then you got a little taste of all the different owners and their different personalities and what they brought to the table. And Marshall, for all the problems he caused, the league to try to tiptoe around, he also did contribute in certain ways. Like there were certain contributions that he actually did bring that are useful and made the NFL actually become a thing today. Otherwise, it would have never happened because he actually suggested certain things that they implemented that actually helped the league survive.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. If you take King Clancy, for example, here's a guy who was a rebel rouser. He was sort of the guy who made things happen, but he played defense, could skate very well, doesn't have any record to speak of, but he did so much for the league. He got in. I don't know if he's as a player or as a builder. That'd be interesting.
Sure.
He was a ref. He coached. He did all these other things, and I think that a lot of people are bypassed because of the things they did with the leagues, or even the minor leagues that were, included. The game of hockey, because that is the Hockey Hall of Fame. It's not the NHL.
Yeah, the Hockey Hall of Fame is international. All of it. Yeah, all the different categories included.
King Clancy is.
Basketball does the same. Basketball is international. It can be whatever.
Yeah.
You can be an international player and still qualify because of your career as a basketball player.
Do they let in Caitlin Clark?
If she keeps playing long, yeah, 100%. Like if she puts up a Hall of Fame worthy career, there's no reason why it's the Basketball Hall of Fame. You can do whatever. It's Basketball Hall of Fame for sure.
Yeah.
So some good comments here actually. So thank you everybody. Let me read through a couple of these quickly here. How could you put him in and not put in the steroid guys? I'm good with the steroid guys being in. I don't really care. Eric. Again, I don't want to get into this right now. We'll circle back around to it. I'm just going to remind you the entire sport of cycling is the drugs. The entire sport, all of it.
All of them is the drugs.
Is the drugs.
Strong. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. CC says, if Pete gets in, how about some of the Black Sox players? So I'm a big proponent of Shoeless Joe Jackson. At this day, again, in the same vein, it's been so long now, no one will materially benefit from it. Like Shoeless Joe's long gone. His kids are long gone. His grandkids are probably long gone. So why not? Again, you can qualify it. You can put the qualifier on the plaque. It's completely valid to put ban from the sport for, the Black Sox scandal, blah, blah, blah. You can still acknowledge it. Again, put them in the corner with the dimly lit bulb. It's fine. Just go, but you can still have it. They can have their own corner. So Mantle and Mays were actually on the ban list for a while when they took gigs at casinos. Yes. And part of the reason they weren't removed is because they took gigs at casinos, but they were not coaches and they were not players at the time. So they were kind of skirting that little line. And on the other hand, they looked at it and go, it's not quite the same thing. It's like you're working at a casino. Mm-hmm. Not exactly the same thing. Pete also said in one of his last interviews he didn't want to be in the Hall of Fame after he died. Shame for him. The Hall took the easy way out when they said they'll not vote on players who are banned by MLB. Yeah, well, that was their choice, yes. They put the onus on MLB so they didn't have to deal with Rose. Yeah, they did. That is true. Wow. Again, the Hall actually is their own entity. They could have said, we would like to put them on the ballot, and Major League Baseball wouldn't, number one, couldn't have stopped them, and number two, wouldn't have stopped them because it's not their prerogative. Yeah. They don't own the Hall of Fame. They can't say no. The Hall of Fame just decided to kind of just roll with their edict. So they can do it. There was nothing preventing them from doing it. So the Hall of Fame had the option if they ever wished to do so. Paul says today
if they had lost Major League Baseball, though, they'd be in big trouble.
Major League Baseball would do what exactly?
Yeah,
I think one, not support it, not send items over,
burn letter,
work with them. The playing, if some star today, for example, the greatest baseball player of all time, Mike Trout, hits a home run.
Ooh.
With, Major League
But he's
Baseball,
treading in dangerous waters right now.
Yes.
Major League Baseball is the one that takes that bat and sends it over to the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
That's a Major League Baseball bat. It's not a Hall of Fame bat. So Hall of Fame events happening, in partnership with the Hall of Fame, they have to work together, or the Hall of Fame is nothing.
Major League because Baseball, Carlisle is kind of agreeing with your sentiment as well. Yeah, there would be a lack. What you're talking about is a taking away of cooperation. Is what you're talking about.
That's what I'm saying. Major League Baseball doesn't need the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame needs Major League Baseball.
Yes, and actually, it's like the Hockey Hall of Fame that they do not get support from the NHL players. They get it's all private donations and what have you. If they have to fly out for the cup, then the team covers that and all the other stuff that goes along with it. But otherwise, they're fully funded by donations, which is kind of wrong. I think the Hall of Fame should be supported through a percentage of the NHL income, if you look at that, and then they could afford more. Like the Hockey Hall of Fame compared to the Baseball Hall of Fame, one is just the dregs of society, and the other one is the affluent. It's just that much difference, and I'd like to see the Hockey Hall of Fame really come up. I think they could do a lot more there. From what I've heard of people going to the Baseball Hall of Fame, it's just phenomenal. Dinners and all these things, you can stay overnight. It's like, what the fudge is that? If I stayed overnight at the Hockey Hall of Fame archive, I'd have to sleep in the stairwell. It was very uncomfortable the first night.
What kind of crazy lunatic from Canada would drive all the way to New York and stay at the Baseball Hall of Fame and eat there and sleep there? What kind of absolute madman lunatic from Quebec would ever contemplate doing something like that?
Well, see, your two statements contradict themselves because I'm not aware that Quebec is part of Canada. I think you need to fix your calendar. I think you need to fix your map, sir.
That is fair.
Ask the block; they'll tell you.
Yeah, it's like they've had two referendums on this.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. T26 Kid says, I think that's what makes Major League Baseball look back today is that they're in bed with all these sports books now. So I get the premise, but sure. I enjoy that people talk about the hypocrisy side of it. It's like Major League Baseball can take the money from the sports books. That's complete. You're not connecting the two things. It's one thing to take money from the sports book. It's another thing to be like, we're banning people who can actually change the outcome of games depending on decisions made. The issue really comes down to, yes, we like sportsbook money, yes. So the idea, though, we still don't want the players betting in the dugout. It's not the same thing. And the players do benefit from that as well because they get a piece of revenue sharing. So the players don't mind that piece either. And again, it was literally like the only rule. You could probably literally kill someone as a Major League player and you'd probably still be in the Hall of Fame.
Probably.
It's fine. Mm-hmm. So kill someone next time and don't make the bet.
Yeah.
And don't bet on how many people you killed. And don't bet on how long it takes you to get caught. Because whatever Eric says, go with the over.
I would take that.
The over.
I was wrong.
Another time.
I admit it. I think it's shameful, but I was wrong.
I think what's shameful.
Rubbing salt in that wound, folks.
I think what's shameful is that the Dallas Bandits are basically like, literally, if we go to the tape, the Dallas Bandits are hanging out at Sports World every week and high-fiving Eric and like, hey. And they've just been hanging there the whole time. And it's like, Eric is like, man, I can't believe it. Like he's going to go to tomorrow to Sports World and he's going to be hanging out with his buddies. He goes, they're making fun of me. I thought the Dallas guys were going to get caught. And the guy's like, yeah, man, it's tough. That's rough.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how Pete Rose would go to a lot of the shows and sign and do all these different things. And
Pete Rose likes money.
Well, no, it's just it's for the fans too. Really, that's what he's not signing for anything but that. So it's that real fine line that we're walking here on what he did compared to maybe what other people have done.
So. Well, so CC here has got kind of a comp here. So I'll kind of talk to the difference between the two of them. So Roberto Alomar is banned from baseball now, so he's on the ineligible list for sexual misconduct stuff that came. The thing is, he was already in the Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. It's the O.J. Simpson thing again. So it's like you're already in.
You can't get out.
Yeah, like once you're in, it's like unless it's like a really compelling like. The groundswell is not coming to be like, my God, the Hall of Fame is invalidated if you keep this. No, he's in the Hall of Fame already. Like
it's like the Hotel California song. You can check out anytime you want, but you can never leave.
Yeah, pretty much. So that's the difference. If Pete Rose had started betting after getting to the Hall of Fame, game on, bro. Then you get the light bulb replaced. Then congratulations. You get to be in the lit section.
You get the LED light.
You missed your chance, jerk. You missed it.
Yeah, I did.
Incandescent.
You screwed up.
The LED. That's the step up.
It's all about the LEDs, man. Bobby Witt Jr. is better than Shohei. Come at me. Man, I love it. We're getting spicy today.
I guess.
All right. Refs change the game all the time. It's is evident. You know who they work for. It's like, yes. Point shaving is a noble calling, Ham. A noble calling.
And we will never know the truth.
And we're not electing the refs to the Hall of Fame.
We never know the true depth of how far this really went. Because other people might be caught later down the road. Who knows?
Yep.
Look how many sex tapes have been found. Come on.
It's pretty rough.
You know.
Listen. Hogan had a sex tape, and he's still in the WWE Hall of Fame.
I don't know.
Hogan had a sex tape, and he's still in the WWE Hall of Fame.
Not only did he have a sex tape, he sued Gawker or whatever and made more money than he ever made in his whole career. And he's in the Hall of Fame.
And that's
but he'll burn. Listen, if I know my Hogan and everybody else, he'll burn through it. He'll find a way, brother. He'll find a way, brother.
He'll see it as a challenge, right?
Yeah, exactly. Challenge accepted, sir. Zach here says, I hate the DraftKings argument. If the players in the field are involved in betting, the league is over. Yep. Who would support a league where they thought players were betting? That was the Black Sox scandal in a nutshell. Look, it's not even about the betting, because the early days of baseball were surrounded by a lot of shadiness. A lot of ne'er-do-wells were involved in the early days. Yeah, not so swell fellows across the board, all over the place. But the reality of it is that and what's funny is in that NFL book, the audiobook that I listened to, they had their own little version of that where they were concerned about the league's survival because a couple of players were offered a bribe and didn't even take it. That's how dangerous it was to them. They were worried after the Black Sox scandal. They were like, we need to nip this in the bud right now. Yeah. We need to we need to fix
examples of everybody. Yes.
Yeah. And it's like, we can't have it.
So, and probably only a few of them were involved, and the other ones kind of got the boat ride down the falls on that one.
Yeah. So that's the thing for them. It was, they need to at least, the audience needs to feel like the games are legitimate. Yep. If it feels like the fix is in. Now, to be fair, we watch some of the games and we see the way that some of those outcomes happen in the fourth quarters of football games. It's like, are we sure the fix is not in though? Are we really sure?
Yeah.
Did someone check the script? Did you check the last page of the script? The ending may surprise you. Kaiser Soze.
Yeah, sure.
T206 says, I think Bud Selig being in the Hall is more controversial than the Rose being in. We're going to condemn Bonds and praise it. So I think this is a valid point. And for me, the Selig thing is why the steroid guy should totally be in. Selig Selig was good with it when the money was coming in. When people were tuning in to watch Sosa McGuire, we're here to see some dingers, and they were getting live look-ins during the home run chase. Bud Selig was putting his hands together, like they were fine with it. And then afterwards, he's like, "Oh, this is bad." It's like, shut up. That made you guys a lot of money.
Yeah. And this was while they were playing. So how much different is it really, Pete Rose to them?
No, Pete Rose was the thing where Pete Rose literally should have just quit being a manager, and then he could bet on anything he wanted.
Yeah, he'd be fine.
He was dumb. Again, I'm more inclined to punish stupidity.
Player, but understood, manager still.
But he could still make decisions that could impact an outcome of game.
Like, I didn't like the steroids, but I think if you want to do steroids, let everybody be on them and make them legal.
But the argument for the steroid era is that a lot of guys were using it. So it's not so like it was an advantage, but
it wasn't even
percentage wise, how many people were using versus not. It's probably a pretty decent percentage.
More than
But Bobby, that's what I'm saying. Like, that makes it more of a level playing field. Like, in relative terms, it's like, actually, that's pretty fair. A lot of these pitchers were juiced up and the batters juiced up. Well, then game on, guys.
Juice equals juice.
Yeah. Like, if you're both on the juice at the same time, like, game on, let's go.
Got lemons.
I want my 110-mile-an-hour fastball and my 500-foot dinger. Let's go.
Yeah.
Just another example of the organizations having a blind eye. You realize that the only cyclist that you guys can name is Lance Armstrong.
Oh,
and that is because of how much money he made for the cycling world, especially the organization, the UCI, which overseas world cycling. And it's funny, he did not get caught until after his career, and he stopped making money for all these other companies like Trek, his sponsorships, UCI,
Livestrong, his equipment line.
What I'm hearing from Eric right now is that Lance Armstrong should be in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
I think so. Yeah, it was kind of weird, but
probably more worthy than some of the clubs that are on it.
I'd almost agree.
I think it's fair.
I think it's just ridiculous that Major League Baseball kept their eyes shut because they were making money. The UCI kept their eyes shut because they were making money. I mean, that's what these organizations do. And after you're no longer making them rich, then they come down on you like the moral authority and say, well, you're banned and you're no good. And, we're going to help investigate and press charges against you. And nobody wanted to look and it was so clear Lance was cheating, but he was making so much money for everybody that they were like, nope, nothing to see here, folks. Oh, wait a minute, he's retired. We don't really care. He's not making us any more money. Go after him.
They're everywhere. Come on.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah. Now, CC here has got a comment saying Raptors player got caught betting on himself. He's now banned from the NBA. So, CC, I need one critical piece of information before I cast judgment. One piece of information. If he was betting on himself, did he lose? Because if he lost, I ban him from the NBA. I ban him from Major League Baseball. I ban him from life.
He should be banned from life.
If you bet on yourself and you lose, you're done.
Yeah, you shouldn't be in the NBA.
At least win. Eric, if you're going to bet on yourself, at least win.
I agree.
At least be a player. Come on, man.
Like, let's go. At least win, man. T206 says, the thing I have a problem with on the moral level is that we blacklist gamblers and then give white beaters 1,000 jet. Well, that's the hypocrisy of the of the game, yes.
Yeah, and that's what it really comes down to is like, to what degree do you feel that one is worse or better than the other?
Well, like I said, my stance is not even a moral stance. My argument has always been the same with Pete Rose. I said, Pete Rose violated like the only rule Major League Baseball even pretends to care about. The only one. There's one. And you violated that like blatantly to the point that you were obviously caught in a really dumb way. So for me, it's kind of like, look, I'm the person who thinks stupidity should be a capital offense punishable by death. So like, forget about the Hall of Fame. I'd have had the man summarily shot. Like, you're an idiot. What is wrong with you? One thing. You could literally have walked off into the sunset and then go bet on everything and no one cares. See you in a couple of years when they put you in the Hall of Fame. Like, it's so simple.
Yeah.
So I'm not. So that's why I say, like, I don't feel bad for this man. Sorry, you did it to yourself.
You could cheat and win a World Series by banging on a trash can lid and get a 1-year suspension from the game.
What happened to you, Eric?
But that's okay. That a World Series was stolen. And the worst thing that happened was a couple of managers got a year suspension. This guy bet on the Reds to win. And he was out.
You got to bet on the black. You can't
what he claimed. See, here's the problem. To Zach's point, that's what Pete Rose says.
Yeah,
I bet you he's lying.
Well, the investigation didn't come up with anything other than that. So it's
and have I seen the investigation, Eric? My investigation said Pete Rose bet against his team every time. And that's correct 80% of the time.
Yeah, there you go.
And most statistics are 90% ineffective.
At least 80% of the time.
Yep.
Anyways, Pete Rose can go shit in the hat.
Do the math. We end up.
It's all about the maths, man.
We end up.
If you could only openly bet on your team to win, would players play harder? Maybe. Hey, listen. The question is, did the players in the 1800s play harder because they openly bet on their team and against their team and everything?
Well,
so I don't know what to say.
Was not even.
Good evening, Yannick. So Yannick, are you attending the card show in Montreal? Say the words. Words took away from the greatness of players like Griffey, says Stu. Good evening, Stu. To be fair, I appreciate it. To be fair here.
To be fair,
these are Hall of Fames, not Hall of Moralities. Facts. When Lance Armstrong came clean, I thought he was the worst human in sports. He was awful. Hashtag not a swell fella.
Not a swell fella.
But he got caught.
Yeah.
And in these high performance sports, you can almost see it, especially in that time frame, that so many people must have been doing that. And we're talking football, especially football and those sports, and hockey too. Like we've never had that in hockey, but I'm sure it was happening. I'm very sure it happened.
Well, there may have been a small cocaine problem, and then he had.
I think steroids. I think steroids were a huge part of it too. You think the baseball guys were getting away with it, and then the hockey guys are going.
Oh, hockey guys were, and
what's
I bet
that?
a
What's
lot of the
steroids?
fighters were on it.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
So CC is giving me the additional context I was asking for about the Raptors player. He says he bet the under on himself and then claimed he was hurt during the game to ensure his totals were under.
Oh, okay.
So my stance on this, in the spirit of consistency, Eric, I'm putting this man in the NBA Hall of Fame.
There you go.
Put him in.
That right there is entrepreneurial. He should be in the entrepreneurial Hall of Fame.
Now,
I like that. I like that.
Did he win more than his career salary was going to be? Because if not, that was a bad bet.
Eric. That's a different conversation.
You know, the NBA
The point
salaries are pretty high.
They are pretty high, man. Like you can bet a lot of money in theory.
Yeah,
Dang.
more.
I don't think you're going to get amazing odds though on an under. Like an over under is not a crazy. You don't get crazy lines on over unders. It's not much.
So you made a couple of thousand, maybe.
I think it's going to be more than a couple thousand, but yes.
And you were going to make a few million over your career. And now
Counterpoint, Eric. Maybe he wasn't that good, and that was his last score.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, right?
Maybe he was like on his way out anyway, so may as well get paid.
Michael Jordan loved to bet. Right. Who knows?
Well, look, I bet you if they had actually investigated Jordan, he probably would have found like he's guilty of like 50 things. It's like Michael, you're not in the baseball. You are permanently banned from the Baseball Hall of Fame, the Cycling Hall of Fame. The Cycling Hall of Fame is like, damn boy, what are you doing?
He flies through the air like an eagle. Like, come on, nobody does that. Any human possibilities are just come on.
I'm gonna check those Jordan 1s for trampolines.
Almost like it was like a trampoline. I like check his shoes. Check his shoes. That's why they went with the Jordan shoes, because they had something inside them.
Mm-hmm. Zach says people beat their wives, murder their neighbor, and the league goes on. Players get caught betting, it's over. Facts.
That's cut and dry. Yeah.
Too
cut and dry.
Good evening, Will. I finished surfing the whole internet, Al Gore style, and found myself here. I don't believe you. The whole he's clean, he's dirty thing with PEDs is laughable. You have no clue. Chances are, most, if not all, we're doing it. Too much money involved. Maybe. Wasn't that part of Lance arguments? Everybody does it. It's cycling. Literally. Listen, the umpires, the spectators, the commentators are juicing.
It's like at home on the couch.
Yeah, like here's like, just to watch this.
I was
what's the
come on, Lance?
What's the moral disparity? Is it money or fame?
I leave it to the people. I leave it to the will of the people to answer that one. Stu says Pete Rose will lose votes to his extramarital affair with 16 or 15 or 14-year-old. Yeah, so that's referencing what Eric was talking about. I already brought that
up. He's a scumbag.
So here's a question, Eric. What if they did put him up for ballot and he didn't make it on the first ballot?
Yeah.
After being dead. It's like, he was kind of an asshole. I hated that guy. Nope.
Yeah.
I mean, when this thing about the underage girls came out not that long ago, he like said, "What's the big deal?" I mean, I forget his exact quote, but he was not apologetic or saying I was younger. It was the 70s. It was so, and it's like, oh, you're just a bad dude. You're just a bad dude.
Well, he had two 15-year-olds, so you thought he was 30. So not
yeah. I don't think he could count. I'm not convinced.
Alas, Pete never got the book on how to win friends and influence people.
No,
he probably somebody should probably slid it across the table to him and go, maybe you should read this. Maybe more persuasive argument may help your case.
Yeah, he was just a complete scumbag, and I wasn't sad when I heard that he passed.
Yep. Zach says all the crying about Pete Rose against like 20% of vote. That would be like what I do. I'd be like, now you put him on the ballot and you literally let him go to the 10th year. He's already dead, but you just don't elect him. He keeps falling short every year.
Disappears.
And, you can put him on the 10th year, but it's like the 10th year after he's already dead. Everybody's sitting there like, what? It's like, it's the principle of the thing. It is the principle. And then you're going to the corner with the dim bulb. And that's after a decade of being out.
Yep.
Sorry, Pete. There'll be none of that for you. No soup for you yet again.
Yes.
It's a tough life, man. It's a tough life. So curious, I know about... Go ahead, Bobby.
Obviously, he had a good life.
Hey, look, here's the thing. Pete Rose could whine and complain. Pete Rose, towards the end of his life, was whining and complaining to everybody who would listen. But it's like, look, you milked as much money out of your name as you possibly. You signed 1 trillion autographs. So don't act like you were hard up or whatever. Shut up.
He had a better life than most people on this planet. Don't worry.
Yeah. So it's like the dude somehow managed to survive. It was tough, I'm sure, but he managed somehow to survive.
Yeah, I'm sure. Real tough.
Now, what I was going to ask was, we'll touch on it here and there as we go, but I was curious if anybody, I know a couple of the folks in the chat are more baseball guys. Feel free to throw in if you got any predictions or thoughts. We were going to get Eric's predictions and thoughts, but if they're anything like his hockey predictions and thoughts, then you'll know who'd bet against. So, that might not work out. So maybe you can make some money that way. In honor of Pete Rose, Eric's memorial Pete Rose bet, he could give you some attempts. So you never know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there you go. Oh, Will's invoking the maths. I like it. Now that he's dead, Pete Rose autos will go up in price. Supply is only 1.23 times 10 to the power of 8.
Oh.
He's got the maths, man.
And are they all legitimate is the question. I think it's power to the 4.
Who would forge a Pete Rose autograph?
Everybody. He's not a Hall
Bobby,
of Fame.
there was a Leaf product. I want to say, do I even have? I don't think I have the box anymore.
I trip over Pete Rose baseballs every day at work.
There was a Leaf product that they did. It was a Pete Rose box set. It was like a Pete Rose retrospective set. And in the set, you could buy the set, and you basically get a full set. And inside, you would get a Pete Rose autograph. There was one in every single box. At the expo, the Pete Rose retrospective set was $25.
Wow.
Every single box had a Pete Rose autograph in it. Every version, every single base card, and I don't remember how many cards were in the base set. It was like 100 cards. There was an autograph of every single one of the cards and multiples of each. So in other words, however many boxes there were, literally for $25, you could have a real Pete Rose autograph in every single box. And he was in Vegas signing constantly, and he was basically trying to. I think what he was going for is he had the all-time hit record. He was basically competing with Johnny Bauer over who could sign the most things ever.
Johnny still wins.
Yeah, Johnny was kind of doing it on the sly, but he was just like, he's sitting there. He goes to Tim Hortons. He goes, "Here's an autograph." But I wanted to change. Here's another autograph. It's like, damn it, Johnny, stop it.
The reality of the hockey hobby and autographs, you're really looking at only a handful of players that are really worth anything. You can talk about Gretzky, but Gretzky's has dropped down. Bobby Orr's has dropped dramatically over the years. So going forward, which kind of ties into the ultra modern cards. I see this got 3 autos on it. It's like, yeah, he's going to sign 5 billion things because he's only 30 years old. So I don't get the new cards with the autos. It's just like, okay. So it's because it was on that particular card. I get it. But
it's the framing. It's all it is, Bobby, is the framing. If the entire memorabilia side of the hobby would collapse, especially on the autograph side, if every collector was like, yeah, I just want one. If that was it, and if all of them held to that, that'd be the end of it. Because you get your one autograph and you're finished.
It's in regard to value. It's not in regard to how many or who has what.
But the thing is, the value is based on the idea of the framing is the only differentiator. An autograph is an autograph is an autograph for a lot of these guys. The only reason why some of those cards will sell for the price they do is because the person will look at the design on the card and go, this design, the framing of this autograph is aesthetically appealing to me and I'll pay for that. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. It would all just fall apart.
And it's 1 of 25 or 5. 1 of 1.
But even if it wasn't 1 out of 25 or whatever, like that's the thing. Like signing a glove, I don't care. Sign a stick, I don't care. Unless it's a game used stick, I can go get 1,000 more sticks and get him to sign 1,000 sticks.
Yeah.
It's a stick, it's cool, but in theory, unless there is another thing that limits the supply, the only way we can differentiate it is to add something. We've got to do something it's the framing. You get the Bobby Orr stick. Okay, if I just go grab a synergy stick that has nothing to do with Bobby Orr and I get him to sign the blade, it's a Bobby Orr autograph on a stick, but it's just a stick I went and bought at the store. Like it has no association of any kind. But if you get him to do one of the brands he used at the time and it's contemporary, even if it's not game used,
sure.
At least the framing is at least closer. We can find a photo of him using I think Victoriaville is one of the brands.
Victoriaville, yeah.
So that's an example right there. So if you do a Victoriaville stick, even if it's not game used or whatever, at least it's more appropriate for a Bobby Orr autograph as opposed to a synergy stick that he never used.
like the game used jerseys that aren't really game used jerseys on the cards. Yeah,
Yeah.
Same kind of.
Well, but it would be the same thing if I took a Bobby Orr and had him sign a Cleveland Barons jersey.
That'd be
He never
cool.
played for the Barons. Yeah, sure, but the point is he never played for the Barons. Could we do it in theory? Yeah, we could.
Chicago.
Maybe. Just saying. But that's all I'm getting at is that if we went and had a custom Cleveland Barons jersey made with Orr's number and had him sign it, it would be an autograph. It'd be on a jersey. It wouldn't make any sense.
Weird shit out there, anyways.
Yeah, but it wouldn't make any sense. That's all I'm getting at. But in theory, you could do it. Why you would do that, I don't know, but you could.
Somebody's got some weird. There's a lot of weird people out there. It's rule number one.
I'm looking forward to it. Listen, it's very exciting. Eric is already like in the spirit of the pucks he gets people to sign. I'm looking forward to it. I actually think he's going to get a Bobby Orr Aussie Rules football signed.
By whom?
By Bobby Orr. As you well know, Aussie Rules football legend Bobby Orr.
I've had him walk by me that I've
real fast
reached out. Yes,
and accelerated as you got closer.
Out and grabbed him. He walked right by me. We said hello. That was it.
In a goodbye sort of way.
He was moving for 70
rapidly accelerating
with 2 fake knees. That man was moving. He was not stopping. But we said hello and out the door he went. But
your story is sounding to me like he faked his injury to get out of Boston.
I've never met him other than that, and I've never sat down and had him sign things in front of me. So,
if you ever see him, get him to sign an Aussie Rules football. That'd be sweet.
Okay.
Yep.
Dufex here says Detroit versus San Diego World Series. Everyone loses. I like the spirit.
I'll show you I'm going to show you guys something that you may never have seen, and if I ever get a chance,
a successful Boston Bruin.
I'm going to punch you in the face. Just mark it down in the calendar. Thursday, November 9th or whatever the hell it is.
And like the Boston Bruins, you'll miss. It'll be a Hindenburg-like ending.
No, if I ever get a chance to go to a signing or meet Bobby Orr, I'll show you what I'm going to have him sign.
All right, while you're doing that, let me read a couple comments. Stick was saying demand will go up initially, then bottom out like the Bob Feller level in a short time. Yeah. Pete Rose signed a crap ton of stuff, like a lot of stuff. Forging Rose Auto is worse than forging an Eric autograph. It's pretty bad. Yeah. It's like 50 Pete Rose Autos per collector in the hobby, probably more. I remember those boxes. I remember seeing them for like $20 with guaranteed auto. Yeah. I was saying 25 Canadian. Just so you guys know, it's 25 Canadian. It was cheap as dirt. But it was a guaranteed auto. Every box. My buddy and I bought one each. We were actually dubious. And then we opened it. It's like, yeah, that's a Pete Rose Auto. Huh. That's a real auto.
It's official.
It was 100% real. Leaf gave him a check and he signed, like, I'll sign as many of these damn stickers as you want. I don't care. I'm getting money. So that was a clearance target, $9.99 for one time for Pete Rose Auto. I don't even doubt it. It wouldn't shock me. There's probably still thousands of those boxes still sealed somewhere. I used to be able to get those Pete Rose boxes at Target. Remember, they're marked down like $10. So that's in line with what Ham was saying. I used to work at Louisville Slugger. Rose ordered bats once a week for autographs, no doubt. Bossy's auto will be the auto to get. There you go, Sean. Let's see here. 2024 Chrome. Pete Rose autos were about to moon, though. Only licensed pack Pilatos. Only licensed pack Pilatos?
Yeah.
That would kind of surprise me. I don't know. Eventually, someone is going to notice their initials in the autographs. There you go.
Well, that's everything now. So there you go.
Yeah. There's nothing aesthetically pleasing about modern autographs. Fair. That's fair. Well, actually, I will tell you, it was shared in the Discord. Anthony Richardson. So I've shown the Anthony Richardson autograph before, like the AR or whatever. There was a card that I want to say it was Wes that shared it. It might have been one of the. Anyway, the point is, there was a card, and if I can find it, I'll share it with you guys. But there was a card that was done, and Anthony Richardson literally signed like this big. Like it was microscopically, like it's the AR, but it was like in the middle of the space. It was like the tiniest way you could sign. And my response to that was like, I think he's literally fucking with people. I think at some point he's literally just gonna go dot.
I think it was a ruse.
I don't even care about the guy. I don't give a shit. Here's your autograph. Dot. Let's
see how
dot.
small I can do it. Fuck you.
Hold on. Batch of stickers, Eric. Dot.
Yeah.
There's actually a part of me not looking forward to tomorrow's signing, because if anyone has ever collected,
you have to slap them around and say, I want your full auto on.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone in the chat or you guys have ever seen Tim Thomas's autograph or collect,
it's going to be TT now.
No, it's like why
get TT?
I think it's valid. Why ask why?
If you look at his autograph, it looks like it's 2 cursive Y's.
And why do people want that? Because they can't get anything else. You got to get rookie signature stuff because that's when they were naive and
I mean, I get it for free, right? So yeah, I'm going to get a whole bunch of stuff signed because I get it for free.
So you're paying full market value.
Spend that kind of money with someone that's initials are TT that has YY.
If he puts a Z, you can call it Rush, and we'd have signal store going on.
Have you considered could you get Tim Thomas just to, instead of signing a signature, just write Porque?
Yeah, I know, right?
Just go with it. Yeah, just roll with it. En español, Porque.
Yeah, but we get these, guys that play the generation before him and back, that they take such care of their autos. But we just had Baubles. Hey, buddy, we just had Baubles send. I don't know if it was all of us or just Carlos and I.
The Lemieux.
The Lemieux autograph. Lemieux's autograph is a freaking joke.
Really?
Mario Lemieux.
Well, you don't like the loop and the
horrible. It always has been.
Always?
It is not used. You can't.
I think you have to go back a ways because even 20 years ago it was pretty much junk.
Really?
Yeah. Early 2000s it was junk. Like I saw some in the early 2000s. It was pretty much junk. It was garbage.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Well,
and I don't own one. And I as much as I would love to have a Mario Lemieux autograph in my collection, I've never wanted to spend that kind of money for something. It's just gross.
Yeah. And it is. It's hard. It's hard to justify, a $200 autograph.
Yeah.
It's just okay. Next.
But Maurice Richard, Bellevaux, gorgeous autographs. Gilles Gilbert, gorgeous autographs.
It didn't slow them down, and there's millions.
Is fine.
It didn't slow them down. There's millions of them out there. So, how hard is it to sign your full autograph?
Exactly. Yeah.
So, let me read a couple of these, Yannick, and then I'll greet you. But let me read a couple of these real quick. Jeff here says, hello, good evening, Jeff. Here. Webo2, appreciate the phonetic spelling always. Brian Gray posted YouTube tribute, Rose 2 days ago, claimed that Leaf used over 500,000 autos over the years. In 2012 alone, used over 200,000. This does not shock me.
No, it doesn't.
Like, there's a crap ton of those, trust me. T206, yeah, the young players today don't know how to sign their name. Yeah, they don't teach cursive anymore. Yeah, we talked about that, I think, a couple of weeks back, if memory serves me. Try Bud Dry. We appreciate the Simpsons reference. Yannick, how's the new Tundra? That's asking. Apparently a Tundra has gone missing. So Yannick's frozen. He's thinking about it right now.
He knows.
Is he frozen?
He knows.
He knows. He's looking for the Tundra.
I think $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Still working, Yannick?
Yeah, no, everything was fine, and then everything kind of just froze up on me. So
terrible.
I think we're good now.
So, did you catch the bit about the Tundra? It was making me laugh earlier when I was when I got passed along to me that apparently the Montreal Expo hasn't even started. It's like, did you get a new car, Yannick? Anything you want to tell the rest of the class?
No new cars or anything. As soon as I give it to Eric, basically it's all his now. So
what you're gonna see is that Yannick wants to get rid of the evidence. So so you're gonna get your mail, Eric, but it's gonna be a gigantic package. He's like, is that a car?
No, listen, let's just take a quick side note. Don't even get me started with this asshole and the mail. I have been to 2 different FedEx stores. I've been running around. I've been playing with the app, the FedEx app. I've been on the websites. Michelle, I had my wife try to navigate the damn website to get involved in this piece of shit over here. I swear it's a gag. He's got me running around all over the North Shore trying to track down this stupid ass package. So screw you, screw Canada, and screw Quebec.
Perfect. I wanted to see how far you would be willing to go for that. So
it was a scavenger hunt. He's like,
basically, it's an empty box, Eric.
You're gonna find out. It's gonna be It's gonna be the greatest reveal ever.
I kicked that thing all over the front yard. I don't know what's in it. But it's in pieces now. I played soccer with that piece of shit.
I haven't had a shipment fiasco in a long time.
FedEx
and this was by far the worst. And it was actually from a place called PWCC, used to, now Fanatic Collect. So I empty my vault. Basically, I got one of those. Basically, the package got kind of like caught in loop limbo. So it was basically leaving, and it was supposed to go to Danvers, right? And then somehow it was going to Peabody all the time. So back and forth.
Because they know what I know, Yannick.
Danvers. Wilmington.
All right, I'm muting Eric because I don't care.
We don't know.
I don't care.
But on top of
Yannick,
that,
the reason why, Yannick, the reason why, I want to finish reading these comments, but the reason why, just so we're all on the same page, is because they know what I know. Danvers, Massachusetts is not real. It's not a real place. Peabody, though, Worcester, and Salem are the only three things in that state. It's a big blob, and it's like some random lines. It's a triangle of random lines, and that's it. It's the territory of Peabody, the territory of Salem, and the territory of Worcester. That's it. So you tried to send it to a place that doesn't exist. If you just sent it to Guelph, Ontario, a magical place, Eric would have gotten it. It would have been fine.
You know, it's kind of funny.
We got you, bro. We got you.
I have a parcel too. They're in York, so they're in Mississauga, Tobico, whatever. You know, that's the area of York. So I bought this thing, and they shipped it out through Chit Chats. So this thing gets taken into Chit Chats, and it goes out to their where is it? Brampton location. That's their head office hub. Then it comes back to Toronto. Then it goes over to Scarborough, and then it comes out for delivery. That took 6 days.
Yep.
I went, are you kidding? I could have drove there in 30 minutes and maybe met them and picked it up, but just like honestly. And then it was a clock. It was a clock. So the clock is 10 inches. The box is 9.5. So then they lean it on. It's a square box. It's like this box coming. I'm going, this is a clock, like a flat clock. So they leaned it so it got that angle so it fit under. But then the box was crunched on the one side. And I went, holy, and it survived. It survived. So it was just one of those nightmare things. And welcome to eBay and Chit Chats and whatever.
You actually reminded me. I had a little story I was going to share about that, but let me finish reading these comments first. So Ray here, good evening, says, how much is Ken Dryden autograph? I know it's actually not cheap because he hates signing, and he hates signing when it isn't personalized.
About $100. It depends on what it's on. It's a little cheaper now too. Actually, it has went down. But if you got it on his rookie card, it's worth a lot. But then the rookie card kind of takes over for that a little bit. So, but a straight autograph, a clean one, $75 to $100. That's Ken Dryden. If you got it on something unique, then you can add.
There you go.
I think it's a little. I know he's the expert, and I hate arguing with him, but I think it's worth a lot more than 75.
I'm not fucking gone yet.
I think the problem is that Ken Dryden has actually stopped signing a lot of stuff, and he likes to personalize. If you wanted like just a straight auto, it hurts. It hurts the. If you got a personalization, obviously that's not as interesting to some folks. A straight auto is a little bit tougher. And to Bobby's point, the rookie card is actually Mike Canadian Cards actually got one of his rookie cards in on a recent mail that he got signed, and so that was a pretty good pickup for him. But I think he's planning on moving it, and he's asking an aggressive price for it because it's a little tougher to get where it's not personalized, where it's just straight up Ken Dryden's autograph without the rest of it. Then it's a little tougher.
Going forward, you won't get his autograph.
That's going to be $1,000.
Yeah, that would be. But I had his book. I had it autographed in a single page, and I got $75 for the book. Like,
how long ago was that?
A few years back. I had two of them actually. I had two.
Sure.
And you can get 175, depends on the day. There it is.
No, that's Lemieux.
That's Lemieux.
Oh, that's
trash.
Oof. That's who?
Yeah, that's Mario Lemieux. That's been basically his auto. But the thing is, I can go to the early 2000s. That's his autograph. It's not like it's degraded. In the early 2000s, he's already been around forever. Like,
you're been around a bit there, but like it's basically he had an autograph, I think, for the first couple of years of his career, and then then it's been like this forever.
It's horrible. And Paul, I hate to agree with Paul because it makes me sick to my stomach a little. I've always thought the same thing as what reference he's trying to make. And I almost wrote that today in the text message is that it says Lulu, just like Doncic. Yeah, it's ridiculous that's what he writes. He pretty much writes Lulu on it, especially when he's in a hurry.
Yep. CC here says Gretzky and Yzerman best autos. They're definitely up there. Gretzky can be a little sloppy. I like Yzerman's a little bit more than Gretzky, but Gretzky, when he signs more of a full thing, it's pretty decent. Wasn't frozen. He was just being very still. Carlisle saying Yannick's camera's going crazy. I like a lot of the crazy stuff going there. Yeah, so this was the other one. Yeah, it's just messing around a bit. FedEx was the other one. So there was like the FedEx, theft as well. But that goes back to what I said earlier tonight about whenever there is a financial benefit, people start getting greedy and they do different things. But it was actually funny that Bobby was talking about the package. I had an eBay lot that I bought from the UK. And I decided in this case, I was like, all right, screw it. I'm going to get it directly mailed to me. I got a good price for it. So I was like, fine, I'll pay the stupid eBay international shipping bullshit they've got. So it's double problem because it's in the UK. So that means they got to ship it to a place, I think, stateside. So they're shipping it to a place stateside, which then sends it to the connection point in Canada. So the last mile in this case. Now, if you guys remember from many live streams past, my favorite story was the eBay international shipping where they literally dropped it off at a random convenience store down the street from me. It was just like the most random last mile. I'm sitting there like, why a convenience store? Why of all the places on this planet? In this case, they did ship it and did drop it off at my house. And it was UPS that was the final mile, is what they call it. The actual final delivery is UPS. Okay, fine. I've had stuff delivered from UPS. That's fine. So they showed the delivery and literally, Eric, I have a mailbox right beside my door.
Right.
They put it down on the floor in front of my door. And I'm sitting there like, why? Just really? It's a mailbox. You could just put it. It was a padded envelope. It's not like it was this crazy. It wasn't like this gigantic box or anything. You literally could have put it in the mailbox. It would have been perfectly fine. It was actually raining a little earlier today, and it was fortunate that I actually walked outside and grabbed it before a little bit of the rain came. And I was like, you literally would have put it on the ground in front of my door. If I hadn't noticed and I wasn't home, it would have been problematic if I was at work getting back. I was like, guys, really? What the hell are we doing?
I watched a kid the other day pull up in front of my house in a car. It was just a 4-door sedan. And I didn't really think too much about it. All of a sudden, and it was spitting rain. The passenger side window comes down, and out comes this white package. He just shoved out, just launched it out the window on my front walkway, and then just drove away. I could not believe it. He did not care that I was standing in the driveway watching this. The window went down and just poof, and it drove away.
He didn't even have the decency to yell, yeet!
Nothing.
That's very disappointing.
It's crazy. I was just, yeah. Thankfully, it was a soft thing. I don't know. It was either from my wife or mother. I don't even know what the hell was in it, but it was soft, so it wasn't damaged. But he just launched this thing out the window onto my not my front stoop, right? Not by the door. No, just in the middle of my walkway leading up to the front of my house.
There you go, man. But yeah, it's been bad. Like some of them, that's why I try not to use the international, eBay shipping, whatever they call it. Number one, it's expensive. Number two, you have to pay the customs, which can be very expensive. In this case, I got a good enough deal on the card itself that I was like, yeah, just send it directly to me. In this case, it got to me fine, whatever. But it's always an adventure. You just don't know what nonsense they're going to do. But what made me laugh is in the tracking, kind of to Bobby's example, same story as his deal. It actually got to Mississauga, and then it went out to their hub, which is actually outside the city. And then it gets on the truck outside the city, so the truck driver can drive back into Mississauga to send it to me. I'm sitting there like, you already in Mississauga? He's just, never mind, whatever. Sure, whatever you say, guys. It's always something like that.
Anyways, I just want to wrap this up by saying, Yannick, you owe me gas money.
Oh, I got you, bro.
And at least a 6-pack of Pepsi.
No problem. We got the new mayonnaise Pepsi around.
Fuck you.
Amazing. Zach says here, my mail lady sticks my mail halfway up the box, doesn't even attempt to close the box. My post office told me if I don't like it, get a P.O. box. Zach, I got to remind you of something. You're in America. Your story should have ended with, and then I shot him in the face.
We do that.
And then that'll be the last time this becomes a problem. Put it in the mailbox. You look at the next, you shoot the one in the face, and then you look at the one beside him and goes, this is what happens if it doesn't go in the mailbox.
You know, we like to shoot people in the face. I agree. Can't argue with that. Big fan myself. Okay. However, that's not always like our first reaction. We do like to punch you in the face. And
yeah, I'm hearing the words he's saying, but I'm a lot like that meme from Ron Burgundy. I don't believe you. I hear his words, but I'm thinking, no, Eric leads with shooting in the face. And then he punches the body after shooting them in the face. I think he doesn't have the guts to punch him in the face. I think he shoots him first to make sure. And then he shoots him again just to make sure the soul isn't dancing anymore. And then punches him in the face.
So if Eric was to shoot somebody in the face, would they let him in the YouTube Hall of Fame after that?
That could be problematic. That could be a controversial take.
I don't want to be in the YouTube Hall of Fame.
Oh, you're in it, brother.
I don't want to.
Says like a man who wants to be in.
No, and they can't make me.
You sound like a man who says, "Put me in the fucking Hall of Fame, or I'll shoot you in the face."
No, I don't want to.
Put me in, coach.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to, and they can't make me.
You will put me in the Hall of Fame, and you will acknowledge the existence of Peabody. You will acknowledge the existence of Danver.
And love it.
Danver.
We'll just ask mom to make you. That'll be the end.
Danver is
Listen,
like missing something.
Hold on, can I say something, please?
Mm-hmm.
Just because my mother it's a fact. Just because my mother likes Yannick more than she likes me.
She literally likes everyone more than she likes you.
Yeah, but she really she really likes Yannick for some reason. I don't know why. She's always excited when he comes by. I don't understand it. But just because she likes you more than she likes me doesn't mean she's gonna do every single thing you say and make me do stuff. Okay.
Well, I don't ask her much, just that. And that every time I do though, like her face just like lights up and she smiles from one ear to the other.
Yeah, a very rare occurrence.
Like she does the Carlos thing too. She rubs her hands together.
Oh.
They pick on me.
Because there's feeling when she realizes that. Otherwise it's numb being around Eric all the time.
Yeah. It's bad. They team up on me when he's here. It sucks.
Terrible.
Just terrible. Love it.
Horrible. Stuke says, first, Zach says here. Zach says, you've never met me, but I'm just crazy enough to get insanity plea, so I'm not scared. Facts. Stuke says, we've always had this old timer that said he would shoot us in the buttocks with salt-filled shotgun shells if we didn't get off his lawn. By this old timer, do you mean Eric?
And that was last week.
Exactly.
Better get
Thank you, Stu.
right?
Thank you, Stu. Well, listen, he can do both. He can shoot you in the face and then shoot you in the buttocks. Like Eric has a fixation. There's a problem. There's an issue here. We're kind of saying it without saying it, but we're saying it. So, quick question, Yannick: are you planning on doing any attending to the Montreal show? Or are you skipping it?
I'm skipping it. I skipped, I think, every single one of them except the one I've been with Brad. That was pretty much the first one after COVID. And to me, it's not necessarily worth it. Okay, few things. It's just a return trip. It's almost like a 5 to 6 hour just to go there and come back. Then it's in Laval, so which is not really in Montreal. It's on the other island north of it. And so that's just whining and complaining. There's no biggie on like as far as like going there to do that. But Toronto show is only a month away, and I know most of all the tables and the vendors there. Like I'm at that level now. And there was a regional like 2 weeks ago. So half of these guys in a way are almost like, not. I'm overshooting numbers here, but basically what I'm saying, to me, there's no really advantage to go there. I'd rather just wait for Toronto.
Well, my question was going to be, so kind of my follow-up question to that, and I'll read CC's comment here, but a follow-up question to that. Do you think the fact that they're about a month out from each other is maybe a little too tight? Because it's literally, because normally we're looking at the weekend of like November the 10th, 11th. That's kind of the normal. But this year, the way it kind of falls, it's 7 to 10. So the end is towards kind of the normal slot where it's kind of in the middle. So in reality, it's October the 4th when I say a month out, I mean almost exactly a month out right now, as we speak, right now. So it's like, by the way, don't blink because about 4 weeks, give or take.
You know, do you bring your A game this weekend or you wait 30 days from now because that all of these vendors would exactly be there in 30 days in Toronto? So to me,
that's kind of what I'm throwing out there. It's like we can say a month, but guys, when I say a month, I'm saying November the 7th. Like we are talking almost exactly a month almost to the day.
And all the dealers won't have the stuff that they already sold to those last 2 shows. So it's kind of good for me. I can just bypass them and go to the other booths. And this is the thing, you know, because a lot of these dealers don't replenish stock with different things within a month. So it's kind of like taking a back seat. It's sort of like having the auction end. Usually that's what happens is you have classic ends 1 week before the expo, and it's like, oh damn, you know, and because all the people who are spending money spend a lot on there, and then they come to the show and go, I spent, you know, $3,000 at classic. I don't have that much more, you know, funds to play around. So, you know, this was usually a show, but they had 2 other shows prior to it. So what are you going to do? And then they had that Edmonton one that was also just after the week after, sort of like, wow, it's too many shows. And plus all the small shows, you know, there's been a run on small shows in Toronto. Like you must be seeing it, Carlos. You know how many shows are out there right now? Like not even just a lot. Sports cards. We're talking Comic Cons, Compass, whatever. All these different shows are showing up like everywhere. It's like, wow. I've never seen.
It's very 90s-ish. It feels a little 90s-ish.
It does. Then that's what I mean. It's coming back to its roots of, I think, and those shows are a little bit less commercial, I guess, in the sense, you know, it's more of, hey, I'm going there. I'm a hobbyist. I'm looking around. I'm trying to find something cool. You know, where the expo is socialized more and more commercial in that sense. You know, all the, you know, the famous YouTubers show up and hang out together, and that's their thrill. And did they buy something? I don't know. But the small shows, very good, and they're actually well populated now too. The last 2 shows I went to, packed. I just went. The show's never been packed, so it's been great, and actually some good stuff on people's tables. So I can't complain.
I think it's fair. That's where I thought it was kind of interesting for me. I have to kind of keep reminding myself. That's why I wanted to make sure I said it out loud, because I was like, wait, November 7th, you know, this weekend, you know, by the time basically the show's over, 3-day show, you're talking the October the 6th, a month and a day.
Right now would be your Friday night show. Like, as like, hey, your first recap of like, hey, today I picked that up and we did this, we did that. So
yeah.
I think on the regional side of like, you know, I guess the expo now, the way that they took their path, you know, like you still have the main one, Toronto, twice a year, but now you have like, you know, West and East ish, Montreal being its own world.
West Coast.
I think the thing is Montreal doesn't feel far enough away from me.
No, it
like
doesn't.
It's because I can go on the Via Rail. Like if I just want to take a little scenic road, you can go on a Via Rail, have a nice chill, easy trip, and roll into Montreal. I've done it. Like it's not a crazy trip, and you can kind of cruise in.
To the show is a pain, but
yeah, exactly, and that's fair.
How far away is it to drive from downtown Toronto to downtown Montreal?
4 hours, 4.5.
Oh, whoa, a little more than that. Like,
how slow are you driving?
Say that again.
How slow are you driving? I was on my motorcycle.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
When's the last
on the sidewalks?
To Montreal, probably 6 hours. I guess
it's 5 to 6 hours.
Yeah, I think that's about right. That sounds right to me.
I said 4.5. He says 5 to 6, and whoa.
Come on, but like, okay, whatever.
That half an hour is another 20 kilometers an hour. And actually,
like
Montreal,
5 to 6 hours actually ass in seat, man. Not just like taking the coffee and the piss and like stopping again. Like I mean, like ass in seat. Like,
yeah, true enough. And when I get into Montreal or Quebec, I slow it right down. I don't drive fast because those guys are hiding everywhere. Oh my gosh.
So like door to door to me to go to Toronto driving, it's an 8-hour trek, 10-hour if you take,
because you're up and around the you're further.
Yeah.
So it's kind of it's farther to me to go to Toronto, Eric, to go to your place.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're taking a more direct path. I think it kind of works a little bit easier.
Straight down, and then otherwise it's over.
Yeah, because it takes me about 10 hours to get to the show. Also, even though it says, MapQuest says 8, but it's like, all right, well, I gotta stop
Well,
it.
you have to go around Lake Ontario. That's the problem.
I gotta do all this stuff. You gotta factor in traffic. So yeah, it's usually like closer to 10.
Probably about right. So for me, I think bottom line to that whole conversation is that I think I understand what the expo is trying to do, but since it is kind of Menzie controlling the different expos, I feel like a little gap would have been probably wise in there. A little bit more of a gap, would have been smarter. Maybe you did the Montreal thing last month, and then that gives you a 2-month gap. Maybe that would have worked a little better.
Like March would have been ideal.
Maybe that might be another option. Yeah,
even if you go to March break or somewhere in close there, that gives it enough space and time. And March is actually good because everyone's jiving for a show, right?
Yeah, and I'm not. It's a different situation. Is the guys that are doing the one in Vancouver? That's all the way on the other side of the country. If you're gonna run a show there, that's fine. You're all the way on the other side, cool. Montreal though is like still close enough that it's like still feels a little close.
Of the same dealers. Where in Vancouver you wouldn't have a lot of the same dealers. Yeah. There's only a certain few that would go out there, and you have a lot of centralized dealers from Vancouver just being there.
So for me, it's the combination. It's that Montreal is not far enough away. And then a month is not enough time distance-wise. It doesn't feel like it's enough.
And then Brad had his show last week, so holy crap! Like
craziness.
We're getting East Coast ripped here.
That's crazy.
Amazing.
Brad ruins everything.
CC was saying here, question for the panel. If you could be inducted into any Hall of Fame, which hall would you pick? Basketball, baseball, hockey, rock and roll, or football? Now, CC, so we're on the same page. First, we got to make sure we cover this. Eric's already in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yes. As a Kiss lover.
Yeah, he was in there because they're like, oh my God, there is a guy. And then Eric was inducted. He was inducted by Gene Simmons himself.
No, I meant kissing ass getting in there, yeah.
Oh, Gene Simmons is there for that too. Listen, Gene Simmons is there where there's a buck to be had. It's fine. He's like, wait, did somebody say kiss? I'm in.
I can't even.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's appropriate. It doesn't matter if it's relevant. He's there.
I can't argue that.
Yeah. I'll be in the Hockey Hall of Fame one day, so don't worry.
There you go. I'm gonna go with football. I'm gonna go with football because you get the big bust, and then you could literally. It's kind of cool to have it, and then you could actually angle it and just basically just give like Eric the stink eye.
Stare at Eric like 4 busts, just turning like staring at Eric from each angle.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Like the mustard yellow jacket too.
Yeah, I think people are underestimating the Football Hall of Fame has that going for it. Having the actual physical bust is it's pretty sweet.
Yeah. Otherwise, just a plaque on what's the Hockey Hall of Fame? Got glass plaques.
Baseball.
Yeah, well, listen, it's fine. It's fine. But again, if I went through the Hockey Hall of Fame, yeah, okay, it'd be the picture, whatever, and then and then it just say at the bottom, it's like, "Fuck you, Eric, pay for the like button." That'd be my entire blurb.
Oh,
yeah,
that'd be your.
That'd be it.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be it. I feel like that would encompass it perfectly for me. Oh, and of course, at the bottom, # praise the content gods.
And then YouTube Hall of Fame, that'll be followed underneath that. Or
amazing.
One of the two.
Yes. Yeah. Well, listen, I plan to put my YouTube Hall of Fame plaque. When obviously I'll get in, but when I do, I plan to put my YouTube Hall of Fame plaque over in the corner of the Baseball Hall of Fame with the dim bulb. It'll be right beside Pete Rose's plaque. Yeah. It'll be right over there. That's where you're gonna find it.
Is it a plaque or a sticker? I can't remember.
It's a little patch. It's a little.
Oh, a patch. Sorry.
Yeah, it's literally a patch. Yeah.
When above the sticker, between the decal sticker and patch, I got it. Okay.
It doesn't matter. It's trash either way.
I got it.
It's trash either way. Yeah. So I gave my answer. I'm going with the bust. We're going with the Football Hall of Fame. We're going with the bust. All right. Which one? So Bobby, if you want to go with the hockey one, you can. But which one would you select? What would you select as your choice? You got the sports ones. We're all included here. Rock and roll. What do you want? Which Hall of Fame? I'll come right back, but go ahead. Eric, go ahead and answer. We know it's the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but what's other response you want to claim?
Yeah.
The Cycling Hall of Fame?
I want to be in the Mountain Biking Hall of Fame.
Is there such a thing?
There is.
Oh, my God.
It's been around since the 90s.
Oh, okay. So it has some heritage.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And that's what I would like to have. I would have liked to have been good enough in my career to have made an impact.
You were, but more in crashes than you were in riding through winning.
If
cricket.
if they have a wing for just crash test dummies, I'm in.
Yeah, that's cool.
Most surgeries related to crashes. Yep.
Yeah, I'll take the Hockey Hall of Fame, and Yannick, I know what you're going to pick.
Well, obviously the Baseball Hall of Fame, but I have to had visited the place over almost 3 times now, basically. But I spent almost like 10 days there. But Hockey Hall of Fame is nice too, but
it's the aristocracy of the Baseball Hall of Fame of Hall of Fames. Like,
I'm curious to what do you even get to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Like, do you get a trophy, a plaque?
You get to go to Ohio again.
Do you? I'd like to be remembered as the greatest rocker of all time. Like, party his heart out and basically died like OD and party and rock and rolling. But other than that,
died with a guitar in his hand. Yeah.
A lot of people don't know. I'm glad you asked, Yannick. A lot of people don't know. When you get inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and as an inductee, Eric knows this, you basically get 2 CDs. They give you 2 CDs. First one is a William Shatner spoken poetry CD. So you get that. That is one of your prizes.
That's rare.
And prize is,
that's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, this is the second one. And second one is actually you get an experimental new wave album of Yoko Ono. She produced it in the 1980s. She was experimenting a lot in the 1980s. So between the spoken word poetry of William Shatner and the new wave stylings of Yoko Ono in the 1980s, and she was still getting over the John Lennon thing. So it can go to some wild places.
And I listened to that album. Trust me. 2
CDs.
You want to get that autograph?
Who?
Yeah,
probably by Pete Rose. Why not?
Yep.
Pete would sign it.
Oh yeah, he'll sign it. You give him money,
he'll sign everything. He'll sign everything
today.
He'll put anybody's name on it. Give him money.
Or if you really want to get sneaky, maybe you take the Yoko Ono album to you go take the Yoko Ono album to I already forgot what the stupid name is. Ken Dryden. You go take it to Ken Dryden, and Ken Dryden will sign it to go, I fucking love this album, Ken Dryden. Of course you do.
And then he forgot.
You weirdo. You weird man.
Yeah.
He is a weird man.
Look, would it shock you if it turns out he's a big fan of Yoko Ono's new wave work?
Nope.
It wouldn't shock because that's his era.
Yeah, he's a very strange man.
He is
very odd individual. Very odd.
Yep.
He's a strange dude.
But thank you for asking, Yannick. It allowed me to regale you with what the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame gives. Now, Yannick, do you not want to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame now when you know what prizes await you?
Mm-hmm.
No, I think I'll take another. I'll
go back to settle for the hip.
Fame. That's it.
Yeah, there you go. Josh here says, "Good evening, gentlemen," and Eric. I was just stopping by to make sure Eric knows I'm watching. Eric is comforted by this thought.
Shut up, Josh.
Stuke says, my grandfather skated in his hometown with a member of the Canadian Sports Hall of Fame, Norval Bapty.
Well, all right.
Nobody calls their kid Norval anyway.
They should. Let's bring that back.
And what's the last name?
Bapty.
Okay, cool.
I think we need to bring that name back.
I just thought he was talking about one of the tracks on the Yoko Ono album. Norval Bapty is probably one of the tracks.
It's probably. Yeah.
It might have been a tribute. We don't know.
And so is Stoops. So, hey. Set up.
Let me tell you.
The same.
Oh, my God.
I'm very proud that I was able to incorporate William Shatner and Yoko Ono into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. I would almost guarantee in the history of mankind that's never been done before.
I like to innovate, Eric. I like to innovate.
Yeah, I feel comfortable in saying that this is the first time in history
we're trendsetters
that those two things were brought up in the same sentence. Yeah.
Eric, some would think after 208 live episodes,
right,
that are part of the official canon. We're not even counting the other live episodes because that's closer to 250.
Right.
But 208 live episodes of this particular count, you would think we'd rest on our laurels. You would think that I'd be like, no, I'm just going to cruise my way into the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame. No, my friends. I am still innovating to this very day.
Yes. And no disrespect to IRP at 200.
No, it's no knock on them, but I think I sense some tiredness. I've been sensing some tiredness in a few of those episodes. It's like
since number 20, no.
3. I say it with love,
It's funny. Okie dokie.
Yep. With love, of course. And I did pop into the chat, at least said hello. I think you did as well, Bobby, for the 200.
Yeah. I was very short in there, and it was just like, I gotta do some stuff. I got some stupid videos to watch.
Yeah, I said hello too.
Yeah. There you go. We at least popped in and said hello. I thought that'd be worthwhile.
We were there at the 200. We can look back in the course of our life and say, I remember I was there.
I feel that that's what finally got me in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Got me my fucking Yoko Ono album. Jesus.
Well, his what was it? The signage he used, it was like 200. It's like everybody had to look, right?
I actually like that. I thought it was good. I was kind of enjoying. Look, it's not even a critique. It's just I thought. Yes. Well, it was the 200th episode. That's by definition that's not clickbait. It was in fact the 200th episode. If it was 199th, it would be clickbait. But you liar!
As it stated, it was like
how dare you
thing. It's like
if he's still doing the 200th episode, like on the 206th episode, then yes, it's clickbait.
Yes,
yeah, just milking it for weeks. What I was gonna say was, I was kind of thinking it would have been interesting if there had been a couple more blasts from the past in there. Although I did like that Scotty Tradition popped in to say hello for that one, so I thought that was good. I know him from his YouTube channel and a lot of stuff, and he's another Packer fan as well, so I think that was kind of fun. I would have liked to have heard a little bit more about some of that stuff, but it's okay. I think at some point maybe I'll see if I can invite him at some stage and see if we can make that happen. But it was good. So good on the boys. Congratulations to them, and hopefully they enjoyed it. Now, I wanted to touch on one or two other things. I was trying to see, news-wise, there wasn't too much craziness. We did talk about the Montreal thing. So let me ask, open-ended, anybody else got anything going on with them? Anything interesting they picked up recently? I just want to open it up to the chat as well, if anybody's got anything they want to discuss.
I did. I got
by all means. By all means.
Well, I added a new C57 to my set there.
Oh, nice. Wow.
Very nice. I was
which player is that?
Art Bernier. He played with the Wanderers, so he's number 6 out of 50 of the set. And the back says a forward player was with RMC, which is our Royal Military College of Kingston, and he played for the Kingston's Frontenacs. Mm-hmm. And this one actually have some markings, and someone like basically listed from number 1 to number 20. And by the writing, the style of the writing, you can totally tell it's from the era, so early 20th century again. And first time I bought from Slab Shark, that was actually pretty neat. Just the fact they have
quick shipping,
good shipping, quick, efficient. Like you pay, man, the next day it's that's your order. It's gone out the door. They have auctions every Thursday night. They have quite a selection. One little nifty thing that I found that I thought was pretty neat is it comes in this nice little looking thing, almost like suitcase looking. It's got a little tab. It's all safe. And then when you open it, here's your slab that just kind of super safe, nice. I thought it was pretty neat. QR code, easy peasy. I'm very happy with that. And I got some cool pencils.
Yeah. Unopened package from
pencils.
80s.
NHL, Quebec Nordiques.
That's pretty cool.
I spent almost a whole $20 with shipping.
Yes.
Almost a whole $20.
Big spender. Big spender.
Canadian, Eric. So $20 Canadian. How much is that, Eric?
Oh, I'll get my thing then.
$20 Canadian. That's like 32 cents.
Again, I'll make sure I'll do the exchange rate for you. I'll give you whatever exchange rate. That exchange rate, I'll.
Oh yeah, I've had this conversation with Eric many a times. Listen, Eric, because I am not a peasant like you, what I'm going to do is I am going to when we get to Toronto in about a month, I am going to give you 50 cents American for every $20 Canadian bill you give me. I am going to go above and beyond. I am
Nice.
going above comps on the exchange because I'm not a peasant.
I appreciate that.
Yep, I'm going to throw 50 cents at you. You give me 20 Canadian dollars, and we're good. We'll do this as many times as you want.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
Done.
Carlos still have rolls of change from the show.
Oh, I do. Eric, what happens is Eric will be like, "Hey, run, bougie boy." He's like, I'm going to punch you in the face. You won't get close enough after this change hits you. Ah! It's like, wait, what was that? That was a frozen packet of mayo, fucker.
I'd rather have that than loonies and toonies thrown at me.
What about both? Why settle for one? We can do both. And then all of a sudden you're like, frozen packets of mayo, loonies, toonies. Wait, Bobby, why are you throwing shit? It's like Bobby's like, I just wanted to warm up my arm.
I like the frozen pack touch, Carlos. That was pretty cool.
Listen, Yannick, again, I refuse to rest on my laurels. I wish to innovate every single time. Even at this stage, we're still throwing new stuff out there.
Yeah.
New stuff.
Yeah.
CC says, Yannick, nice pickup, awesome card. There you go.
Thank you. I'm very happy. I got 8 out of 50. So working on it. I got some big names, but I'd like to knock bigger names before I keep going. The Vezina is going to be a pricey one.
Oh, pricey. Jesus. Yeah. That's
Vezina.
You have to sell all the rest to buy that.
And then there's the short printed as the Ottawas and the
Ottawas.
Those one command pretty good penny because of the extra S after Ottawa. So
yes. Well, actually, a lot of that comes from the newspapers. There was a lot of short forms given to different teams. St. Louis back in the 30s, there they were called St. Lou, LOO, often referred. So the nicknames for teams were kind of interesting. So my pickup this week was a Peter Puck clock.
Oh yeah,
that was the one that was the package you were talking about, Bobby. That was the shipment.
I was on an angle. I should have brought the box. I still have it. Yeah. So I have never seen this clock before. Peter Puck had 9 episodes. That's it, 9, and the amount of Peter Puck stuff that's out there is unbelievable. This one is like it's like vinyl, like a seat cushion. It almost has a little bit of padding in it. It's just the weirdest, coolest thing. But it has all the numbers around there, so obviously it's not.
What year is it?
This one, you see, this is the funny thing. Either on Peter Puck it has 1974 copyright date, 1980, or 1992. This one is actually 1992. They did a short run of things. I found one Puck, 92 Puck. It's very hard to find that era of this stuff. Like, it's more recent, I guess, in the grand scheme of things, but still a great piece. So
good for you. What nice.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. And also something else I did pick up. I don't really have pictures of it because I haven't received it yet. But it was actually a program, a game from January 28th, 1930, 29-30 season of the Pittsburgh Pirates versus the Chicago Blackhawks. The funny part is they were playing in Atlantic City. So they played at the Coliseum there in Atlantic City. Very interesting game. They also played a couple games because that was their last year. The Pittsburgh, they went from 1925 to 30. Pittsburgh Pirates, and a lot of people don't, understand that. I remember being with Josh from Leland's, and Dave was sitting with us because Dave's a big Pittsburgh. And I said, I was introducing Dave, and we were at Ruth Chris having dinner, and thanks, Josh, for paying for that. I said, Dave's a big Pittsburgh Pirates fan. He goes, oh, yeah. And he starts naming off the baseball stuff. And he goes, I said, and we're all just sitting there watching and going, no, hockey, Pittsburgh. He goes, hockey? They did hockey? I said, yep. So a lot of people don't know that Pittsburgh Pirates were also a hockey team, which was kind of confusing back in the day because you figure you got the Pittsburgh Pirates, you got the Pittsburgh Pirate. Is okay, let's, no separation there. So it's a very unique program in that, they became the Philadelphia Quakers, which, you would think that Atlantic City, so close to Philly, maybe they were setting them up for the future of moving on, but just a very unusual game. Now, in retrospect, finding a program from 1920, 2930 is tough enough. It's very, very tough. Add it to that they're both out of their states, and you're playing at another place that really doesn't know, but it's NHL hockey. But how many programs did they sell? Hardly as many as they would at their normal arenas, right? So it's a very, very unique piece, any which way. So.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's really neat, and I like the fact that I can sense. I have a general idea of what you're talking about with the feeling of it and the cushiness of it. Yeah, I think that's pretty neat.
It's like a seat cushion.
Yeah.
But I was talking about the Pittsburgh Pirates, anyways. Moving on.
I think what's funny about it. Sorry, I was checking something on the side, and but it was funny because during that time period in the 20s and 30s, there was a fundamental lack of creativity in Pittsburgh because you had the Pittsburgh Pirates baseball team you're talking about, you had the Pirates hockey team you're talking about, and in 33, the Pittsburgh's later to be Pittsburgh Steelers started in 33 as the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Oh my God!
So there was a football team, Pittsburgh Pirates, for years.
Well,
as well.
Is something,
yeah. But now I think that's why I was double checking the years. The Pirates didn't. That's why I say it was good that I was actually doing that audiobook this week. So I got a little background on it. It was actually very. By the way, it's fascinating. Decades they struggled. The NFL struggled for decades.
Oh yeah,
trying to get any traction. And but it was cool because they did talk about some of the decisions they made that actually did eventually lead to them having some success. They made a couple of very shrewd moves that worked out in their favor. But at the time they were struggling. And in 33, Art Rooney, who was running the Pittsburgh team at the time, started up as the Pirates, leveraging the Pirates name. But I think given the years that the hockey team ran, they didn't overlap. But regardless, there were 3 different Pittsburgh Pirates teams within about a 10, 15-year span there. And the Pirates baseball team maintained throughout. They were the only consistent. Yeah. Eventually, the Pirates became the Steelers. But regardless, it was very, very colorful early history of the NFL. If you're interested in it, I double checked. The book is called The League. It's just called The League, and it talks about the early days of the NFL. It talks about a lot of the founding owners and a lot of their stories in it. Fascinating. Art Rooney was interesting. The New York Giants owner was very interesting, and again, the Washington owner there had a very interesting thing. And I'm glad Stu brought this up here. With the war, 1943, the Steelers combined became the Steagles. The Steelers and the Eagles played a season with a merged roster and were called the Steagles.
That's cool.
Officially, or was that nicknamed by the fans?
That nickname was most people kind of considered it. I don't think it was official at the time, but they were a merged roster because they didn't have enough players. Because of World War II, they did not have enough players on their respective. They didn't like the arrangement. It only happened for one season, but it was basically out of necessity. The alternative was they wouldn't be able to run the season. So it's like you either merge rosters so you at least have one functioning roster, or you just have to take the year off completely.
How is there? I mean, I'm being serious. I'd love to know the answer. How can you be able-bodied enough to play professional football, but not able-bodied enough to be drafted into the military at that time of World War II? Where if you were able-bodied, you were gone. I don't understand.
World War II wasn't exactly the draft. It wasn't quite the same. Like you definitely had a lot of people enlisted voluntarily. And you got to remember World War II, the thing that made it a little bit different is that Pearl Harbor didn't happen until
42.
Was it 41?
41.
So you were already 2 years into the war. It wasn't like America didn't start there. They gave supplies and materials and equipment and whatever. And then, so Pearl Harbor happens in 41, and then it takes a while to mobilize. And plenty of people enlisted, but baseball ran the whole way through too. Because it was a decision made, I want to say FDR basically said, hey, we're going to need stuff happening for morale purposes, run something. There'll be players, of course, that are going to go to war, but run a league of some kind so that there's a distraction, so that there is some morale on the home front. So baseball still played in the 40s, and the NFL basically took that as impetus for them. Obviously, a bunch of players enlisted, but that's why the team didn't have enough players. So they kind of had to make do.
Well, that's what happened in hockey, too. A lot of, players were borrowed.
Yeah. And here's a little bit from Paul as well. So they're also legit jobs. So if you were doing something that was actually useful on the home front. That was kind of your valid reason for being like, okay, but you can work your day job and then still play in these games and do the morale piece. So you're getting paid by that job, but you're also doing this other job. So it's kind of like you have your cake and eat it too, because they're like a couple more, and it also depended on the player, because even some of the owners that were in their late 40s enlisted. But at the end of the day, what are you going to send in like a 48-year-old guy to do specifically? You're gonna send him in to run into invade Normandy. Like, probably not.
I mean,
you don't want to piss an old angry guy, man, off. You know, like the young kids usually they'll cry a little, but the old guy that's already like,
he's hardened.
I'm already angry.
Yeah, the problem though is that much like the example of what I'm talking about with your hip, the Germans would sit there and be like, "Should we shoot him?" He's like, he's literally not moving. Well, I think he's trying to move.
If I was on the other side, I would just say, "Let's just see how far it
can get. Like, let's just hold on. Let it play. Let it play. Franz, let it play. Let it play. Franz, let it play. Let it play. Let's see how far it gets. It's like, what happened? He tripped over the thing. It's not even. That's not an explosive. That's just a thing.
Chocolate sticks.
Yeah.
Now, the same problem.
Now slow me down.
The CFL had a hard time, and they were called rugby for such a long time. It wasn't even
football.
Were, yeah. So it was sort of like, hey, this is a rugby program. No, it's football. It's just called rugby because
it's Canadian football.
Oh yeah, it's like, oh my god.
See, Stuke's got the right idea.
I can see it now. German throws a jar of mayo at me, and I'm laying there on the beach, and you hear the medic.
But I'm envisioning it, but I think you're leaving out a couple of things. Along the way, it's like the jar of mayo hits you, it shatters, and all of a sudden you're like, and you're screaming for medic. You're like, dear God, why? No, war is hell.
War is hell.
3rd degree mayo burn.
Yeah. Oh, that's what it was. It was St. Louis Eagles. So, and I think they lasted 1 or 2 years, and then you had the Philadelphia Quakers, and we had all these other different teams that were happening in the 20s there in the Pittsburgh.
There were, yeah.
We had what was the other one? The Detroit Falcons before they were the Detroit Red Wings. So a lot of different things back in that time period, and finding programs from most of those teams so hard.
If you go, I will say that just listening to the recount of a lot of that stuff, it is a very interesting. I always give Paul a hard time because football's distinct eras kind of make it difficult for people, always people talk about, these guys, why don't they collect them more? Why are some of these, OG sets worth more? It's like, well, the problem is you really can't connect with a lot of these players. The sport was fundamentally different. Like I said, these guys were basically battling for survival, and they were literally changing the rules on the fly constantly to try to figure out because they were stuck in an era where if you go back to the olden days, the college game was way more popular. The college game, you could get 60, regional, 70, 80,000.
Yeah, it was very regional.
Yeah. People were into that, and there was literally pushback against professionals. Like they literally said, like, "Oh no, the professional is trash." Like, so what they had to do is they had to start making modifications, the forward pass, and then the forward pass wasn't good enough because you actually have to be 5 yards back in order to make a forward pass. And as I recall, I believe there's a rule where if you had 2 incompletions, it was a turnover. So imagine how basic the rules are. So what they did is they started adjusting it so that you had the situation where you really could make substitutions. Imagine something as simple as you basically have to leave the players on the field for the entire game because there's barely any substitutions.
Yeah,
and then they said, our big innovation, unlimited substitutions. So what happens now? You switch over, you can have the defense come on, specialists that are going to play defense, and then you can have the offense. So they get to take a break while the defense is playing, then the offense gets to play, and they're fresh legs. So all of a sudden, it actually speeds the game up. There's a little bit more going on. Because if you're running the whole game, and you're getting hit, and you're basically having to play offense and defense, it's going to slow you right down and make the game into a slog. And that's what happened.
That you can go back with hockey, the same thing. They had a rover, a couple extra players. So you were playing the whole game with your 5-6 players, and maybe had 2 inserts, coming in to replace at certain times. And it's just, that's tough. That's hard to play a whole game and just be the only guy on the ice. And same thing with the only guys on the field, especially football, right? It's like,
it did make for an exciting game though. It really hindered the game because imagine you sit there and you're sitting there, Eric, watching this game. Now it's physical. You know, it's a physical game. You're watching a lot of hits and a lot of punishment is being dealt out. But then you sit there and you watch the whole game and it's 3-0.
It's like the
or it's
boxers in the
0-0.
12th round.
Yeah, it's like it just keeps going on and on. And the thing is, 0-0. Draws are common because like nobody can get really, they can't get out of the slog. They're basically stuck in the in this.
By the end of the game,
it effectively became trench warfare for these guys because like the ball was barely moving. But is that exciting? Does that feel like an exciting sport? That's why they were struggling to get some traction. So they had to modify the rules to be like, we need scoring. we need some offensive dynamic plays. We need things happening to draw crowds. That's how they're going to get interested.
It seemed like everything really changed after the war, you know, and hockey too. You know, a lot of things changed in hockey at that time period. And football, baseball too. You know, quite a few changes. So after, you know, it's post-war. It's you know, that's when the sports really came in, and I think people were looking for something to do, and then they had a little money because prior to that, what are you in? You're in the back end of the depression, and you know, innovation is just basically starting, and then a war starts, and you know, paper drives, you know, meat ration tickets, and all these different things are happening. So it was sort of the freedom after the war that really created the innovation for the leagues to, you know, especially hockey to really step up. Probably football too.
Yeah. Paul has always been in the advocate for, you know, more promotion of the history of the sport. And the thing is, like I said, even having listened to it, and it's like, oh, it's fascinating. Oh, does that motivate you to want to get any cards with these guys? No, it doesn't. Not at all. Not even a little bit. No. But it's interesting. It is very interesting.
Well, it's driven by quarterbacks, right? And running backs. So
at that point, yeah, quarterbacks really, yeah, ish. The problem is that the problem is you look at those guys. I think Eric can basically go out on a Sunday and basically his career passing yards would be ahead of 3/4 of the guys from the 20s. Like there was, like I said, there was no offense. It was basically nothing was going on. The guys did the best they could with the rules they had, with the conditions they had, with what. But it would be like hockey was kind of the opposite because you had some really silly goal numbers for some guys in the early days because of the way it was. But now imagine if instead of that, the guy who was biggest goal scorer in the 20s and 30s had 6 goals for career. It's like, okay, great. Good to know. Thanks.
There was a lot who scored a lot of goals. I think
but Bobby, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying in the hockey version, there were certain guys that tallied a lot of goals in that period.
Sure.
But like I said, football was literally trying to figure out how to generate offense. They didn't have any. So it was just this physical slot, but you can't account for that in stats. Like the star players of the day did the best they could, but
it's hard to compare errors, as we always say, right?
And then going forward, and football is worse because you had that early era. Then they started making some innovations, and then you started seeing some offense. But then pre-Super Bowl and post-Super Bowl is still a completely different kettle of fish. They're completely different sports. The AFL merger changes things. All that changes it. So there's like 3 or 4 distinct eras. And even the sport up until through the 1980s is still a different sport than it is in the 2000s. Yeah. And that's a different sport than it is right now. So when we keep modifying the entire game of the sport and the way it plays and all of it, how are you supposed to get into, if you're watching the current era and you like the current guys, how are you going to get into this one when it looks like they were standing still by comparison?
Yeah. You wouldn't get to see many of that, the early games anyways, because they wouldn't be televised. So, and I think that was, you know, the calling of the WHA. They didn't have televised games, so nobody could really see them. So it was local people that were supporting it, sort of like the colleges you were saying, right? And those leagues now, nobody wants to watch them because you can't because there's no film record. So what do? Oh yeah, the WHA, yeah. That's why nobody knows about it. I haven't seen any highlights with Gordie Howe and all the other boys in there. So Blunt, what have you?
Yeah, absolutely. So we just quickly scroll through here. Paul's got a couple comments here. I also feel that baseball celebrates their history to such an extent. That is true. And cards from that era are super expensive. But an important distinction, though, the game of baseball, while it has had modifications,
hasn't changed.
There's still a lot of similarities to the 1950s baseball is not a completely different sport than what is being played today. No. A lot of elements of it are very much the same. So the records in terms of it, you can still have some comparables. There can still be Mickey Mantle is still a 500 home run guy. So a guy who hits 500 home runs today, there's still a comparable. It would have been like if the dead ball era had what's that?
Except for the games played. That's the one defining factor is that the games played today, 182 back to 1951 or 61, whatever.
154 versus 162, but yes.
Oh, that's not that bad. Okay.
That's what I mean. Like it wasn't.
Like
It's not fundamental. If you go way back, yes. Yeah. If you go way back, yes. But the point is that Cap Anson was the first guy to get 3,000 hits. Mm-hmm. Today, 3,000 hits is still a standard bar of hitting excellence. So, and that's a guy from the 1800s. So we can still do that comparable, but it would have been like if the first 70 years of baseball, the best guy had like 50 home runs. And then Babe Ruth shows up and it's like 16 a season. It's like you broke the whole thing. Like it's broken. But it would have happened later.
Natural, right? He was the natural.
So it changed the whole thing, completely rewrote the record book, and it changed it. But it happened early enough in baseball's history that from the 1920s on, we can kind of compare the differences, but they're still close enough. It still feels like a correct enough to the sport. We can make that work. But it's still not fair to compare era to era, but we're not completely rewriting the record book the whole way through. There's still certain records that can still at least be comparable. And then you're chasing numbers that still exist.
Yeah, hockey, I wouldn't say so. Pre-war, no.
Exactly.
No. But post-war, yes. That's when kind of everything started. Like I said, before it kind of came together after the war. A lot more innovation, a lot more creativity, a lot more. People started to make money, and then they could afford to go to games, what have you. So, anyways,
when am I going to stop making money so I can go to games? That's what I want to know.
We all have dreams.
I can't afford to go to a hockey game. The Bruins are starting up again. This will probably be, oh God. It has to be almost 10 years since I've been to a Bruins game. The prices are just ridiculously high. Who the hell can afford to go to a hockey game?
Why don't you go to look? If we wanted to go to an equivalent, team, we go watch the Marlies.
Basically,
it's not that expensive.
Lots of junior games around.
Very reasonable. Very reasonable.
Screw you.
Sean says, in another decade, the NFL will become flag football league with contact free.
Yes, true enough.
Carl he says here, pitching today is different. Yes, a lot of it is different. Like the approach is also different because the hitters are trying to go swing all out, and the pitchers are trying to pitch all out. It's become like how hard can you throw and how hard can you swing. There's no element like we joked about Tony Gwynn earlier tonight. Well, there's not too many guys out there that are trying to hit like Tony Gwynn. They're not trying to they're trying to hit the contact. They're trying to get on base and get a high batting average. A lot of these guys are like, yeah, but I make more money if I hit 40 bombs.
Yeah.
If you hit 240, but did you hit 40 bombs though?
Yeah.
That's where you make the money. So that's what you're going to try to do. And the pitchers are like, well, your arm's probably going to blow it. Yes, but I threw it 105. Okay. The only thing that matters.
Like Nolan Ryan was still whipping it in at 45.
Oh, he was so good, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, Ryan though is like more of a physical anomaly though. Like he was a situation where he could throw. A lot of the pitchers that have longevity would take something off. Nolan Ryan was more of a freak of nature where they're like, yeah, I'm just going to throw 100%. I'm just going to throw. Like I'm going to keep throwing until the arm falls off. And in his case, the arm didn't fall off. It just kept going.
Some guys, they have it,
Yeah. Almost all the other guys for the rest of it, it basically would be like even Cy Young and Walter Johnson and those guys that were known for, they would take something off. They'd be like, because they would be able to pitch complete games because even Walter Johnson was known as the hardest thrower of his day. I guarantee you, he wasn't throwing 100% on every pitch.
No.
He would be like, no, my job is to pitch. I need to be out here for 9 innings, 10 innings, whatever it's going to take. So I'm going to throw hard, but then I'll slow it down. I'll move it around. I'll locate a little bit. Well, that's why he can keep pitching, where the other guy blew his arm out in the 3rd inning because he kept trying to throw 100%.
Yep.
There's no magic to it. It makes sense. Bob Jackson here, good evening, says, that's because the Bruins are a made-up team, Eric. Facts.
Oh, okay.
No wonder.
3 outcome baseball boring? Yeah, it kind of wrecks it a little bit. I would agree. I'm still going to watch a little bit of the playoffs because I enjoy playoff baseball, but yeah, it hurts it quite a bit. Zach says, what's funny about these baseball stats? These fields are a different size. Yeah, well, that's the other thing. That is true.
That's always bothered me. So if your home game is and you don't have the green monster and you have just a regular shorter infield, like you're going to hit more home runs in your home games than you will at another. It's an advantage. If hockey was like that, it wouldn't be fair. Less fair, I guess, in comparatively speaking. But that's where things get a little skewed with me on certain things. So with baseball,
look, I'm game for the if you guys want to standardize baseball diamonds, I'm for it, Eric. I'm for it if we make all the baseball diamonds like the Polo Grounds.
Yes.
I want that nonsense. I want it in my life.
Nonsense. Okay.
Do you know what the old school Polo Grounds was set up? The way it was set up, it was basically like a horseshoe. It was this ridiculous thing where you had this long, like center field was like 1 trillion miles away, and in the original configuration, the flagpole was in play, and you have like this cutout, so you could in theory run into the flagpole, or you could hit a ball off the flagpole, and it was in play. It was ridiculous.
Like
this is what I want.
Isn't it a polo field like 4 football fields?
Not quite that bad, but it's definitely a unique shape. I'm gonna see if I can find a good image of the Polo Grounds from like ye old Polo Grounds. It's ridiculous because they did make a couple of changes throughout its history, but there's like an old school Polo Grounds that's just ridiculous, and I love it. So I'll see if I can find an image.
Always fun.
The thing though is about those ones is like at least when you've got one of those, then the stadium has character. You can't deny the stadium has a unique character and it stands out.
True enough. But you can still make it the same. Yeah, like the Green Monster, like hitting over that. Like honestly, that's tough. And if you hit to the center field, if you hit to the right field more, and it's lesser at a different park, then you're going to get up there on your stats a little bit higher. If you're gunning it with somebody at the Maris Mantle thing, if one guy was in a better stadium that had a lesser, let's say he hits the right field all the time. If it's 40 feet less, then hey, those ones that are closer, you get another 4 or 5 home runs a year or more, and that can win you the championship just by approximation, right? So
you can, yeah, if you've got the right combination of things, it can definitely work in your favor here. All right, I found one image here. There's a bunch of different ones, but I'll use this one here. All right, so check this out. So you got the field and everything. Look at all that space in the outfield. There's a ton of space out there.
It looks huge, yeah.
And then you got this center field area out here, and you got this little gap cut in here. And there's a couple different iterations of this, but like you can get a bit of a sense of like, trust me, you hit it out there to center field. That's a long way away. Yeah. That's not close to you. That's far. And then if you're an outfielder there in center field, you must patrol this enormous space. So it meant, to Bobby's point, if you hit something in the gap, the ball's just rolling, and then your job is run, because there's so much space to cover that you've got a good chance of getting a double or a triple just by putting it somewhere where the outfielder isn't and let the ball roll, and you're just doing your thing. Inside the park, home runs are definitely in play in that kind of a configuration.
Yeah, you hit a nice, driver through the shortstop, over the shortstop's head. That long run in, that's something. That's going to take a while.
Yep. So if you're in the bleachers over there and someone manages to hit it over there, they hit a bomb.
And how did they even see the game from way back there? Holy crap.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking.
Yeah, you're far away. You're not close. That's a ways away.
They always had those
glasses. Jumbotron.
They had those glasses. Like, what was that? Oh, okay.
Yeah, right.
So, let's see here. I think the dimensions, if memory serves me. Yeah, so in 1911, center field was 433.
Wow.
Now you could hit it to the left. If you hit it to the left or the right, they were both under 300 feet. So if you pulled it, you could put it over the fence that way.
Yep.
But if you went deep center in the power gap and the power alley, you got to hit a monster shot. Ruth was one of the few guys who could put it out there consistently, but he would hit 400-foot balls that would be like, yeah, that's in play. Like that's not a home run. That's in play.
Well, none of that fast would have to run.
He was a little overweight, so it gave him a little more time to run, right?
If you hit it in the gap, yeah. And then here, just looking later on, so this is like in the 40s. It looks like 483 to dead center when they were at its maximum configuration. That's 500 feet just to hit it over the middle. Good luck. Not too many guys could hit that far anyway. It didn't matter the circumstances.
Big show his number this year now and see how many home run he had over 430 feet.
Yeah.
There was a guy who did an analysis. I remember reading a book on it. He did an analysis of it, and he talked about how many home runs Ruth lost due to weird configurations, because the Yankees started in the Polo Grounds. So he played in the Polo Grounds for a little bit as part of it. So obviously that would have cost him a couple home runs. Rules that changed, because there were some rules where today, if you hit a home run and it's inside the foul pole, but it hooks foul after crossing the foul pole,
Okay, yeah.
then today that's a home run because you crossed the foul pole in play. But in his day, you cross the foul pole, it's a foul.
Wow.
You would lose the home run. So even though you hit it over the line, if it's hooking and it goes out, the umpire can be like, nope, foul ball. Get back in the box. So you lose that home run.
Wow. That happens a lot today.
The guy, when he was doing his calculation, he was able to add quite a number of potential home runs based on the diamonds and the way they were configured, and if he had been using current rules with some of these current diamonds and how they were set up. Like today, there's no stadium that has a 450 dead center. There isn't one, so you're not going to get that. A lot of these stadiums are much smaller, more compact, and you can hit it out in the power alleys, and it's not as bad. My seats were so high up at Truist Park last game that Bob Uecker was seated in front of me. There you go.
Yeah.
Ruth, the king of the 400-foot single. That's right.
Yeah, the single. Yeah.
In hockey, ice quality is the issue in some of the southern locations. Bad ice can slow down the game. Yes. Dallas got pretty good at it, though. They've been able to work on it over the years, so their ice isn't too bad relative to it. But some of the southern locations do struggle with it still.
And take it back to the 20s and 30s. Oh, you know, refrigeration came in the 30s, but even still, it was very hard to maintain. Good quality ice. But then again,
Yes.
you know, slap shots were all along the ice. There was no slap shots. It was sort of just kind of hard wrist shots. That's it. I don't think even slap shot, was that allowed, or they just didn't do it? Because it was until Bernie Jeffrion, he actually coined the slap shot. So you're looking at the 50s.
I don't think they were
probably a
doing it.
blend.
I don't think.
I think it was a
either.
blend, yeah. It would have been a little bit unsporting given that the goaltenders didn't have the masks.
Well, they didn't have the mask until right up till the 60s, late 60s, right?
Yeah. But what I'm saying, though, is
Some played all the way into the 70s.
And then they had, well, not many, that's for sure. But, you know, even still, then the stick started to get curves with Bobby Hull, and then, you know, the puck started going higher and higher. Stick quality definitely changed. Because back in the 20s, the sticks were like 3.5 feet tall. So what kind of slap shot can you do with that? Nothing. So it's really about directing the puck in more, I guess, more deeks than anything else. But then the goalies had like thin shin pads. They don't have all these extra little things, right? Different time.
I think a lot of it comes down to kind of the equipment you had, the options you had available to you. Because I'm sure some of the players would have tried it on the right circuit, but you also kind of had to play around it. Because since you also had the players playing without the helmets, look, technically you could go headhunting in the 20s and 30s if you wanted. You could 100% have done it. It would have been tough because then obviously the other team might have taken exception to that. You know, you're all not wearing helmets. Look, just think about it logically. You're in the 1950s. You're playing Detroit Red Wings. You go there and you just decide to randomly shoot a shot at the other player's head. They're not wearing a helmet. You could have done it. Other than the fact that Gordie Howe would probably come by and try to pummel you right after. Like, you could do it. You could do it, technically.
Yeah. Actually, you know, Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh Pirates, they were the first to have, because the Pittsburgh Glass Company was the first one to make unbreakable glass that went around. Otherwise, it was all mesh and screens. So there's a little bit more history.
Yeah.
The Duke,
but I think but that's the only reason I'm mentioning that. A part of it came as a result of the players all realizing that, hey, none of us are wearing helmets. So just randomly headhunting might not be the way. Otherwise, it's just the whole game descends into madness. It just becomes a melee right from the get-go, and it never ends, the melee. So while they would hit each other hard, obviously, I don't think you had as much temptation to go for the head the same way that you would once the helmets were on, and then Scott Stevens shows up. Well, he's not worried about it at that point. He's going for the head. He's going for the head. Eric Lindros still cursing the heavens on that one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Name here says, then the knuckle puck came along and changed the game. Truth.
Listen, Name, if you're not going to be serious, all right, we're talking about serious stuff here, and you're talking about Disney movies, all right? Why don't you just go find something else to do? Go sit at the kiddies table and let the big boys talk, all right? Well, I don't appreciate you coming in here and making a mockery out of what we're trying to do on Friday nights. Okay? So
Name.
why don't you excuse yourself, go back to the kiddie table, and let the big boys talk. It's disrespectful.
If this is the big boy table, what is Eric doing here?
He's
Well,
in
paying
the
for the
top
like button,
right
obviously.
corner. So
Paying for the like button, obviously, but
he's
you
in
know.
the top right corner, just under Pete Rose.
I see.
That is that position.
Yeah. I don't remember what year Boom Boom started with it. Maybe that around that time. Shooting a slap shot at the U of Minnesota in the early 50s. Yeah, I'm sure the experimentation was happening. It's one of those things the players would have been playing around with it for a while.
I don't know if there was even a ruling that you couldn't.
I don't think you. I think you could. Yeah, I think it was that. That's the only reason, Bobby. I was making the point about the headhunting thing. Technically, it was available to you. It just became a matter of it. It wasn't even. I'm not even gonna say a gentlemanly agreement, but you kind of have to think ahead a little bit. Like, okay, but if you do the slap shot and you're raising the shot, we're not. We have no protection collectively. We have no. So as soon as somebody starts doing it, then there's nothing to stop me from doing it back. And like, you know, so at a certain point, like there needed to be a little bit. The goaltenders are there. Like they're the ones taking the shot. So you want to elevate the shot. All right. Well, I guess I have to kind of do this thing. Like protect myself as best I can. Good luck.
Yeah. Well, the defensemen actually they acted a lot as goalies as well back then too.
Mm-hmm.
You can see them in those little, you know, you got Johnny Bauer, his face is up, even trying to block the shot. It's just like, and then you got the defenseman, he's in the net, and they all just like, shoot, I'm going to save it, whatever, you know.
Fun fact about Boom Boom.
Mm-hmm.
Fun
Who's
fact.
Boom? Who's Boom Boom's Jeffrey Young's father-in-law?
Oh yeah, I know that one too. Hmm.
He's very famous.
Pete Rose.
Pete Rose. That's right. You got it.
Nailed it.
God damn.
Nailed it.
Man, you're good at this.
Howie Moran's was his father-in-law.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on back then.
I like the way you phrased it. I just wanted to leave it with a pregnant pause. It's like a lot of stuff was going on back then.
Yeah, he married his daughter.
Yeah,
I don't know, Eric. Seems a little shifty.
Yeah,
Seems a little shifty. Look, I can't trust
someone's daughter too. I don't know. Does that mean
I can't trust. Can we really trust the man who doesn't have the Yoko Ono album?
Yeah, I don't know.
Are we sure? I don't know.
No.
A lot of funny stuff going on back then. Yeah, people falling in love and getting married. Huh? Weird stuff back then.
Very strange. Very odd. I don't know what to tell you. I like that we cast suspicion on what is otherwise an innocuous fact. Well, let's bring it into suspicion. I am suspicious.
That's awesome.
There's lots of cool facts out there. I think it's there was a fiery baseball player from the 40s, I think, or 30s, and he was a real prick. And his daughter married this guy named Billy Conn. Billy Conn was he went for the heavyweight championship in boxing. He's the one guy who could go against this guy's daughter, his father-in-law. So it was really kind of interesting. It's like, yeah, you got the world champion here, and so there's all these little stories that are kind of hidden. Eddie Shore's tied into that too somewhere. I can't remember exactly.
I think for the sake of this conversation, I'm prepared to state that this Khan would later have a daughter, Shaka Khan.
Shaka Khan.
It was her.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like I feel like if we're we can extend this, we can extend the lore.
Mm-hmm.
And they came from a long line, beginning with Genghis Khan.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And the Wrath of Khan.
I think. Hey, listen. I'm just telling you. Like I feel like we can add. It's like this can weave quite the story, quite the narrative tale.
Mm-hmm.
Quite the narrative tale. Actually, I was gonna quickly mention. I did get a cup. I did get that envelope that I talked about earlier tonight. I think Eric will appreciate this. So it's appropriate as we're starting to hit. As we're in October. You know how you've got the little plastic sleeves that you'll put the cards inside, but then you'll put a little holder on top of it, like a team bag, basically a team bag.
Yeah.
They included a team bag in this one. I thought this was appropriate.
Oh, really?
Oh,
You got a Halloween themed team bag. I thought it was pretty.
You must have got something from Salem.
Is that on the front or back?
Well,
the
that's
team bag.
yeah, it's literally a team bag. Yeah, it is literally a team bag.
Okay.
So they got it in there. That was the one for the UK. I was like, hey, all right, fair enough.
Say. Wow.
Hey, listen, I gave the guy some bonus, but hey, that's creative. I'll give it to you. That's kind of fun.
Yeah, they did have Monty Pythons over there, so I understand.
Hey, listen, I love me some Monty Python. The next mail day that I get from Ship My Cards, when it comes, there will be a Monty Python reference in there. I've already mentioned it before, but there will be a Monty Python reference in it. That mail day.
I'm excited.
It's gonna be awesome. It's good times.
Nice.
Stu here says Shaka Khan did the backup vocals on Yoko Ono's New Wave song. Yes, Stu.
Probably.
It all comes together. I like it.
It was a few years later, but yes.
I'm liking it. Well, for the sake of a story that we made up, Bobby, we can pretty much squeeze the timeline however it works. It's
And
completely
whatever
fine.
happened to Julian Lennon? One song and gone. You know. Actually,
Wow.
I seen him in a recent picture, maybe about a month or two ago, and I went, "Oh Jesus!" Yeah, he's getting up there.
There you go.
Saw the kids in the hall, guys. I went, "Wow!"
Oh my God!
Man.
Yeah, they're
Jeez.
old.
Yeah, they look like. Well, that one guy, he's got the glasses. He looks like Bobbles. It's like, what the hell?
So what you're saying is that now
I
if
am
they try to
saying,
do these crush your head, he's like arthritis. Can't
Arthritis.
crush your head. Oh no!
I'm crushing your head. Was that the guy with the glasses?
I don't remember, but I know there was
Yeah,
one. I know
okay.
that was one of the bits. One of the bits was the guy who was like, "Crush your head."
One of the guys from Kids in the Hall are in Shorzy.
Yes.
That wouldn't surprise me.
dad.
That wouldn't surprise me. Yeah,
Plays his dad.
those guys stick around. Once those guys got in there, I want to say a lot of these people came from like Second City, right? Like, am I remembering correctly on
Yeah.
this? Yeah. So once they kind of got in that fraternity, they would kind of cycle around. And they do different projects and work on different things together. Kids in the Hall was one of, but they all had different things they were. Because I want to say one of the guys from Kids in the Hall, wasn't he also the guy from News Radio?
Yeah, Dave Foley.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So
Dave Foley's
so-
good. He's the only one that's really carried on as probably one of the
he did work pretty consistently. He was
the other
around
guy
for a
was
while.
Good. The gay kind of guy, he was really good, and he was in a few things and then gone, totally disappeared.
I just think it was funny. And actually, since Eric talked
He was
about
the
the
funniest
Hall of
one.
Fame of breaking yourself, one of the thoughts I had, because I was getting my refill while he was saying that, one of my thoughts is that he could be inducted with his contemporary Super Dave Osborne.
Oh,
You want to talk about being broke and consistent, like Super Dave, coiner of new pain, Eric, experiencer of new pain. They're kindred spirits.
Yes.
Yeah.
What show did Super
Dave
Dave
and I are
start out?
definitely kindred.
Was it
spirits.
bizarre?
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually remember watching that on reruns. So they're speaking of sketch shows, like Bizarre was indeed bizarre.
But it was so good, bizarre. It was something that you needed to see, and once you saw it, you went, this is stupid cool. And like Super Dave Osborne is dumb, but it's funny. And we didn't get that stuff back then. We kind of did a little bit, but that was really coming into and what's his name was a good comedian. They did lots of great skits, as they did, Carol Burnett and all the other shows before that. But geez, just amazing.
To bring it back around, Super Dave was in one of the Ocean
Movies?
12, 13, 14, 27
Oh
movies.
yeah.
He played Matt Damon's father.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I
Yeah.
know that he quieted down later, but he did appear in a couple different things because he was in Arrested Development. Like he did some stuff in Arrested Development because he's funny. He's weird. Like outside of the Super Dave thing, he's weird in general when he does a lot of his comedy.
Man, weird. Yes.
Yeah. But the thing is, it can work if you got the right situation, the right cast of characters, and bring him in to add that element to it. It can work really well. But yeah, he was in Arrested Development. He did some stuff with that, and of course, given you're talking Larry David and those people, like
Yeah. Then
he'll fit in just fine. He'll bring in his element, and it'll mesh into the
he did
situation.
a lot of cameos too.
Yeah.
Different things. So but he didn't really move on very well with his career.
Well, he made a lot of money on Super Dave.
I'm
like
sure
he
he did,
milked
but-
that. He milked the hell out of the damn thing. They had a cartoon. They had a Saturday morning cartoon.
Really?
Dave?
Yeah, Super Dave Osborne show. Yes.
I don't remember that. Guess I was too much older at that time to watch.
It was hilarious to me. I was shocked that they had I remember and I'm like, there's a Super Dave Osborne cartoon? Really? And I was like, yeah, man, I remember it.
I have to check that out.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it here.
Super
And
Dave.
I'll give you the breakdown on it. Let's see. Super Dave Osborne. Yeah, Super Dave, Daredevil for Hire. And let's see here. Yeah, Daredevil for Hire. It was in 1992 on Fox. It ran for the one season.
Yeah, there you go, right?
Yeah. But he was still able to get a cartoon out of it in 1992. So props to him for that.
Yeah.
I'll give him that. Like, hey, a lot of these ideas don't even get that far.
Hey, I got a quick question for you, more modern guys. Are Mirror Gold cards worth any kind of premium?
Yes, but the short answer is yes. But part of what made the 90, so that's the 96, 97.
Yeah.
Part of what makes the 96, 97 tricky is that they had what was a stated print run. There are definitely more of those out there, but they are still very popular. So it's one of those things where it just depends. Depends on, like, Bork is a decent one. It just depends. I know the Medano sold pretty well for a while. Gretzky would still sell extremely well. But nobody knows exactly how many are out there. There was the stated print run initially, and then there was the look
stuff, and I realized this one said Mirror Gold on the back, and I'm like, oh, is that one more better?
Yeah. They were, I forget what the ratio is. It was 1 in hundreds of packs. They were actually very tough parallels. There was a Mirror Red, Mirror Blue, and Mirror Gold. So that's the 96-97 Mirror Gold.
You know which one's more better? The Mirror Gold, Red, or Blue?
Mirror Gold is the best one of them, always. Mirror Gold.
Ooh, I got the best one. I'm going to have to put this in an upside down hard plastic.
Live the dream. So let's see here. Let me go to all the different ones. That way we get the Canadian ones in here too.
I love just finding stuff and going, oh, this might be worth something.
Yeah, last one that sold, a PSA 8, sold last month for $90.
Nice.
So it's pretty good. Like a PSA 8 is not terrible. So they put on here
the film on it.
Yeah, they said basically the stated print run was, I want to say, about 30 is what they said it was, but like realistically, there's more than 30. But it's still less. It's still a tougher card. It's not super common, but they're definitely out there.
I don't know how long I've had it, but there it is.
Yeah, I think the thing that makes what I think is the key with that one is that the shine on the card is really nice. I was always a fan of the 96-97s.
That's
They're
what
really
caught
good.
the attention. I was like, wait a minute, that looks too shiny.
Yeah, 97-98 was a little bit better because they at least numbered them. Well, the totally certified, they numbered them. The regular one, they still didn't number them, but they also had tougher odds on those as well. Still very cool cards. I'll be honest, I like the 96-97 design a little bit better, but the totally certified is the one that's crazy. Those are the ones that are like super tough.
Totally certified.
I gotta step out. I got an early start tomorrow morning. Did some moving today, and I gotta do part 2 of moving my parents tomorrow. So
there you go.
Yeah,
Appreciate you popping in. Appreciate you popping in, Yannick. And bonus was the buses that were rolling by your window. If anybody saw that, that was a little Easter egg. When we zoomed in on him, like 2 buses rolled by, so you can see all the buses.
Thanks. Hey, let the record show that I thank you, Eric, for saving my butt this week.
Let's talk so we can catch up and find. I want to hear what's going on. But also this weekend, Mount St. Anne World Cup cycling. You got the best mountain bikers on the planet in Mount St. Anne.
20 minutes weekend. That way.
Yep.
See that wall there? 20 minutes past that wall, you're there.
Yep. Best mountain bikers on the planet are in Mount.
Well, if you get a chance, Yannick, and you do go by there, make sure to stop by the steroid tent and get a little boost.
I'll tell them, like, you guys using their Eric's juice, they're all gonna give me the thumbs up. Like,
make sure they get the good stuff.
It's thinned down mayonnaise. That's all it is.
There you go.
Busting.
The juice. See you later, Yannick. Take it easy.
Take it easy, guys. Thanks for having me, girls. Cheers.
No worries. Take it easy. Name here says, is that the Reggie Limited Mirror Gold? Maybe.
It's the Ray Burka Mirror Gold.
That is now canon. So the Mirror Golds are 1 in 300 packs for 96-97. So you got the 120 card base set, 1 in 300 packs to get any of them, which is still pretty tough. So that's what I mean. Like, it was actually a tough pull. Like 300 packs is actually not an easy pull.
Well, then look at that.
How much were the packs though?
Select certified, they were starting to enter into the realm of a little bit more premium, because the select certified was considered select itself. Base select wasn't too crazy, but the select certified was definitely, they were trying to go up market. They were trying to go upscale with it. That's why they were trying to promote it. But Pinnacle was really weird about their controls on how much they actually printed. That's the reason why there was the question. Because when it first came out, the rumor was that there were 30 of the Mirror Golds. But they obviously printed enough boxes so that after a while people realized, yeah, there's more than 30. But there's probably not much more than 100, which in the 90s is still pretty tough. And like I said, there were 1 in 300 packs. So the people would get them in their collections, and then they dry up. And then a couple would go in the market, and then they dry up. It just depends on these cycles.
Sure.
Yeah.
And then
I got my Medano years ago.
In people's collections they didn't even know they had.
Maybe.
Look
Those
at
little
you.
hidden gems everywhere.
That's
You
the
don't
one
see
where
this stuff
somebody
every
looks
once
at
in
it.
a while. You never know.
Yeah, it could be in a dollar bin.
Yeah. With those ones, it was helpful that if you saw the shine, you kind of knew, but then you could just check the back and it would be labeled. So it says mirror gold right on the back.
Yeah,
So,
in tiny letters that are like really hard to see.
Because you're old.
Well, no,
Yeah, it's
but I
pretty much
got my
because of-
glasses on and the lighting's good, and it's still tough to see. It's like if they want to keep it a
You're getting
secret.
really old then.
Well, I am.
I don't feel so bad.
No,
there you go.
I'm catching you.
Yeah.
I'm right behind you.
Here you go. Zach's asking the valid questions. Eric, what if a doctor could heal all your back pain? You just had to eat a spoonful of mayo per day.
Oh,
Eric welcomes death.
No, I'll keep the pain. Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Rather just be in pain. I'm used to it.
It seems like a poor decision.
Nope.
I would say.
I'll just be in pain.
Now, we obviously got distracted by many conversations, but while Eric is touting poor decisions,
Yeah.
a better decision is going to AMG Collectibles,
Mhm.
amgcollectibles.ca, the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. That's a much better decision because there you can see the collector scallops collected the people, Steve. Now that they're back to doing monthly card shows, here's what's funny about it. Because they're going back to do monthly card shows, which is good. You know, that's great for the locals and,
Sure
you know,
is.
build it up and everything. So I think that'll be fun. It means we're going to have something to talk about every 4 weeks because, again, going back to the thing I said about the expo, we're going to blink and it's going to be there. So I actually had to double check. It's like, I did book my hotel. It's like, I did book it, right? And I double checked and I did. But the thing is, like, we blink and it'll be there and it'll be right on top of us. But then doing a monthly card show means, all right, you prepare, you do everything, you take everything down. And then what happens? You got like a week to reset and then before you know it, it's like, oh yeah, but it's like in 3 weeks. Oh my God. It's like you got to reload and start promoting it again. And because it's a cycle. Once you get into that cycle,
it's
it's
okay
monthly.
down there because, you know, you're Nova Scotia. You only have 1, maybe 2 shows. You know, Toronto, like we've been inundated all across the GTA. When was the last show that CS, what was it?
There was a CS show maybe a week or 2
3
ago.
weeks ago?
It wasn't that long ago.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't go to that one. Well, yeah, did you, right? Did you?
What's that, sorry?
You didn't go there, did you?
No, I thought about that one. I was considering it. It's just they literally were emphasizing K-pop as one of the things. They literally had a K-pop group playing, and I'm like, I know how they did it. They split it up into a thing where like they've got the Pokemon and all that over here, but I was sitting there like, I don't really want to deal with that.
No.
It's like I actually don't mind the dealers and everything. I wouldn't mind going around looking around just to see if I can grab some stuff because for me, I've actually been shopping on eBay for some wrestling. To add to kind of what I have in there. Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, this that does lead me to a thought. I've been grabbing some items to try to have a little bit more variety, to mix it up a little bit, because I may use that down the road here. So, but for now, I'm just hanging on to it and adding some inventory that way.
Mm-hmm.
I actually, because I did get a couple of items of mail, usually on the channel, I'll record a video where I'll do my pickups for the whatever, mail that came in. But this time there is no sports card. It is 100% wrestling. And I have never had that in one of the mail days. And I'm sitting there like, should I even bother to record it for this channel or just because otherwise I'm recording it twice. Because usually I record it here and then I'll record one that just focuses on that piece. And I'm like, I may as well just put the one video on the other channel and not record 2 because it's going to be the same stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like it's this pile of stuff here that I got. It's new stuff, but one video for the other channel maybe just makes more sense. Ship my cards, I can get away with it because I'll usually at least have some Medanos or some Not Swell Fella cards, a little bit of a mix. But it has been wrestling heavy, and the next one will be wrestling heavy as well.
Well, there's just a show last weekend. Was it last weekend? There's another one it's in deep part of Scarborough. It's not the greatest location, and you know they're not doing that great. I'm going, you're in a bad location, but where we went, that was a great show. Like that was, you know, probably. It could be a bit bigger and have a couple autograph guests, and I think it would be 2,000, 2,500 people through that place. And
the actual convention center part, the hall there was good. Yeah, the hall there was good. Now the haunted hotel and the twins from The Shining, not so great, but downstairs is fine. Is fine.
It was good. Actually, yeah, it was good for that. So I think if they could, get a couple signing guests, I'm going to talk to Rob. I still have to talk to him. We'll go have lunch or something. We used to do that a lot before, and just say, hey, listen, these are some great suggestions, and I think it would work more advantageous bringing people in if you have a couple of vintage collect. You know, you could even get a wrestling guy in, and that would still drive people. They did that in the where did they do that? You know, the one out in Hamilton. They brought in Hacksaw Jim Duggan and Jake the Snake quite a few years ago now, maybe about 7 years ago.
Okay.
It was great. You know,
7 years ago, Jake wasn't sober, right?
No, he was.
Oh, okay.
So maybe
I'm trying to remember when they did the thing with DDP. I think it would have been more recent than that. Maybe 5 or 6, maybe is the right number. But 7, I think.
What was that like to be around Jake when he wasn't well?
Yeah, he was fine then. He was fine then. Both of them. Maybe it was 2018, 2017.
That might be closer. 2018, I could buy. That I might be able to buy.
17, maybe. Because I know it was quite a few years ago when I was setting up at those shows, and that's been 2 years prior to the pandemic, so it's got to be at least 2018. And I did it for about 3 years there, 4 years that I was setting up, and it was probably in their second or third year that they had the guests, and I said, "Wow, you guys can keep doing it." And we had that was a great show too. That the amount of people that were there was phenomenal. It just drives more people there, especially, and it's a long weekend Monday too, right? So it's an idealistic time to have it because there's not a lot going on holiday Mondays, right? And most people, if it's Thanksgiving, they're going to have their, oh shoot, that's coming up. So you got the holiday Monday. Oh man, I might have to go out. I just might have to go out there because you don't want to go in the winter time, and there's not too many long weekends through the winter. So I got that show, that one, and the expo, and then the 29th, and those are probably the only shows I really do. There's not many more. There's a lot of other small ones, and I do go by them, but they're just not worth setting up for me. You know, for a 4-hour jaunt in a smaller, venue where you have 30, 40 tables, it's not even worth it setting up. The time it takes and everything else. But that show was definitely worth it. And I kind of figured it was going to be a good show. Now, add a couple guests, it's a great show. And it's a great little fill-in in between the expos. Because this one was just a few weeks ago. Enough time, to recover for the expo and go to the expo and enjoy, have some fun. Because I don't think too many of the people there set up at the expo anyway. So it really
well, I think it's what helps is that they've timed it out well, gave some gap between that and expo, and then the next one is late December. Mm-hmm. So expo's beginning of November. So basically, it's almost 2 months. So you've actually got the better part of 2 months there between the two shows. So
and
they're
the
spaced
other
out.
Smaller show that I usually go to at Leaside is they're doing the show the 23rd. Like traditionally, if you go back through the history of the 90s and 2000s, early 2000s, Boxing Day was the best time to have a show. Boxing Day, because everything's closed, nobody's there's nothing to do. It's after Christmas, people get money for Christmas, whatever. So it's always a great show, but nobody does that anymore for the last 10 years at least. And I really kind of miss those shows because there really isn't anything going on. Now, December 29th, what does that land at? Obviously, it lands on that'll be a Sunday again, right?
29th will land on
the next show for
29th is Sunday,
yeah. So I think that'll be a good show because it'll be Sunday, and then you got 30th, 31st, and then Wednesday's the So that'll be perfect. A lot of people take time off in between that, close the doors, whatever businesses for that week or that.
We'll be well into holiday time at that point.
So it'll be great. Now there's people away, yes, but even still, it's a good time for a show. However, the weather could be an issue. So
that's kind of the thing. So my thought is going to be, we'll see how things go. Obviously, I like the idea of being nearby because it's nice, and then being able to have breakfast nearby. I won't stay at the Overlook Hotel this time. I will probably avoid that. So maybe I'll expand my search range to closer, but not all the way there. I died of laughter. I was sitting there like, this is at least the Econo Lodge in Sunny Tonawanda, we knew kind of what we were getting into. We kind of were like, okay, this makes sense. But I'm sitting there like, you guys really needed to do better. This is atrocious.
Was there 4 people in the whole place?
I'd be shocked if there was. Like I was sitting there like
they should have catered to you because, hey, we got somebody.
Yeah, I was going to say the one customer, the one paying
You're the
customer
one
we have.
customer. Yeah, they go, we don't need to fill up the vending machines. We only got one customer.
Unbelievable. And like I said, there's nothing nearby, close by either. So it's like there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, but it's a commercial area, so anybody who is, kind of coming in for a business meeting or something like that, it's a nice little place just to lay your head, get up the next day, and go back to the whatever factory or whatever they're doing. There's a lot.
Assuming you can walk over the bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's nice. Nice place might be a little strong. Might be a little strong.
Yeah, I've only seen the downstairs. I haven't went upstairs. Kind of scary.
I thought about taking a few more pictures because it would be hilarious.
You should have.
Yeah, I know. But I think I took a couple of pictures, maybe of the hallway or something. But I was just sitting there at the moment when it was going. I'm sitting there like, I mean, I'm too busy shaking my head, going, never mind, never mind.
What did I do?
Never mind. Oh, mistakes were made.
It's beautiful down there in those rooms.
Downstairs is fine. Downstairs is fine.
Yep. Maybe if you sleep in that room, get there early, go underneath the table or something.
Well, hey, listen, it's probably better service down there. At least.
Yeah, at least there's people there.
Yeah, it's like there's at least a snack bar. Maybe they left something. Hold on, there's probably something to eat.
Yeah, I don't know where else there is a place to stay around there. It's just there's.
I'll probably be just outside.
Well, there is something at Kiel, so that's not the greatest area either.
Yeah, I've got a little time. I'll figure it out.
And Finch, there's a good place.
When you saw the vultures sitting on the gargoyles
Yes.
of this hotel, that didn't send you a message.
No,
Eric, I'm half Colombian and half Panamanian.
On top of the vultures.
Yeah, I'm half Colombian and half Panamanian. The scariest thing I see all the time is just when I look over there at that side of the screen. Ah.
Yeah, I am intimidating.
Sure, go with that. Yeah, intimidating like a jar of mayo.
I don't want to talk about it. You're being gross.
Remember the war, Eric. Remember the war. Medic!
No, if you're going to be like that, I don't want to play.
Medic!
No,
You don't have to be playing.
No, you're being gross.
With you.
You're being gross, and I don't appreciate it.
Anyway, so I asked, Yannick obviously shared. So Eric, have you got any more crummy Reggies or just the usual?
No, I got something that is completely unlike my type of collecting.
Something good, you mean?
Oh,
well, I mean, everything's, it all depends. But I decided to branch out a little. I hope it's not going to be something I do all the time because I don't have the finances to grow my collection. I got to just stay in my lane. But I realized that I had no, and I mean zero, Patrice Bergeron items.
why?
And the Bruins are going to, retire his number at some point. He's going into he's a first ballot Hall of Famer without a doubt. And I have nothing. So I picked up 2 of his rookie cards, a gold one that's it's a Bowman rookie card gold, and OPG.
Do you know what you're buying?
So those were 2 rookie cards. Excuse
me. That is 0304?
Yeah. Here is a rookie card that's a refractor. And it's out
the Topps Pristine. That's the Topps Pristine.
It's out of $4.99.
Yep, Topps Pristine. Yep.
And I don't have any autographs of him. So this is from Panini 2012. It is a sticker, but it's good enough for what I wanted. So I now Patrice Bergeron auto.
It's pretty small for a long name person.
Yeah. So, I thought it'd be interesting to branch out a little bit. Look at some of the people that were on the 2011 Stanley Cup team, and I think that's all I needed. I have a couple of rookies. I got a nice refractor card rookie, and I got an auto. So I think that's you know, maybe I'll get a jersey or a patch card if it comes around at some point, but
that's gold for the grandkids, man.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Kind of fancy.
Gotta do
Look
something.
at you. Yeah, listen, it is what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was new and different. And then I went out and bought a you know, highly desired Neil Broughton rookie card.
The Neil Broughton.
Because without it, your collection's not complete.
True.
Amazing.
Broughton. Yeah.
Yeah. And I got a Steve Lamar rookie card because what's a Neil Broughton rookie card without a Steve Lamar rookie card?
Yeah. Obviously. And it goes double that you have the top loader that says rookie card so that we didn't know.
That is correct.
So it is a well-known fact, and Victor, the rookie card specialist, will vouch for this. Yes, if you put the card in the rookie card top loader, that makes it legit.
Magically.
That is correct. I also picked up Dave Keon's last card.
70. Oh no, 80.
Yeah,
that's 81-2.
81-2. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I still remember some of those designs.
There's a lot of rookies in that year. Wow. Tons. A lot of low tier, but
I don't know. I got a desk full of stuff right now, but
obviously
that's some of the stuff.
I wanted to get a Caitlin Clark card, but I couldn't afford anything until page 25. So
maybe
I just said forget
it. I think Eric, what you need in one of those drawers is you need one of these. WrestleMania 6 program.
That would be great.
Woo.
I know.
Wow.
So I decided to get this one, Bobby, because I thought I still felt kind of bad after that card show where I couldn't get. So this is 9.0. Decent grade.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's 9.0. This is pretty decent grade. So CGC, it's got in there, but this is WrestleMania 6. This was the WrestleMania at the Dome. This was the ultimate challenge. It was Warrior versus Hogan, big time. And this was the first one. And actually, Adam Copeland Edge attended this event. This was one of his formative things that got him into the wrestling business. Obviously, for me, this was still early on in my fan. So I appreciate it like that because when I'm looking at this, you know what I'm seeing here, Eric? When I'm looking at this, WrestleMania 6, obviously I remembered well from the fact it was at the Dome and all that. It was the first two that would appear there at the Dome. But I do remember the promos leading up into it. I have some memories of that. I remember watching after the fact, especially in the VHS Coliseum home video. Rented it from Jumbo Video and got to watch some of the stuff lead into it. You know, the Warrior and his ridiculous promo leading it. Hogan is ridiculous one. Hogan actually loses. Spoiler. Yeah. Shocking. You know, the passing of the torch here. But the biggest thing that I remember from it and the whole thing is when I look at this cover here, when you look at this, Eric, I think of cycling.
Oh, you do?
Yes, because this, if you take a look at this cover, they are the drugs.
Oh, they are the drugs.
This is 1990. This is still in the apex. There is the drugs.
Oh no, Ultimate Warrior took all the drugs. Yes.
That's why he died early. Probably.
Yeah. So it's a 9.0. So when I get it in hand, I'll share it because it'll be my first CGC graded item in it. The fact though that I enjoy my wrestling, but the fact it's WrestleMania 6, it was the one at the Dome. I remember it obviously very well, a lot of elements of it. I just like some of the elements of it is really kind of fun. Nice. But the other piece is and Bobby will appreciate this. And then for advertisement, look at the back. Slam down a Dew.
Oh,
boom.
Cool. Slam down the Dew.
The cool, refreshing taste of Mountain Dew, the official sports drink sponsor of the World Wrestling Federation Saturday Night Main Event.
Before the Red Alert one. Even better.
And doubly funny, they're actually bringing back Saturday Night's Main Event.
Who's the manufacturer of that comic?
So this was actually the official program for WrestleMania 6.
That's the program. Okay, gotcha.
This is the program. Yeah, this is the souvenir edition.
Here, so,
yeah. It was a whopping $5 Canadian.
And graded a 9.
This is a 9.0. Yeah.
You know, actually, that's not bad considering. Because
9.0, I think on their scale is actually pretty decent. It's actually pretty decent.
I would say because where are you going to put that? When you buy
I'm probably just going to have it a little display there. I got my
where
little
would you put it when you were at the arena buying it?
Oh, yeah. You would have folded it. It would have been yeah, for sure.
You're cheering and you got the program and so a lot of them got folded. That's what happens to a lot of programs is especially back like the 20s that when I have, it was folded down the middle and it was so typical to fold it and put it in your jacket inside pocket. So many, that's the thing to do back then,
And they filled out the scorecards in the centerfold.
Well, this scorecard's filled out and it's very neatly done, but it adds something to it. A lot of people say it detracts from it, but I believe it adds to it because it gives it a factual date and the record and the time and everything and who scored and the assists. So sometimes that is overlooked or mistaken through newspapers. So it's always nice to line it up against that. But they're all right. They're all there. I checked the other one, the online one too. So they were both accurate, except they didn't have the times of the goals. So.
Fair.
Which this one
it's
did.
It's a bit of a lost art. It's kind of fun if, especially something like that. I had the idea after going to that show and seeing that Nintendo Power thing and everything. I was like, I wouldn't mind getting a couple of these. I'd be very selective which ones I would pick up because there's certain ones that are a little bit more fun for me than others, and that would be the only thing that would make it interesting for me.
I would say
20 likes. We're working on it, Zach. Listen, I need a couple of likes for WrestleMania 6. Come on. You saw the cover. Ultimate Warrior, Hogan. They are the drugs.
They were definitely the drugs.
Love is the drug.
I think another one that was on the drugs was Rick Rude. I
would say, yeah.
That guy's body was
going
just
with the names here. Orndorff, we can get it. Keep going.
Yeah, pretty much.
They all were, but Rick Rude looks like someone chiseled him.
I think though what happened with Rick Rude though is that he was very happy obviously he was very big, but he wasn't like Ultimate Warrior big. Like they had a feud. If you remember the two guys, what he was ridiculously lean because he was like, now obviously he did, he worked out his upper body and he flexed and everything, but like he was just super lean. So he would go out there like the aesthetic, he was able to match up with just about anybody. So he was able to do that, and he had charisma. And he could cut a promo. He could do. Yeah. He had all the components. He probably should have been a bigger star in WWE than he was, and it took until he went over to WCW where he finally got a title run before he got injured. That was his thing.
I sent you.
Yeah, I'm grabbing the images. You have to bear with me a minute, and I will make that happen.
No problem. Yeah, people who were on drugs back then. Yeah, there were tons of them. And it wasn't even really mentioned because it's not really a sport in that sense, right? It's not classified.
Well, that was kind of the way they got away with it for a while. They tried to walk around the fact. They're well, it's not. When Vince especially, he tried to get out of dealing with the athletic commission, and that's where he basically told them, it's like, yeah, it's a fixed outcome.
It's scripted, yes.
Yeah, because he was like, why would I pay the athletic commission?
Yeah.
When it's not a sport. So his dad was the one who kept up. It was part of keeping up appearances, and because he was based out of New York, he would keep having to pay the New York Athletic Commission basically so that they would sanction the event. And and Vince is like, "This is a show.
It's a show, yes.
What do I need the Athletic Commission for?
Yeah, it's just like Disney.
Why would I pay you for this?
Exactly.
It's Disney on Ice. Do they have to pay you? No. Okay, neither do we.
Yeah, well, but as soon as he did that, is basically when he had to flat out just say like, "Look, it's not a sport." And at that moment, like the game was over as far as pretending because, and it was to save money. It was to be like, "Yeah, I'm not paying for this. Yeah. You guys are not offering me a service, and I don't need you, so we're not gonna do this."
Makes sense.
Yeah, so that's part of it. All right, so I can share these, Bobby. Here, I'll share them here, and then I'll grab my refill right after. But let me
cover first.
Yeah, I got the cover first. I got that.
Yeah. Gorgeous. Just beautiful.
Yeah. What year is that? Does that say
1930? 1930.
It's 2930. It's January 1930. So 2930 season.
Okay.
But look, I love that. That is just the amazing colors and just so Art Deco-ish,
Yep. No, it's beautiful.
So I'll say this. I'll go over to the second page here in a second. Part of what makes it fun, so obviously for the wrestling thing, it's enjoyable to me because I have memories directly tied to it, obviously. Yep. But if you're talking about Art Deco and the programs and everything, I love some of the old World Series programs because they had some fun designs in them, and if you find the right matchups and things,
Walter
if you're a
Johnson
fan, obviously,
did some nice. Yeah, there were some beautiful ones that with the players on it and stuff like that.
And they tried to do it very differently.
The hockey ones were really well done for the most part. What they did. With the regular program, because obviously they had other events. The amphitheater, this was built in 1929, actually. Probably at the beginning, finished being built in 1929. And it was sort of one of the high-end tiered arenas or, whatever. auditorium. So to be there was kind of great, and it was a great promotion for the players to have an NHL hockey game in Atlantic City. So, and Atlantic City was very popular in that time period as well. So, so they did a yellow insert. It was a 4-page, 4-page, single page folded, right? So, so that was the introduction, and it just said Pittsburgh Pirates, and then the Chicago. It tells you a little bit about the club and stuff like that. And then it was the lineup inside. It's very interesting. The next picture, Carlos, because it tells you on the left-hand side. I can't read it, but I think it says something about, how to play hockey, and here's the rules. And it's kind of interesting how it's introducing people to hockey at that time. But see, the scorecard is really nice. It's well done.
I'm just going to zoom in here a little bit so you can see. Okay, so here are the playing rules. You've got that there.
Mm-hmm.
And here you go. So here you go, Eric. Forward passing and kicking the puck shall be allowed in all 3 zones. So, Eric, you're allowed to kick the puck. If you're allowed to kick the puck, foot in the crease is legit. I don't know what you've been complaining about.
Nope.
They're doing this 29-30 rules. 29-30 rules right here.
No, you can kick the puck, yes, but not into the net, nor in 19, whatever the hell it was, you are able to stand inside the crease.
Says you. Not with that attitude, Eric.
Well,
Eric, that is a losing attitude.
Rule was there yet?
It's the rules. It was in the rule book. Foot cannot be in the crease, but they went.
Yeah, but they changed the rules.
Well,
it wasn't his foot; it was his skate.
That's a good point. I didn't
if he had been barefoot, then your point might have some validity.
That was not the case. I've never heard that argument made before. I think you make a valid point, and you win the debate.
Yeah, well, I also won the Stanley Cup, so it's all good. It's all legit. Bonus also. Origin of hockey on the other side.
There's more rules down below there. If you zoom in a little bit better to the right.
Talking about to the right over here?
Page. Yeah.
So here, this one?
Smaller writing. It says something.
Yeah, well, I can zoom in. It's not going to be very clear, but I can zoom in.
What does it say above it?
So the series for the Stanley Cup at the close of 29-30 schedule shall be governed by the following conditions. And then this part is very blurry.
Oh, that's the conditions. Really interesting. Yeah. It's like fine print. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. So continue for 1 10-minute overtime period. If no additional goal is scored in the extra 10 minutes, the game shall terminate and be declared a draw, which is trash. Draws are trash.
They are. But people had to work the next day, I guess. But see how it's filled out nice, the scorecard, or whatever. I think it's
now, more than likely that was filled out in a ballpoint pen. Sorry, in a it would have been filled out not in a ballpoint. Sorry, it would have been filled out in a
fountain.
In a fountain pen.
Yes.
And somebody actually knew how to write.
Yes, they did, didn't they? Look at that's nice writing. Very well, very easy to check out. So
a little bit fancy flourish on the P though. We're getting a little fancy with that P on Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Bring that to any high school in the United States of America, and they wouldn't be able to read that.
No, I don't think they're that bad.
Oh, they're that bad. they're bad. At this stage in the game, the only reason my handwriting hasn't completely disintegrated is I will intentionally write notes. Like sometimes when I'll do it, I still like to have a notepad nearby. It's like you don't use it, you lose it. Like you have to actually be in practice. Even if you know how to do it, you have to do it in order to be in practice.
I look forward to the day we get a solar flare and knocks out all the internet and stuff, and then people will be walking around like they're back in the caveman days.
Well, then that's where the cream shall rise to the top, Bobby. I shall write all my profanities to Eric in writing.
Yes, in script. I'm surprised they took it out of schools because you still have to communicate in different scenarios in a work site, wherever you're gonna, how are you gonna read blueprints? Come on.
I think they have to. I think they've got texting class.
Yeah, I guess.
Slide into the DMs.
It only hurts them going forward. It doesn't. I don't know. That's a good ideas. What's that say there?
So this is your lineup here and a little bit of the breakdown here.
Yeah, you got some pretty big names in there. Can you zoom in a bit better?
So for up here, this top part.
Yeah. No, just the names of the players.
Yeah.
So you got Charlie Gardner, famous Chicago Blackhawk goalie. He actually died in 1934 after they won the Stanley Cup in the summer of 34.
Greatest living Blackhawk until Bobby Orr.
You know it, right?
Oh, my
I think you have that. I can't read the.
So you got on the left, you got Gardner, Abel, Dudkowski.
So Sid Abel. Sid Abel is everyone knows Sid Abel. You know, he was coach Gordie Howe, and he played back in the time period too. So he was a player before that.
Yep. Dudkowski, Gottselig, Summers, and Kucher.
So the first Russian player is Gottselig. Very first Russian player to play in the NHL.
Mm-hmm. And then for the Pittsburgh Pirates on the other side, you got Miller, R. Smith, Frazier, Milks, Duro, and Lowry.
Yeah. There's not big names there. Well, actually, their record this year was 5 wins, 36 losses, and 4 ties or something. It's like, oh my God.
So name here is asking, is that Taffy Abel? You're saying Sid Abel.
Oh, it might be Taffy Abel. Yeah.
Okay.
And he would know. He has the Taffy.
Oh.
Yeah, because he's in the 20s. Yep.
Listen, even if you're wrong, Bobby, please don't make name right.
I hooked him up to a Taffy Abel match cover, actually from the show. And I said, "Hey, there's one on eBay. Go buy it." And there's 2 variations.
You
Anyways,
tell us after the show that you were wrong and name was right, but when we're live like this, do not give him that type of credit.
You got to name it. You got to call it right, and it is Taffy Abel.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
He owned a log cabin, freaking place that you could eat. Yeah, because Sid Abel would be probably coming in around 30s or 40s, late 30s, early 40s, I guess.
There you go. Bobby did hook me up with the Taffy Abel matchbook.
Yes.
There you go.
And what was his first name? His real first name?
Mr.
Laffy.
Mr. What?
Too easy. Had to be done.
Yep.
Contractually obligated. Had to be done.
Yeah, so there's some big names there. I know there's a few that you wouldn't know about Pittsburgh, but it's, where's the other players?
Oh my God! Just go find something else to do.
Would it make you feel better? Would it make you feel better since Bobby brought in the Pittsburgh Pirates? Would it make you feel better if we showcase another program related to Pittsburgh Pirates here?
Please.
So you go, 1937, Pittsburgh Pirates taking on the Detroit Lions.
Wow, there you go.
Because in Pittsburgh we're not creative.
But look at the graphics; are kind of on that. Yeah. So they really needed to kick up.
I like the fact that 2 guys are like. I want to know why. It looks like it's the old world. We've got a man who looks like he's coming up.
And a pirate, and
it's a gigantic football. It's literally a pirate man.
Yeah.
And their bounty is a big gigantic football.
That's great.
And this man just looks like he's confused by the whole thing.
Yeah, he's like.
And then you got some bandana guys over here. So see, don't knock it, man. League of the world's greatest football players versus the Detroit Lions. So you got that going for you. Yeah. You get yourself an ad for Ford V8. Come on. Ooh, let's go.
That's a big one back then.
Fancy.
But do you see the difference between the 2 programs? Massive difference.
Well, I think part of it, Bobby, to be honest with you, I actually think that the hockey at that point, even though hockey was obviously in infancy, struggling with it, like I said, part of the listening to the history of it was they were struggling badly. Like Pittsburgh was one of the teams that was like, they were basically like borderline survival mode for decades. Yeah, so they were like, we're not fancy Art Deco isn't going to happen. And this is 1937. No. So right there, you're in Great Depression territory, basically coming out of it, just barely coming out of it. Because the war doesn't start until 39.
29, 30. Yeah.
Yeah. So 1937 is this program.
Yeah. Well, in the United States, they're still in it. Yeah. Canada
basically they don't really start coming out of it until effectively the Second World War.
Yeah. Canada was a little different though, but yeah.
Still but I'm saying, so the Pittsburgh Pirates here in Detroit Lions, like, no, they're scraping by. They're struggling. Like, they're right at the bottom of the barrel.
They couldn't afford the real good artists. They just went, hey, Jim, you know how to write? No, Mr. Nagurski does. Get him.
They're like, we just need a program, guys. We just need a program. Just get us past this, and hopefully we can sell a couple of tickets.
So you got a Pittsburgh baseball program. Let's pull that one up from 30s.
Yeah, I'll see if I can grab one from the 30s. Yeah, give me a second. I do want to showcase one here. Actually, this is a good one. So one more page I'll show from this one. Sure. Eric will appreciate this one. Because every time he was talking about the wrestling and Eric was demonstrating a little technique, he was basically borrowing from this guy.
Oh my God.
See? It's uncanny.
That's scary.
That right there, my friend. Look, athleticism.
Oh my god. Leather helmets too.
No
How
CTE
many
back
concussions?
CTE hadn't been invented yet, Eric.
then. That's right.
That came later. That was pretty good. All right, I'll see if I can grab a Pittsburgh Pirates baseball
Yes.
program.
Then we'll have the trifecta done.
Yeah. I just thought it was funny, though, when you brought it up. I was like, oh, let me tell you, since I literally just got the information inputted just recently, I was like, let me tell you about the Pittsburgh Pirates of the NFL.
Yes. Be Skippy.
All right, let's see
Yeah,
here.
they definitely lacked. I know the Toronto Maple Leaf programs, if you go back to the 20s and 30s, they're very, very detailed. They had artists like Samson and Lou Skews, two of the top Canadian artists at that time period, drawing the covers, which was really nice and colorful and very well done. And then the 40s, they went to snapshot of the Maple Leaf Gardens, and then they put a center round picture of a player. Or if it was the Ice Follies or boxers or whatever it was. And then the 50s, they put players' faces on basically from there up with a few action changes in the late 60s. And 70s was kind of plain. Anyways, that's history. I know programs pretty well. I've been doing programs for a long time. And this is one of the nicest programs I've seen is that one. Yeah.
That's pretty nice.
That's trying, isn't it?
Yeah, so right now this would be right in the middle. So this is 1935, this one. Okay. And this was just kind of your standard program for a specific game. So this was them against St. Louis.
Big Chevrolet ad in the front there, right?
Oh yeah. Well, for them it was the selling point here. The Chevrolet dealers of Allegheny County.
Wow. That they got front cover. Like that whole program is just like being paid for by, the one thing they lacked, when you got into World Series, it's hard to tell because they never discerned the program inside the insert was the lineup was still the same. And sometimes you don't know if it was game 1, 3, or 5 when it comes down to a lot of the programs through baseball.
The early World Series ones, I think they just use the same program for the whole series, basically.
No, even right up till like 50s. It's like crazy. It's like, what game is it? Well, it's 1, 3, or 5.
When it comes to the programs, Bobby, the Blue Jay ones has one program. The whole series is one program.
Yeah, it's all. Yeah.
That's 92 and 93. They didn't divide it by game. They didn't divide it by game.
Yeah. The other programs were kind of nice from the 80s. Blue Jays.
Bob Jackson says that they launched themselves at each other like human torpedoes when they had leather helmets.
I guess.
They also made noises.
It looked like they were doing it. Yeah, I know.
Listen, if you make the noise, it makes you faster.
It does.
Eric does that during the bicycle. He goes,
yeah.
He tries to do the $6 million man thing.
I like to try to make motorcycle noises.
Oh.
Like
I never drove those bikes.
I like doing that.
Mine were the smoother kind.
Well, after Eric crashes, usually he finishes it up with dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
He gives his own sound effect to finish it off.
Yep.
Oh, I make plenty of sounds. Usually it's something like
well, they used to have those bicycles where you'd push that little button that had on the handlebars that would make a motorcycle sound. It's kind of funny. You might have remembered that.
He just needs to take a couple of those 6970 cards and he can make some motorcycle sounds.
Oh yeah, that's how you can make it. Yeah.
Just put it in the spokes. It'll be fine.
Yeah. I never did that as a kid.
There you go.
It wasn't a thing.
Yeah. I think one of the things that created a bit of a problem was since a lot of those 1930s ones basically they were trying to save money because of the war because of the Great Depression basically at that point. So what it came down to. So I just showed you that program from Pittsburgh. Let me show you this one from Detroit. And you may notice something. You'll get a chuck out of this. So this is 1931 from Detroit.
Yeah, everybody did different ones.
No, they didn't. This is almost the same.
Oh my god.
It's the same guy and literally the same thing over here, except it's tigers.
Oh, it's just tigers they put on the banner. Oh
yeah.
My god. Oh,
and now it's we changed the sponsor. It's totally different, guys.
Shavers.
That's creativity.
Yeah, basically the thing was, I'm pretty sure at that point they're like, guys, we hired one marketing company. They got one design. You're all getting it.
One artist. That's it. Everybody's got it.
It's the same picture. It's the same picture for everybody.
But that that program cover of the Atlantic City is just gorgeous. It's hard to rival something like that. It's just a time period, and that's where I really appreciate the artwork of that time period. You know, it's just, I don't know, it puts you in that place at that time. It's so, you know, historically significant to me in a sense, because actually the 20s is my favorite time of period for hockey, and actually even the world in general. It was a very exciting time. 30s were probably a little bit more exciting sports wise, but the 20s, I really like the 20s. It's chocolate bar card era, and you know, so many cool things happening back then.
I'd argue the 20s sports wise probably worked better, because heavyweight boxing was in a good place. Baseball was starting to take off with Ruth, so that was working really well for them. And then, like I said, the problem in the U.S., especially the 30s, was the Great Depression. Like, it kind of by the end, you know, 29 and going forward, you know, sports were still going on, but it was stalled. Things were stuck. It was kind of the issue that's why the early NFL days, when they were doing all that stuff,
cards and gums really came out, and you got a lot of great basic cards through that time.
You did basically once you got going on.
Yeah, the 20s were thin cards, black and white. You know, player pictures. You know, where they got colorful backgrounds in the 30s, and hockey or baseball. You know, 4 different Ruth color backgrounds in that 33, and definitely a different time period for sure.
It was the irony was, when they were in the roaring 20s and things were going better, they didn't have the quality marketing with a lot of those cards. And then in the 30s, when they're like, yeah, we need to market because we need to sell something, we got to sell it. We don't have a choice.
You're going to throw a card in your gum. It wasn't gum in the card. It was card in the gum, right? So
yeah. So here's a 28 World Series program. So you're featuring a couple of players.
Bad. That's not too bad at all.
That's where you feature Miller Huggins. So you got
a nice border and stuff like that. It's a little mute toned. I think it's red around the outside, isn't it? Yeah,
it's a little bit more ornate. There's a little bit of design at least going
definitely for sure. Yeah, but still not compared to the other. Oh, look at that!
It's
Lucky
toasted.
Strike.
Yeah, no throat irritation, no cough.
No. Calms your nerves. Does a bunch of other things too.
American Tobacco Company. I just like the fact that their thing is Lucky Strike. It's toasted.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I'm not sure. Look, does this man look like he knows what it means? It's toasted, Bobby. It's toasted.
He's smiling.
He's happy. He's toasted.
When you're smiling. So pull a 20s football. Is there any?
I'm sure there is. It's probably like a one piece of cardboard with the one guy. Like, I'll see if I can find some. Let me read a couple of these comments here.
Sure.
I thought Eric makes some motorcycle noises with riding his tricycle. That or his 6 cars in his spokes. That's right. Yep, we use playing cars in our spokes. There you go. All right, let me see if I can find a 1920s football. Try to pick a random year and see what I can find. I'll see what I can locate.
Yeah, 20s hockey, very few around. Very few. Actually, I just seen a St. Pat's one, which was kind of boring, to be honest. But it had a picture of the team on the front, which was nice. There's not many pictures of the St. Pat's, that's for sure. Very, very tough team to find a picture of. Oh my God. I forgot about this. Just a minute.
I was going to say, you forgot about Dre.
Yeah.
Okay, let me... Oh, I didn't send this picture. You can bring that back up when you get a chance.
All right, I will in a second. There you go. Here's a fun one. So since I did 1928, I'll do 1928 again. Check it out. The New York Yankees taking on the Chicago Cardinals. The other New York Yankees.
Yes.
Because, again, we have no creativity.
They ran out of names back then.
No, the thing, so like I said, the benefit of listening to the most recent thing, it was intentional. They literally were trying to, baseball was the more established and popular sport. Mm-hmm. So and football, again, they were trying to sell the sport when the audience had decided that, no, professional football is stupid. Amateur, collegiate football is the real thing, and the professionals is junk. So you're trying to convince an audience. You're trying to convince an audience here that baseball, you basically are piggybacking off of baseball's popularity, because New York Yankees, Pittsburgh Pirates. You borrow whoever the local team is.
Toronto Maple Leafs. We were named after, the hockey was named after the baseball team. softball,
And
but it
then
was baseball.
and then the Chicago Bears play off the Chicago Cubs. He was literally like,
because the baby cub bear. Yeah. Anyways,
but that was actually his thinking. That was actually part of George Hallis's thought process. He goes,
There you
all
go.
right, but these guys are bigger than baseball players, so if they're the Cubs, we'll be the Bears. That's basically the. But the thought was to stick with the theme. So
Yes,
Cubs,
smart.
Bears, and you just went with like so that it made sense to people. They would try to connect the two things. But you can see it's not much to write home about. There's not much going on there. It's literally the one. It's
I like
Gibby
that
Welch.
kick. I forget what they call that kick. Whatever it is. There's a certain. Oh my god, this is. Oof.
Check it out. Athleticism.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah! Imagine running in those things. Damn. You know it's heavy cotton wool. Oh my god.
Wool.
What the hell?
Yep.
But look at the design. It's like it's empty.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like there wasn't much
There's
to it.
no selling factor to this thing at all.
Polo grounds again.
Yeah.
But look, man.
Back-
Saturday, December 2nd, 2:15, New York Giants taking on the New York Yankees, all New York, for the city championship.
Of which game?
It was the city championship. It was the New York championship. They made up their own. They're like,
Baseball?
we're going to fight for this. We're going to
Football?
fight for Kings of New York in the Polo
Maybe.
Grounds.
Yeah.
Hell
right.
yeah.
Now you know. It's rough. It's rough times. It's a tough
So
scene.
it seems. Oh, that other photo. So I'll set you up with it. So, well, I guess you have to show it and then I can explain it.
Yeah, I don't think anybody said anything about 20s football cards, Paul. I literally no one was talking about the cards.
So
you got
on
the Spalding set.
Facebook, I showed my pickup of the program. So, whenever
Sure.
you're ready. Whenever you're
Did
ready.
you send it?
Yeah, I posted it. Did I not?
Let me take a look. Let's see if I got
Yeah.
anything
it's
here.
there.
Okay, it'll take a minute. I have to wait for it to come over because it's not on the computer. I don't see it yet.
Oh, that's kind of surprising.
NFL's first active can be summed up as Jim Thorpe was past his prime. Yes. Nothing. Red Grange ignited fighter. Eventful and temporary. Yes. The top left was considered a huge offensive lineman at like 230 pounds. Yep. In that era, 230 pounds, you were a big dude.
Yep.
That's the way it was.
If you're 6 foot, you're a monster.
What was funny is like, no, he's right about the 230 pounds. Like at that thing is like, I need to lose a little bit of weight, but I'm walking around like 215, 220 right now. So it's like, all right, dude, I'm pushing you, but get out of my way.
Yeah.
They were not big. They were not big guys at that time.
So you're the big guy in the 20s, I guess.
If I go back to the old 20s, like, all right, leather helmet, move it, asshole, go, get out of. It's like whatever. I'm just gonna shove him. I'm just gonna shove him out of the way. Get out of my way, fool. Go.
Yes.
It'll be like Eric's thing. It'll be like Eric and his postal package. Yeet. Send him flying.
Yes.
Fats Henry is gigantic at 245 pounds. Yeah. So it's like,
Carlos, certified editions, something different.
That looks like junk.
So that would be 95, 96 certified. That is basically the base card.
Oh, it just says certified edition on the back.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's a base card.
Yes, so I didn't know
Kind
that
of certified at that time.
a subset.
Does it so
Certified
it says certified edition. Does it show anything else on the front, wording wise, other than his name?
Select 95, 96 certified edition.
Okay, so that was the first year of Select Certified. They call a certified edition to be fancy, but it's literally Select Certified. It's the year before that Ray Bork card.
Yeah. So I was just wondering if this was a subset. They had so many back there in the 90s, I can't keep track of it all.
Yeah, that one was a base card. So I'm just trying to see if I can get the image that Bobby was talking about. Okay, and I think I see it now.
You see it now?
I think I do, yeah. Give me a second.
Clear
Now that I think I see it, I should be able to grab that. Take
All
a
right.
second.
I was going
Alrighty.
to send you another picture to push it,
Yeah.
purge it.
It's just the one. Is it just the one image?
Yes, this is the one image. Yes.
Got it. Okay, got
So
it.
I posted on Facebook the picture of the program.
Yeah.
1929-30, January was it 25th, 28th, whatever. 1930. And
Yeah, mirror gold of it too. Yeah, that's right. There is a mirror gold of it for that year as well. Yep. Garrett here says, I see everyone as a doctor this week. What happened, Eric? Oh, what didn't happen, Eric? Let me tell you, Garrett.
working his way.
I'll explain. Allow me to explain. So first of all, Eric is unworthy. However, the background of the doctorates is it is a statement because, as we all know, we've heard about this Dr. Jimbo, this Beckett guy.
Yeah.
Fake doctor, by the way. He is not an MD. He did not go to medical school, but yet he allows himself, he demands that the people call him a doctor. So, since we know he is not a doctor, he is a PhD, different thing.
Yeah.
But if in the hobby we can call ourselves doctor, then God damn it, I am now Dr. Carlos. Accept it.
Yes.
And that is Dr. Bobby Burrell, and Eric is just Eric.
Mhm.
I flunked out of doctor school.
Yep. In the hobby, he did not pass his doctorate. So that's
Not
it.
Many do. Not many do in Boston.
Thank you, Dr. Bob. Appreciate you.
Dr. Bob. Dr.
All right,
Bob.
so let me grab this image here, and I will make it a little bit bigger here so we can see it better. All right, here we go. I should be able to
so
share
on
that with you.
Facebook, I post the program, and the funny thing is,
Here we go.
there's the picture of that game there. The same date. It's Pittsburgh
As the
versus
program?
Chicago. I went, that is impossible that somebody has the photograph of both the teams together, which is very unusual. But it was sort of, I guess, a sort of promotional thing. And he had the real official program, picture to go with the program. It's the same date. It's the amphitheater.
Got it.
It's like, he posted that, and I said, how impossible is that? That some guy on the same Facebook. That's why, I have a lot of members. And the guy's a Chicago collector, not a Pittsburgh collector. Like, Pittsburgh stuff is worth 10 times, Chicago Blackhawk stuff, because they were, they lasted only a short amount of time. So, but that incredible. Anyways, for somebody to do that, it's hard enough to find the program, let alone hard enough to find a picture. Like, God, you got to be kidding. It was just revelation is what it was. So anyways, I just, when he posted that, I just went, well, fuck, I've seen it all. You could never do that again. Like, honestly, pull out something from the 20s and then have a photo of it. It's just like impossible. And it says the date of the game right on it. It says the two teams. It's everything's there. It's like, kind of crazy, but that's the hobby, and that's the thrill of the hobby too. You never know what people have. So this guy's just a Chicago pitcher, and pitcher collector, photo guy. And I said, "Do you want to sell it?" And he goes, "Nah, it's pretty much my favorite pitcher." And I went, "It's kind of weak in Chicago." It's like, come on. But
I like your angle. It's kind of weak.
Yeah, you got to be a little.
Not really that great, but sell it to me.
I was kind of typey, so you kind of you can add your own, wines and what have you along the way. You lose context, unfortunately. But he didn't.
So listen, if it was Blackhawks legend Bobby Orr, man, you might be talking.
It would have, yeah, over the top.
Would have changed it up a little bit,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
would add another.
Bobby, you don't have to participate in that nonsense. You don't have to.
As a historian, Bobby knows that this is accurate statements.
He was legitimately with the Chicago Blackhawks.
No,
you don't have is legitimately. There's photos. There's pictures.
Yeah.
Bob
as a historian, as a hockey historian, do you want the man to deny the truth?
As a leader in this hobby, you do not have to follow in that idiot's footsteps.
Sir, point of order.
Am I being scolded?
First, good evening to Victor, the rookie card specialist. Secondly, coincidentally, what a wonderful coincidence that he's here. Because
we talked about Victor, he shows up. What's going on?
Victor wrote a lovely book on the rookie card.
Almighty.
And in the acknowledgement section, I believe, correct me if I'm mistaken to this, Dr. Bobby, I believe that Dr. Bobby's in it after Family and God. And not only that, also in that acknowledgement section, yours truly, Dr. Carlos. So I think Peasant Eric over here has a serious, you should not be questioning doctors, Eric.
Victor,
you are in no position, sir.
What monsters you unleashed with that nonsense.
You are on page 94, I always say.
Oh, yeah. Eat all the way in the back.
Yeah. Victor, your next book better be dedicated to me.
The book will be dedicated to you. That dumbass who would question the doctors of the hobby. What an idiot. This guy sucks.
Oh, my God.
What a terrible question. What?
See this? Oh.
you can't tear it. It's kind of weird. It's got a rubbery feel. It's kind of neat.
And it's a mistake to go with spine first. You got to at least try to go the other way. That at least gives you a better shot. Spine first is a mistake. It's a rookie move. Garrett says, here's a question I've been thinking about as of late. What baseball card do you think would be the face of collecting? T206 Honus Wagner, 52 mantle. 52 mantle. For baseball cards, 52 mantle.
It is.
Yeah.
The
Wagner's a good one, but the 52 mantle has become if I ask the layman off the street, the first one that they were most likely to pick is the 52 mantle, just sight unseen randomly. That would probably be the first one. That would probably be the first choice.
Yeah.
Just because that's the one a lot of people would think about. The Wagner would probably be not far behind because it is infamous. It does have a long history, but I think the mantle gets first billing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so that'd be yeah. Just because it's been out there too long, it's known extremely well. Topps is obviously huge, Yeah. It's the set, the year, and the card that kind of launched the hobby boat, so to speak, with a lot of it, and people immediately will associate. That's the first thing they'll think about. 89 Griffey's not a bad choice. I think I would put it somewhere in the top 5. I don't know where, but obviously the Griffey became ubiquitous. Like when the hobby boomed during that boom period, if you're of the right age and you were around during the boom, the Griffey is a super recognizable card. The mantle I still think takes top billing, but that Griffey's probably somewhere in that top 5. It's probably right up there somewhere in there. It's a recognizable card.
I think the Gretzky is either you love it or you hate it, and I think it's a 50-50 shot at that one. I don't think people love it that much. I don't mind it. I think it's okay. I think it's good.
For hockey, I think the Gretzky is a good call out. I think in hockey, you don't have as many choices. There's not as many cards that feel as iconic. The Gretzky would probably get top billing for that.
The 54 Howe, definitely.
The 54 Howe, I think, would be a popular card.
And
the minor league ore card.
Yep.
Yeah. So there's that one.
Otherwise, the cards are kind of 10s and 20s, just photographs, pictures, and hand-drawn stuff. 30s, there's a lot of good cards, but like there's the color backgrounds are nice. So like the 33 Canadian chewing gum, any one of the stars is really kind of cool. That's a nice looking set. 40s, nothing, beehives, and then 50s, and it's certainly not the Parkers, anything in that time period. So
no,
definitely.
I think the biggest problem is that
Bobby Orr's not a very good card because it's just his face showing. Body shots are much better, or more preferable.
I think also the wood grain border is a take it or leave it. I like the wood grain border.
50-50.
I like the wood grain border, but it's going to be a take it or leave it for some folks.
And that's tall boys, same thing. Take it or leave it. Some people hate them. Some people like them.
Yep.
So many different issues.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them that they're kind of innocuous. They just don't look like anything special. So it's like, but even some of the ones that actually look kind of nice, you're going to run into a problem. Is that the reason I said the 52 mantle is because I can point to the 52 mantle. A lot of people are like, oh, okay, yeah, I've seen that before somewhere. Like even if they don't know exactly what it is, they'll be able to place it. They've probably seen it somewhere. A lot of those other ones, like, yeah, I could show it to them. It's like, oh, okay, I think I know who that is. But they wouldn't be able to pick off the card itself. No specific card would stick out in their mind just looking at it. It'd be tough. Yeah, for basketball, the 86 Fleer Jordan would probably be a visible card.
The Star Jordan.
The Star Jordan, yes. There you go. So yeah, probably for that one. By the way, Garrett, I will throw this at you. Obviously, the Fridays, we already talked about, you have your challenges with your setup for live stream. But maybe I'll get in touch with you and maybe we'll do a thing. We'll pick a date and time and maybe we'll do a recording. And we can maybe do that. We could do it that way and then we can have a conversation. We'll set maybe something up in the channel. So we could probably do it that way. And that way you could be a little more flexible time-wise and maybe we can figure something out. I'll reach out. See if we can work something out that way. I think something we can figure out because then we can talk about some of the autograph stuff because he's into a lot of the through the mail and does a lot of autograph things. And I've got some stuff we can talk about. So maybe we'll schedule it that way. Bob Jackson says the problem with hockey is that it's so limited because Gretzky is the guy in hockey. And no one else comes close to him in terms of being a known name. Yeah. When you do hockey and you just ask the rando off the street, it's Gretzky and then it gets tough. Coming up with who the second name is, there are probably a few choices.
Bobby Orr and Gordie Howe prior to Gretzky or prior to the pandemic. I would still say they were holding strong over Gretzky.
I would agree.
Until the pandemic did Gretzky become the official king at that point.
Well, I think what happens though is like, look, if I go to Detroit, I know for a fact in Detroit,
Gordie,
Howe would be fine, no problem. I think where you struggle is like, okay, if I go to Los Angeles, obviously Gretzky was able to make a foothold over there because he went there.
Well, he went to
New York,
St. Louis,
yeah,
then
yeah.
LA.
If I get somebody of the right age, Howe will still come up for sure.
Yep.
But I think again, I'm talking about layman off the street, just a random fan off the street. I think Gretzky would probably get would get the first name.
52 years old.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so, you're only 50. What's your excuse?
That's when it faded. It's sort of like Gordie Howe kind of went out, and Bobby Orr really took over in the late 90s, and then it became in the 2000s, later 2000s, it became Wayne Gretzky. Like, he was there, but that card wasn't always well liked. And, obviously rough cuts, centering issues, colors, lines through it, back, all these little issues. Not until the pandemic did it ever skyrocket, and in price on top of that, like popularity wise. It's like we turned a new leaf on, or we turned a new generation in 2020.
Yeah, well, the biggest thing also that kind of hurt it is that Gordie was out. Like, his last card in his last season was 79-80, which was Gretzky's first.
Yeah.
So you kind of had that crossover. So basically, 1980. I'll use 1980 as the cutoff. So 1980, right now, you'd have to be 44 years old to have even been alive in Gordie Howe's last season.
Sure.
So that's a problem because once
legends carry on, like you can say Mickey Mantle too, same thing, right?
I can, but in baseball, Mickey Mantle has a lot more resonance than Gordie does in hockey.
Sure. If you're a hockey guy, yeah, I guess.
Gordie played 80 games, all 80 games his final year at 52 years old. 80 games, 15 goals, 26 assists, 41 points, and only 42 penalty minutes.
About
52 years old. All
WHA though.
No, the last year was in NHL. Last year was NHL.
Oh yeah, sorry.
He did do one last season in NHL.
Yeah, I forgot.
80
yeah, he went to the Hartford
games and made the All-Star team. Was an All-Star.
I think that was a nod.
I was gonna say, like, he played well. For a 52-year-old, he played well, Eric. I don't think his stat line gets him an All-Star game if he's not Gordie Howe.
Yeah.
He was on the All-Star team.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. You're Gretzky now because they're told to by online pundits. A certain soaring skull comes to mind for one. Ooh.
Exactly.
Sure.
That's it. That's the driving force too, right? On top of that.
It is. I think it's fair. But yeah, I think it's I think when it comes to the recognizable one, there's certain ones that will stick out. I think what hurt a lot of those and basketball has the same problem. Prior to the 80s, basketball struggled to have consistent anything. They had these gaps all over the place. They had gaps going all the way back to the beginning because basketball was on tape delay in the early 80s. Like, as a sport, they were struggling. They had been around a long time, but they had just struggled to get any footholds. That was it. Well, here's the thing. The 20s, the 30s, the 40s, football didn't really start getting traction until after the Second World War. Like, then they had done a lot of smart things that actually started building them up. But by the end of the 40s into the 50s, they finally started getting a little bit of traction. And then their big one was when they got on the bandwagon for TV. When they got on the bandwagon for TV for them in the 50s, that really is what set them off. And then there was, I think it's the 57 NFL championship game was on television. And it was the first game that went to overtime. So they had a dramatic championship game that actually went to, it was a good game that actually went to overtime. And at the time, 40 million people saw it. Which, think of the size of the American audience. That's a massive. So you had a large audience that saw a good game with two good teams that went to overtime. So it was actually a good game that went to overtime. That's the best marketing your league could have asked for at that moment. And and you had stars and Hall of Famers on both teams. That's what launches you. Now, even then, you're still not the biggest player in the game, but it gets you a strong start. And then they accidentally fall into the national television package. Mm-hmm. They agree to share the wealth on the national television package, which allows the Green Bays and some of those teams to continue to exist to this day with all the billions of dollars they make on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Total accident because some of the owners didn't think TV was going to be as big, but then they decided, yeah, fine, we'll split it. We'll do a national package and we'll split it.
Yeah.
And that set the course of the rest of it.
And basketball had its, they had their stars. They had the, Cousy Milk and Wilt Chamberlain and, Magic and all these guys going through the years, but it really didn't get some traction until quite a bit later when you had the Dream Team come in and all that other stuff was starting to happen. That's when it really took off. And that's when cards really took off for them. Well, we know the Star Jordan started it all, but
obviously.
Yeah.
So Jordan got going in 84, give or take.
Obviously.
Bird and Magic were the ones who Bird and Magic were the ones who got the NBA out of tape delay. Their rivalry got them out of tape delay. That was step one. Mm-hmm. Step two, Jordan came in, and then the Dream Team took them global.
Yes.
So it's like these steps. First, get them out of tape delay so that they're actually being showcased. Showtime Lakers, the Boston Celtics. That rivalry gets you out of tape delay. Then Jordan's figuring his stuff out. Takes him a while, but then at the beginning of the 90s, the Bulls start rolling. So now they're doing their thing. And then you do the Dream Team, that takes you international. All of a sudden, that international market is suddenly watching, and they become fans of this version of the NBA with all these great players that you have on there. And that markets you worldwide and makes the NBA into a legit power after that.
Yeah, you had China, and they had their players and what have you, the Asian players that were coming over, and it was and same thing with baseball. Asian players, like, they were all over the place. You've got so many things that helped, whereas hockey really didn't make it overseas, other than Europe. But Asia, no, nothing. Just India, nothing. Africa, nothing. There was nothing there.
Well, hockey missed this window because it was funny because I remember the Sports Illustrated article because there was, I want to say around 93, 94, they had an article where they were talking about hockey, and they had hockey and basketball saying, these are the two hot sports here coming up in the 90s. And hockey was deemed to have been a rising sport right around that time. They were looking at it going like, okay, so the NBA and hockey are going to be neck and neck as the next rising sport. They had them both thinking they're on the ascend. Sure. Well, then the with due respect to them, it worked. The New Jersey Devils win with the wonderful neutral zone trap.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, let's just murder offense completely. Let's just ban goal scoring and just shut the thing right down. And it's like sitting there like, and then of course you have labor strife as well. So you have lockouts in addition. So first you're killing offense, and then let's do a lockout and just shut the thing right down. Right at the moment and then the NBA just took off like a rocket right after that. And hockey just kind of sat where it was. They did grow it eventually. Like,
I still
truthfully,
blame ESPN. I'm sorry.
Hockey was everything up here, right?
Points. You made some good points. I still drop the failure of hockey in the United States on the lap of ESPN. They absolutely destroyed it.
Well, you had NBC doing it, and they took it over for a few years, and then it just didn't make it.
And now it's back to ESPN, and they suck again. So
and even with Peter Puck.
Okay, let me play this game with Eric here. All right, what is it you think that ESPN did that killed hockey?
I don't think it didn't kill hockey. It just didn't.
No, but Eric's saying that ESPN hurt him. What?
They bought the rights. They put no real effort into it. They didn't promote it. Their coverage was horrible.
They lost the theme song.
They did not care about it. I don't know why they spent the money they did to get the rights. And
Eric, they didn't spend that much money. It wasn't much money.
They shouldn't have, but any amount of money. It's like,
okay.
I don't.
There was nobody else bidding, Eric. Who else was bidding?
They killed it. It was horrible.
Okay, I'm gonna ask a question. I'm actually being serious. Eric, I remember that era. The sport was stalled. In Canada, we didn't get ESPN. I had Hockey Night in Canada here and all that. Guess what? The sport stalled.
We were fine.
Yeah. Fine is relative, Bobby. That the sport, in the markets where it was fine. In the markets where it wasn't fine. And it had nothing to do with the television coverage.
Yeah.
It actually did a little bit. And that's why they brought that glowing puck in so they could follow it, because
they were trying to dumb it down for the Americans.
Had to.
Yeah,
and actually their video, like honestly, the CBC guys and their TV coverage, amazing. Like when I used to watch a New York Rangers game, they were like way in the rafters, and it was like this. You're seeing the whole game because then you don't know where the puck is. No wonder, where CBC is like on these guys over here, and they're showing every little bit. It takes time. Like it doesn't move slow like football. You can just back it up and go, okay, here's the play. Hockey's like bang, 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 bang. So I had a hard time. Basketball's end to end to end, right? It's pretty simple. Baseball, one big thing. So hockey was very hard to do, and I think they failed at that. A lot of the Americans. And then again,
well, I think what came, so Dan's making
have any television, right? So
yeah, I think so. Dan's making one of the points here is that hockey wasn't perceived as an American sport, which hurts perception with it, and it became a bit of a chicken or the egg. So what Eric's talking about here is ESPN doesn't, buys the rights and doesn't promote it. But if I'm ESPN, I've got all these other properties that can pretty much carry their own weight. Why do I have to do any additional work? Either your sport sells itself or it doesn't.
No, hockey's always been the fourth sport here, and that will continue. That's fine, but they put no effort in. They're the ones that have the rights. They should have had a hockey show. They should have had games of the week that and advertise them more, and they should have been a game. I mean, at one point ESPN had several. That's why the whole Ocho thing was a joke on dodgeball, because ESPN had multiple channels. You could have had a game on every single night on ESPN3. On classic, on anything. You could have just always had hockey on. You had the rights to it. Instead, it's they're still giving you baseball news in the middle of December.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait a minute, hold on. You're giving me 20 minutes on, the Cubs might be interested in this player when you're in the middle of the hockey season and you have the rights to hockey. It was horrible.
I have to agree with Eric, and I have to even go back to the 70s when NBC took over for about 4 or 5 years for the American hockey. They did bring in Peter Puck again, which was great, but then they had the representative, which was Ted Lindsay was the representative for American hockey. Like, are you kidding? Ted Lindsay? He was like, even back then he was old, right? It's like, they just didn't do it right. They didn't have the right people, the right things, no right promos, nothing. Peter Puck was the best thing that came out of that. Otherwise, Americans wouldn't even know about Peter Puck for the most part, right? You wouldn't even know. And the poor television, poor coverage. And then they went to that ESPN was the time when they had that the blue puck or the whatever that
it was the Fox track scope puck.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, that was Fox that had it.
And they needed to do that, and that tells you how hard. Like when you go up with hockey, we don't watch the puck, but we watch the play of the players and where they're looking, where they're doing things. So we don't have to follow the puck, but we follow the play. Whereas Americans couldn't really understand that as well because they hadn't watched hockey since they were born, right? So like we do in Canada, it's a little bit easier for us. And I don't think they took it over and gave it its due. You're right. I do believe that. I do believe there could have been more, but you can only do so much. And there again, you have the WHA. No coverage whatsoever. Who's going to know? And there were so many teams. Look at the teams you guys had. All the WHA right across the United States. Like we had Toronto Toros and that's it. Yeah. Most of them were all USA based teams. Then they were jumping around out of business, in business. It was a horrid league. Like whatever happened was just, abysmal. And all these poor people who went there, you got Plant and Keon and Hull and all these big stars that went there and just went, hey, we're getting no coverage. So we're relying on local businesses. They can't even do replays or they can't even do promotions to show, the hockey games on a commercial because they didn't tape. They didn't. Film them.
That's why even now you can't even find old video of these things.
Very tough.
There's
very
hardly
tough.
anything.
And this is why it doesn't survive as a collectible today very well. We remember it as that sense. We've seen the programs, we've seen the collectibles, see the cards. Otherwise, not much.
Right.
And actually O-Pee-Chee did their job in 73 right up to 76, 77 with the cards, but they weren't popular. They were actually to a certain degree, but now they've sort of dropped out. because there's actually so many of the later years. So it is different. Hockey's, yeah, it's either your sport or it's not your sport kind of thing. So we tried to get a lot of people into it, but Gretzky did a good job. He was, he went to New York and then he went to LA, like all the key cities that he had to be in. So he did help it a little bit, but it still didn't bring it over.
When he went to LA, that was, ESPN and whoever had the rights could have really done more, because hockey boomed here in comparison, in a relative sense, of course.
That's why I'm kind of taking Dan. I was listening to what both of you guys were saying. I was actually trying to see if I could find some numbers. I wanted to go pull up some stuff from the 90s. I was struggling a bit to find it, but I was listening. My contention, this is a chicken or the egg conversation, just so we're all clear. This is a chicken or the egg conversation. You guys are arguing for the if we build it, they will come. Okay, fair enough. My argument is kind of to Dan's point. Okay, let's say ESPN had done the full corporate. By the way, ESPN had a lot of live sports coverage in the 90s. They had a ton of different things they were going on, a lot of licenses. They had a lot of rights to a lot of different things. If I'm an ESPN executive and you're saying to me like, okay, we need to invest more money to bulk up these ratings. Okay. How much money and how much time? Because I could show what in that time would have been the equivalent of pickleball and get a higher rating than an NHL game. So how much more money do you want me to put in this? Oh, well, we got to advertise and do all this. Okay. But what if we do that and the rating goes up 5%? But I had to triple my cost just to put advertising. Because again, there is, if you build it, they will come. And there's also like, I presented it to you, I offered it to you, and you still don't care. I understand Eric's point. I am convinced they could have quintupled the coverage, they could have done everything, and today the NHL would be basically in the same place it is right now. I don't think anyone cares anymore. If you try to shove it down their throat, cool, I'll change the channel to something else.
They should have had, ESPN should have shown all 80 LA Kings games and whoever the hell they were playing against.
And it might have worked. It might have worked. Or maybe they would have discovered that outside of LA, there's some places in the States where they don't care.
You're trying to promote this. You have at the time, the greatest player ever statistically. He's at his peak.
You're not getting him to his peak. Don't lie about that. Edmonton Gretzky was his peak.
Oh, yes.
No, hold on.
By 83.
Yes.
Setting records.
He was incredible.
83.
Yeah, you're not getting 200 point a year, Gretzky. That guy was dead.
Incredible with a team where every single player is in the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
He went to LA and had one with Robitaille.
Mm-hmm.
What, you didn't like Yuri Curry part 2? Come on, man. He had Yuri Curry for like a minute.
One with Robitaille. Okay. He had to actually play harder and be better in LA than in Edmonton. Edmonton was easy. Edmonton was a joke.
He said it.
Because every single person was a Hall of Famer. It was crazy.
So in other words, his 80s stats don't count. They're overly inflated.
No, I didn't say they don't count. I'm saying playing on that Edmonton team, you could put
was
me
a
out
cheat
there,
code.
and I'll end up with 100 points. LA, he had to do a lot more and carry a lot more of the load, and he was still scoring over 100 points a season and leading the league.
He was at his a little more trendy being in New York and in LA. It did help the trendiness of the game. It didn't help much in St. Louis, though.
No, nobody did.
He was in St. Louis for less than a season. I don't think that's much of a sample size to pull from.
And why he went there is beyond me. But anyways, maybe we'll find out.
He wanted to play with
That was a trade. That was a trade.
Really?
Yeah, but he asked for it. That's where he wanted to go. He wanted to play with Brett Hull and, and have them just put up crazy numbers. But then he got into a pissing contest with Mike Keenan and said, get me the hell out of here.
Yeah. So, yeah, you can only make a sport as popular as it can be. It could have been hosted by bigger people. Maybe had Lemieux in there doing commentary, or, some of the bigger stars, or people that maybe even Gordie Howe, maybe even, who knows? They could have done it that way. It would have increased it, but marginally. I don't think it would have went crazy. It's just a Canadian sport, but it's actually in Detroit. It's a major sport, obviously, and then the cities that had major league teams, but the rest of the cities, no. And for the expansion, it didn't really help them a lot. Although a lot of those teams win today, so go figure, right? Hockey's just going to be the fourth sport. It'll always be.
Yeah, and
maybe
I understand that, but
Yeah.
I just think ESPN didn't put any effort into doing.
I don't think they could have. They probably could have put more effort into it. Yes, we don't know the results. We'll never know. So,
So here I've got right at the beginning of ESPN taking over, right around the time they did. I want to say it was 92, 93 or 93,
Yeah.
94, thereabouts. Okay, 93, 94 was the last year that Gretzky had a scoring title. By 94, 95, you had a lockout season, and then he cracked 100 points one more time, and then was broken down Gretzky after that.
That's it.
So you were getting a diminished product on your biggest market.
Yep. And who's coming in at that time? Well, you got a lot of rookies, but they're just getting started.
And you had maybe another year or two of Lemieux before he had to retire.
Yeah.
So you lose Gretzky. You effectively lost Gretzky because he wasn't Gretzky anymore. Lemieux was gone within a couple of seasons of that. And so that's the NHL package you want me to spend more money on, Eric? What am I investing in here?
When did ESPN buy it? Did you have that information?
I'm trying to get the exact year, but it was like either somewhere between 92 and 93.
Gretzky himself says the best hockey he ever played was in that 93 playoffs against Toronto that they ended up going to the. I'm just saying, so Gretzky himself says the best I ever played.
The best I ever got away with was in Toronto. Yes.
Listen, it happened. I'm not, I won't argue.
Less we forget, more we remember.
So, I mean, you have the man himself saying, I was at my absolute peak playing the best I've ever played in 1993.
Can you quote that?
Yeah, so here we go.
He did.
So right here, before ESPN, so here's Eric's contention. He said ESPN ruined it. Before ESPN's deal, they were on a thing called Sports Channel America, which had 1/3 of the households of ESPN.
Really?
And yeah, they were on that. And when the Sports Channel deal ended, the league returned to ESPN for a contract, and ESPN paid them $80 million for 5 years. So a total of $80 million. That's like a decent NBA contract today. So shortly after the deal, so it looks like the television rights looks like 92, 93. So it looks like 92, 93 was the first year that they got back the rights. So that means they got, so if we're using Gretzky, because that's what we're talking about, so you get a 45 game season where you got 65 points. Woo. 93, 94, which was his last scoring title. Decent, but his lowest scoring title of his entire career.
Commentators on ESPN then. I can't even really remember. Because I wasn't watching. I'm watching CBC, right? So
wasn't Barry Melrose one of the guys that did some of the stuff?
I think he was, but it was.
They had Gary Thorne.
Who?
Gary Thorne.
They know him in his house. Come on, man. But it's okay. They got the Gretzky. They got a Lady Bing. So that's good.
Ooh, big prize.
Yeah. He was done with scoring titles and that. He wasn't going to win any cups anywhere. But he did win a Lady Bing. So that's the Gretzky that you're getting.
Yeah. The Lady Bing winger.
Totally. I'm sold. Listen, I'm in Canada and I'm retroactively changing the channel now. Never mind.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. I need to change the channel. Good point.
It's funny how it grew so much in the States and it didn't grow more across Canada, but we didn't have an East Coast team or we didn't even have somebody in the middle, other
in Canada, we had pretty much peaked already by that point.
The Jets kind of went out and then they came back much later.
I think in Canada, the market is already saturated as much as it's going to be. We already peaked in viewership here.
Yep.
In America, in theory, you've got this market, but look, Dan is making a valid point here. And where I would argue is that hockey is regional. Your best bet is to try to win your local market because, and this is the key here. If I go here, Eric will watch whatever, but the average viewer, even in Canada, I go, okay, hey, you guys want to watch St. Louis play the Seattle Kraken? Game of the week: Seattle Kraken and St. Louis Blues. Who's in? I can pick a bunch of other random combinations of teams. My point is there's nothing wrong with the teams inherently. My only point is, whereas in football, I can sell you a Monday Night Football game between Team A and Team B, and people will watch it. Even the Thursday Night Football, Amazon Prime, as garbage as it is, I can sell you Team A and Team B, and some people will still watch it. This past one was actually decent. That was actually a decent game. That was actually all right. But I can sell you that with these game of the weeks. But in the NHL, I can build you a bunch of combinations that no one gives a shit about outside of their local markets.
Well, especially today now, it's actually changed quite a bit. But you know, there was a time that it was, you know, you didn't mind watching other games, but you definitely, you know, I would watch a Leaf game opposed to, or, you know, a Canadians game or a Vancouver game or
Yeah,
Ottawa.
but that's what I'm getting
Ottawa, I
at.
never watched.
The
I
reason
hated
Hockey
Ottawa,
Night in
but
Canada was structured the way it was, Hockey Night in Canada had a doubleheader.
Yeah.
So I'm just speaking my era. This is the 1990s. When I'm growing up and I'm watching Hockey Night in Canada has a doubleheader. The Leafs game 99% of the time is the first game.
Yep.
And then the second game is some combination of Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver. Versus X.
Because they're late
Whatever.
time period. So.
That was the late game. So you knew more or less, and you know, even in the early 90s, Winnipeg Jets. The point is you would get the Western team, some kind of Western team versus someone.
Mm-hmm.
And then your early game was Leafs versus someone. That was basically your doubleheader most of the time. Occasionally they throw in a Montreal or something just for fun, but most of the time it was the Leafs game and then the Western team, whatever. So you knew that. That was always going to be the combination. So if you were into it, great. If you weren't, then you don't have a choice. It's like which one do you can choose any you want as long as it's black. That's your option. But a game of the week, hockey does not have the cachet to sell you a game of the week, and it can be good teams. It's a struggle because I would watch the late game because that's the only way I could watch the Dallas Stars play, because they'd be playing against Edmonton or Calgary or something like that in the Western Conference. A lot of cases that was usually my best chance to watch a Dallas game on local TV. But if I say to you, New Jersey Devils and the Buffalo Sabres, even if both teams are good, are there teams that people that will watch? Sure. Are there other people that be like, actually, I'd rather watch my local team. I'm not necessarily interested in watching this random game. I want to watch my local team.
Sure enough.
Yeah. Football had that.
Up, the 40s, 50s, 60s, you know, for hockey, that's all we knew. That's all it was on. It was one of the 3 to 5 stations that you had.
Yeah, so exactly. You didn't have a choice.
Anchored into it.
Yeah.
And it slowly dissipated as the teams expanded and went into other places. And as the 90s, like I said, NBC tried to do something. It was kind of okay, but not enough. And then they gave up, and then ESPN picked it up. And, you know, it's kind of milquetoast. The league was expanding. It was lots of different teams out there, places they shouldn't have been. It could have been done a little bit better, I think, by the league, not by the television, but that as well too.
The problem is that you didn't have as many obvious marquee teams.
No.
What the NBA was able to do at a certain point is they were able to start marketing towards, they would pick certain nights of the week that became the night for the national game, and the national game you'd have some kind of a featured matchup. Sure. The reason I'm saying a lot of these NHL teams, I can pick you a bunch of combinations. I could say right now, okay, this is going to be our national game of the week, but I'm like, okay, but who cares about that matchup? Who's particularly interested? You know, given all the choices. The NFL learned how to do that. Once they figured out how to sell that, then they were good to go. Even baseball, as much as it's declined over the years, Sunday Night Baseball was an institution. Sunday Night Baseball was the game of the week for a long time.
It's American pastime, right?
And they would have these different matchups. And this is maybe where you're out in the New York time area. Well, maybe on Sunday Night Baseball you'd have a St. Louis Cardinals game. You wouldn't get a chance to see the St. Louis Cardinals very often, but then on a Sunday Night Baseball, you throw it in there. You go National League, American League, and you flip back and forth and give these matchups. And that would allow you to see these teams that maybe you don't see all the time. Today, we can get all the games, whatever.
Sure.
But you can still have a game of the week if you want. You know, Amazon Prime is trying to do that. Amazon Prime is trying to do that with the Canadian market. They're giving us this Amazon Prime game of the week on Mondays. Well, there's a Canadian team in every single one of those matchups.
Yes,
it's not an accident. They're not giving you an all-American matchup. They're giving you Canadian team versus either Canadian team, or we'll throw a couple of American teams in there.
I don't understand why I'm not getting that. Why don't I get that?
You don't live in
Amazons.
Yeah, you're in a Canadian protectorate. You don't count.
Yep.
Has hockey ever really consistently been on network TV? For the most part, a little bit off and on. Like I said, even during that ESPN deal that Eric was complaining about, they had time on ABC. They had Fox. But they also struggled trying to sell it. They were trying to figure out, like, okay, but look, it's a chicken or the egg. We don't want to invest in it until you can prove to us you have ratings. But then, to Eric's point, if we're not trying hard enough, then we're not getting the ratings. So then, because we're not getting the ratings, it reinforces that we shouldn't try any harder.
And you had basketball going up against hockey as well, too, on that grand scale of things, because they're playing the same time through the season. You know, the football's basically over, and baseball's definitely ended in October as the season starts for hockey and basketball. So there's a lot of shift and changes there. What could you do better? I don't know. I think people like what they like, and in Canada, hockey's still number one. and it always will be, and it is. Will look at the shows. How many people have hockey stuff there? 99%. Other than non-sports.
I just love coming up and going to the hotel. At the end of the day,
Just
and turning the TV on, and there's hockey like on every channel.
We should send him to the Monte Casino Hotel.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. You can watch it on like 20-inch television in standard dev in crapovision. Sensational. Look, you know what I think would sell it, Eric. Look, I think I've gotten a suggestion sent to me by instant message that may be the solution to this problem. I think what they needed, maybe they needed a mascot. Maybe they needed a feature they could have done. I think this would have sold it.
Here we go.
Oh,
that would have done it. The Mayo Man himself, I think, would have gotten the job done. If this had been what we could have sold, forget about Peter Puck, Bobby. Peter Puck's great and all, but I think this would have helped us sell.
That's the legs of Lance Armstrong. You got the chest of what do you say? This is
Will. This is the body of Will Levis, the Mayo Man himself.
Yes, I love the cropping job. It's just
the good news though is like look, Will Levis. You got to admit though, Eric, you may not like it, but you got to admit Will Levis is definitely lifts the. He did forget leg day, but he was lifted. Buddy is pretty jacked in the arms there, buddy.
Yeah, I think it's
wonderful.
Sensational. Mm-hmm. Another of your admirers appreciated it.
Yeah,
yes, I would imagine.
I have a lot of them.
You do.
I need to go to sleep. I have to get up and get to work at 7:30 tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
indeed.
So,
yeah,
it's
a perfect
4.5 hours almost.
Yeah, we covered a lot of things. We tried to solve the NHL problem. Alas, we're at an impasse. We're going to have to reconvene, come up with some new ideas. So we'll see what we can do.
I'll ask Tim Thomas tomorrow.
There you go. Thank you, Name. Appreciate you. And you definitely weren't responsible for that picture, no matter what Eric says.
Yes.
You are complete trash, and I hate you.
Wow. Amazing. On that bombshell, I think we've covered a lot of ground tonight. Once again, we managed. Somehow the hobby continues to not give us the news stories, but we managed somehow.
How do we get through 4 hours and 20 minutes? It's just unbelievable.
A lot of look by having multiple Pittsburgh Pirates teams. That's how we did it. We had 3 different Pittsburgh Pirates teams, and I think that carried us to victory.
I think it was, yeah. It was good information, anyways. It's nice to know.
Mm-hmm. All right. So for regular Eric, for Dr. Bobby, and Dr. Carlos, another one in the books. 209. We're approaching 210. We're getting there. About a month out from Expo. We're getting close. Getting dangerously close. We might have to do the Expo preview thing in a couple of weeks. So we're getting real close now.
Yeah.
So I feel we're approaching the spooky season.
Mm.
We're gonna have our regular spooktacular, the legit spooktacular. So it's coming. It's getting closer.
Sir.
All right, more videos come up on the channel. You can check out the podcast episode. By the way, if you haven't already, go to the community page, vote on the card of the week. The silly card of the week is up. The post is there, and you can make your selection. There are some questionable ones, mostly Bobbles', very questionable, but you can check that out for yourself and see for yourself. It's some questions. Some questions are related to it. Anyway, folks, have yourself
over of all time.
Eric's making his pitch. All right, folks, have yourself a good one. All right, Name, you still got time. Enjoy the rest of your Friday, folks. Enjoy your weekend. Have yourselves a good one. We will catch you in the next one.
I hate you, Name.
Ciao.